Our hero brand is native Hebridean salmon. So we sponsor the Wave Classic in Tiree. What's so nice is people really enjoying the salmon that we produce, and it can be traced back, so it's truly native Hebridean. People outdoors, sporty, having fun and enjoying the elements. In this natural environment, I mean, it's just beautiful.
Simmer style, confidence in your kit to push your limits.
Well, apologies for that. We had an internet issue here live on Tiree, but we are right into the men's pro final, which is Ben Page and Lucas Meldrum. So over to you, Mike, for commentary.
Just getting the fins out there. That looked like a nice ride. He'd chosen a really big wave. That's a solid score to start off right at the buzzer. Again, apologies for the interruption. We are on a Hebridean island and these things happen. We've had pretty good conditions. We're in a pretty remote location on the island, the maze, which have had to come down with 4x4s, etc. It should be an exciting final. Plenty of win and plenty to play for. Two young guys, Lucas Meldrum, last year's champion, and Ben Page coming through the ranks and building up. A doctor as well. Think he's been doing a lot of night shifts, so I'm pretty impressed with his performance. On a big wave here. Let's see what he can do. Linking up, nice chosen wave, nice little turn there. But it looks like a long ride, which is going to open up. Can he do another hit? Yeah, another hit, solid hit. Can you do a little white water turn? Yeah. So that looks like a solid start for both of them. So I think Lucas has been out in the Canaries quite a lot this summer, doing some of the Pro World Tour events, really building up his portfolio and learning about jumping a bit more, etc. He's also based on the south coast, or both these boys are based on the south coast. So usually starboard tack sailors, so they can sail both ways round on starboard and port. So Lucas is waiting for a wave, plenty of wind out the back, really about wave selection, picking a big wave that's going to open up. What can he do? He's waiting, biding his time. He's taking it. He's got plenty of speed. What's he going to do? Nice section, nice hit. Buries the rail a bit and stops, but cuts back. And then he does a nice bottom turn. Oh, lovely hit. Is he going to make it back on the wave? Yes, just holds on to it. That's a solid hit, solid wave. And another little one on the inside. Can he make it? Yeah, perfect. Solid score. That's two solid scores. Maybe even that little turn might have made the difference in the scoring. So Lucas has opened up with two solid waves. Very impressive. So who's that on out back? Is that Ben waiting out back? Just waiting for a wave, biding his time. So I think we're just waiting for the AMS result final. Again, apologies for the interruption on this. We'll be giving you an update. There are a few waves at the end of the AMS final. Connor got a large wave, so it may have made all the difference. So this is Ben Page on a wave. He's selected one. Is it going to build again? Oh, it might be a bit of a double up, so I think he might turn around. Is he going to turn around or is he going to take it? It looks like it's building. Can he get over that lump? Yes, looks like a nice section. Oh, and he trips the rail. That's the risk you take on those double up sections. Like I said, it sometimes goes flat and you can trip everything really easily. So Lucas is on another little wave. Again, planing around. I think the guy's, is he 60 kilos or 69 kilos? In the light sort of winds and light waves, this is definite advantage. Oh, he's tacking off again. Didn't see anything he liked. It looks like another section out back or another wave building. Is he going to take it? I reckon he might tack on this. No, maybe he's seen something else and he's just trying to get upwind to a better section so he can link up with a longer wave ride and a longer turn. There's another one there. He likes the look of that. So both of them are on a wave. Ben's one on the inside. Is it gonna build up for him? It's a smaller wave, but it might have a nicer face. And Lucas on a bigger one out the back, but it might end up a bit fatter and flat. Let's see what Ben's doing. Does a nice bottom turn. Is he going to do a light late here? Boom! Nice smack. Is he going to get a follow-on turn? Yes, it looks like it. Yeah, right in the pocket. Nice. Nice linking turn. I don't think it's quite as high a score as Lucas is there, because Lucas has had at least 3 waves. Lucas is changing kit. What's he doing? Is he going for a bigger sail or smaller even, for the wind out back? Wind's definitely increasing. So I think he might be going for some smaller gear. And Ben's just making his way back upwind. Again, he chose a smaller wave, but I think he's just trying to fill up his score sheet, making sure he's got a good backup wave. Even sometimes if it's not the biggest wave, it just gives you confidence that you've got 2 in the bag. But for me, I think it's Lucas winning this heat with that start-off wave right at the buzzer, and then a second one to follow up quite quickly. You can see that he's got his competition experience and knowledge from the summer, and the last few years is really working for him. So it's 29 knots now, so it's building definitely. Hopefully the waves are going to start building as the tide comes in as well. We're halfway through the heat, so 6 minutes left. Ben's going back upwind. It's really important to stay upwind and close to the judges so they can see exactly what's happening. If you sail all the way downwind away from your competitor, there's not enough sets of eyes to sometimes see what's going on, and things can get missed. So really making it obvious for the judges, being in the right position on the beach and close to your competitor so they can see what's going on is key. Is this a wave here? Let's see what happens. But like we said, 29 knots, wind's building. It's a balance here, though, again, like I said, with the maze. As the wind comes up and the tide comes up, it's sometimes sheltered from the rocks. It looks like Ben's got a wave here. And Lucas, I think, has changed gear. I assume he's changed down at this stage, and he's right up in the top corner. This is going to be interesting. Both in different positions now on the beach. Who's going to be able to select the best waves? Personally, I'd be trying to stay upwind because that's usually where the best waves come through, and you can link up turns and have longer rides and have at least 3 or 4 turns on the wave. Maybe even add a little aerial in or something. Is that Lucas out the back there? Okay, we've got another rider out the back. And Lucas is in the water. He's changed over, so he's on a white sail now, making his way back out. It looks like there's plenty of waves up there. So yeah, missed a few waves there, so changing his gear. Hopefully that won't make too much difference in the seat. But keeping well upwind, trying to look for the best wave. Look, he's blasting out. That lightweight really makes a big difference in these sort of conditions. And Ben's on the same wave, so Ben's made it back upwind. This is great. Nice and close, in a good position at the beach. We're just getting a score update. So Meldrum has the highest wave score so far. Closely followed by Page. 0.8 between them at the moment. So Meldrum has the highest discard score and is currently leading this heat, but there's 0.8 separating them, so it's going to be a close one. Any big wave, especially as the tide starts pushing in and the wave gets bigger, could make the difference. A big gust as well could have more power on the wave, and they may be able to do some other manoeuvres such as aerials, etc. So Ben's on a wave now. So again, Ben was upwind of Lucas just there, so he has priority on the wave. So Lucas has to drop off the back of the wave and give it to Ben. This looks like a nice wave building up. He's getting speed. Is he going to do a nice hit? What's coming up? Nice bottom turn and bang, right in the pocket. A lot of spray there. Didn't dig in the nose, and he's going to follow up with another turn in the pocket. Or doesn't quite make it in the pocket. Does a nice foam climb, but it's still going to add to his score. Or in a third little turn on the white water. That should be definitely a good backup score for Paige at least. So Lucas is on a big wave here. The worry about these ones, you can see the little wave forming in the front. Is this going to double up, or is he going to make it over that and get a good wave score and have a really solid face to work with? He didn't like the look of that, so he's turned right round, seeing what's behind him. Maybe he'll tack on this one. Is he going to tack in? You might have seen something further out back that we can't see from that drone footage. There's a big one rolling in out the back. Who's going to get out to it first? That's the question. I think Lucas is a little further upwind, so has kind of priority on the waves and has control of this heat. So he's tacked round. Looks like it's not doubling up in front of it. He's going to get a lot of power. What's he going to be able to do? Nice wave, large wave. Let's see what's going to happen. The drone's taking a good look at this. There we go. Good view, nice view of the wave. Oh, nice hit. Oh, great hit from Lucas. Is he going to be able to follow up with the turn? Yes, he gets it, tags it just in that little pocket that formed up. And a third turn maybe. Oh, lovely. Lovely vertical turns, nice hits. I think that's going to be a really good score for him. Maybe his highest wave score. I think he's solidly in control of this heat. Ben's not doing badly though. He's got a really good backup, and he's had some long linking turns and linking rides with I think about 3 or 4 turns on a wave. I'd say Lucas, with the size of wave and his first 2 waves, along with that last wave, will be the highest score so far. Got about 40 seconds to go, so let's see what's going to happen. So Lucas is making his way out, and Ben's just patiently waiting for a wave. You never know, one massive set wave can make all the difference in this final. And Ben's trying for a wave. Oof, I'm not sure about this one. Let's see what happens. It's a smaller wave, but it might turn into something. He's got to take it now. He's got 19 seconds left on the clock. This is a nice bottom turn. Hits the top, lovely spray. Oh, is he gonna bog it? Oh, he bogged it. Oh no, not gonna be a counting wave. This one with Lucas will be a counting wave though. So he's upwind. He's just waiting for it to form up and have a nice face to work with. Come on, Lucas. And off he goes, getting some speed down the line. Is he going to go for a really high-end manoeuvre? A nice little tag. Don't think it's going to go into his highest wave score, but a nice backup. My money's with Lucas on this one, but we'll see what the judges say. And ready for Sam on the beach. We'll be handing over. Sorry, we're not getting any audio at this stage. We're just waiting for the final results for that men's single elimination final. We're just waiting for Sam to get audio again. Plenty of waves coming on, and we're going to be running competition for the rest of the day. Looks like the tide's coming in, and the waves will be getting bigger, and the wind's very consistent today. Luckily, there's no rain today so far, which is a blessing for a Scottish island. We'll update you in a second, folks.
Well, it looks like I'm back again, and apologies that there was no audio on that feed. I don't know why. I'm going to come back to Nige because we carry on where we were, Nige.
Okay.
Let's talk about the AMS final. Okay, so I've got a result down here. I can see a result. Can you talk me through this one?
Yeah, it was really tight again. You know, Joe Vernon's absolutely bouncing. He can't believe the score there. But he's taken first. Conor Fagan from Ross Niger, he's taken the second. So they were the favourites, but it was, like I say, it was really tight at the top. Oscar Shaw getting the third. I mean, Oscar Shaw was a late entry as well. Just turned up, last minute, really pretty unprepared, and came through, did really well. Oliver Randall taking fourth.
So we don't have, I can see we haven't got the pro results up yet.
We do, Sam, we do. It's there. This is what's happened so far. So you've now got Somerville came second in the losers, Phil Horrocks, then Ben Page came second to Meldrum. So what you've now got is Meldrum is in first, Ben Page in second, Phil Horrocks in third, and Roy Somerville in fourth. And these guys are going to sit here now and wait for all these guys to come through in a double elimination and have a crack at them. So, but the thing that's worth mentioning, Sam, is that these so far have been really tightly contested heats. So, you'd expect Phil Horrocks to have gone out there and absolutely smashed Rory Somerville, but no, there was very little in it. And the youngsters are really putting up a big fight and getting better and better. Some of these, top pros, seasoned pros like Phil Horrocks, they're getting quite nervous now, I think.
And so right now we're in 25 A and B. We've just started this, right?
Yeah, that's right. So we're going to have Alan Jackson, Valtavida next, Scotty McDowell, local boy. We're in a heat break at the moment, and then they'll go out. There'll be 3 in here, 2 will advance. These 3 will then go out, and 2 will advance there. Then we go to here. These 2 will go forward, and then 3 come down, and we start moving to the left.
So I've got to then start actually free Mike Archer up from being in the commentary box to actually go and get his kit ready and start sailing, right?
I think so, yeah.
That's what we're going to do. So, everybody happy with today? Everyone enjoying the conditions? Oh yeah. There we go. It's all good. So I'm handing back to you in this heat break. Thank you, Mike Archer, for doing a great job. Here's Mike Archer, the legend that was just doing the commentary. Mike, that was a brilliant job.
That was really good fun. So it's nice to see that we've got some good conditions again today. And we're on for the double now, so time to redeem yourself.
Better go and get your kit ready and sail. Thank you, Mike. Great work. And there we are. I'm all talked out. So please go to.
Our hero brand is native Hebridean salmon. So we sponsor the Wave Classic in Tiree. What's so nice is people really enjoying the salmon that we produce, and it can be traced back, so it's truly native Hebridean. People outdoors, sporty, having fun and enjoying the elements. In this natural environment, I mean, it's just beautiful.
Simmer style, confidence in your kit to push your limits.
O'Shea clothing for the outdoors, warm in the water, warm for afterwards.
Our hero brand is native Hebridean salmon. So we sponsor the Wave Classic in Tiree. What's so nice is people really enjoying the salmon that we produce, and it can be traced back, so it's truly native Hebridean. People outdoors, sporty, having fun and enjoying the elements. In this natural environment, I mean, it's just beautiful.
Simmer style, confidence in your kit to push your limits.
O'Shea clothing for the outdoors, warm in the water, warm for afterwards.
Our hero brand is native Hebridean salmon. So we sponsor the Wave Classic in Tiree. What's so nice is people really enjoying the salmon that we produce, and it can be traced back, so it's truly native Hebridean. People outdoors, sporty, having fun and enjoying the elements. In this natural environment, I mean, it's just beautiful.
Simmer style, confidence in your kit to push your limits.
O'Shea clothing for the outdoors, warm in the water, warm for afterwards.
Our hero brand is native Hebridean salmon. So we sponsor the Wave Classic in Tiree. What's so nice is people really enjoying the salmon that we produce, and it can be traced back, so it's truly native Hebridean. People outdoors, sporty, having fun and enjoying the elements. In this natural environment, I mean, it's just beautiful.
Simmer style, confidence in your kit to push your limits.
Post-day clothing for the outdoors, warm in the water, warm for afterwards.
Our hero brand is native Hebridean salmon. So we sponsor the Wave Classic in Tiree. What's so nice is people really enjoying the salmon that we produce, and it can be traced back, so it's truly native Hebridean. People outdoors, sporty, having fun and enjoying the elements. In this natural environment, I mean, it's just beautiful.
It's been something that you tee up for every single year.
It's got to be 20 years, and it's been every single year. I don't think I've missed one.
It is the longest running professional wave sailing event in the world.
There are no foregone conclusions who's going to win this. It's cutthroat.
It's not an easy event. It's hard, harsh conditions.
It's on the out of control scale. It looks nuking out there. Make sail choice easy. You just go the smallest.
Down the line, reel to reel action. Wow, massive air time. Shooting down the section, looking for Goita. It's right on the buzzer.
Tiree 2024, and we are back live, and here we are. I'm coming in to you to introduce you to JC Carter, the greatest windsurfing photographer in the same rounds as Phil Holden and Alex Williams, right? So how many Tirees have you done there?
I think I've done about between 15 and 20.
Somewhere between those.
Yeah, I don't know the exact amount. I came in 1992. And I think I did at least 13 years in a row around there, and then I've done a few after that. So,
what an amazing place, huh?
yeah, beautiful.
Great,
Yeah.
thank you, JC. There we go, the greatest photographer, one of the great ones. So here we are, Nigel. Let me just quick update from you as we come back live for the second session. We are now in the men's double elimination, and I know we've just been through this, but what we know is who the winners are from the single, right? Because here, Meldrum beat Page, Horrocks beat Somerville. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Correct.
Run me through.
Yeah, so now we're on to the double elimination. So we start now with Mike Archer, Arthur Cars and Julius Byrne. 3 of them go out sailing, 2 will come into this bracket. And then in this bottom here, we've got Finn Mellon, Nick Welsh, Ian Ross. 2 will advance from there, then 2 advance from here. All gets loaded up quite nicely. So eventually we get into these brackets. It's like a bit like the semi-final before the ladder. They just keep competing from right to left, essentially, until we get into the final ladder. This is the exciting part of the final ladder, because you end up with Somerville, Horrocks, Page and Meldrum all sitting, waiting, getting cold maybe, while people are getting better on the water. And their idea is that they start knocking them out one by one.
So there we are, we're in, and we've started with Mike Archer, Arthur Cars and Julius Byrne. Why don't I throw back over to commentary to Willie Angus, who's now stepped in, the event organiser. So take it away, Willie.
Thanks very much, Sam. So we're just about to kick off with the Pro Double. Just about to kick off with the Pro Double. And Mike Archer and Arthur Cars. So that looks pretty nice. I think that's Julius Bound. Yeah, just having a nice little sequence of turns just there, but coming off the back on that last one. Okay, so now looking at Arthur Cars. Just picking up a wave there, dropping in into his first bottom turn. Quite a nice shape of wave, couple of little sections there to hit, but unfortunately Arthur coming off the back on the first top turn there, so no score on that one. So nice pan there from the drone, showing us the general overview. And a little bit smaller waves today, but probably a better wind direction, and just showing us slightly cross off this morning. As you can see, this is up towards the top left hand end of the maze, just with rocks off on the left there, so not too choppy at all, the chop being ironed out by the rocks and cleaning the wave up a little bit in the top corner of the bay as well. And this is Julius again picking up a small wave, not particularly big one, but there might be something there to work with. Let's see, and as he starts to bear off, going down the line, yeah, quite small, not a lot of power, so he's opted just to head back out and look for another wave again. Now, Arthur Cars on his next wave. This looks a little bit more interesting, a little bit more of a set wave. Bit bigger, bit more powerful, just setting up, so start charging down the line. First turn, cracks it off the section. Second turn, but loses the rail, goes down, so only one turn. Not particularly high scoring wave on that basis. A nice wave selection, nice first initial turn, but only one turn. Curious to see what the judges give that. Probably a mid-ranging kind of score on that one. Once again, Julius in the green bib there, just picking up another wave here. A little bit bigger this time, so more of a set wave. Working himself into a nice position so as to make his initial attack. Bears off, builds the speed, drops the sail into the first turn, just a little bit late in the section, so doesn't quite crack the lip for the aerial, and actually trips the rail and goes down. So that might be questionable whether the judges will actually score that or not, because technically that looked like a wipeout on his top turn. A little bit delayed, but did he complete it or not? I don't know if they'll score it. Now we're back to Hannes. Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. Arthur Cars we have. Apologies, Arthur. No sign of Mike Archer yet in the yellow bib. Not quite sure what's happening with Mike. I've just been informed that I've just taken over from him in commentary and he's a bit late to the water. Hope that doesn't upset Mike's apple cart in terms of his placement in this event. Thanks very much for the contribution to commentary, Mike. So you can see there it is a little bit intermittent in terms of the wind, but I think actually what's going on is that Arthur is stalling to see if he can pick up a set wave, because they are a little bit intermittent this morning. That's a bigger wave coming from behind now. And Arthur's picking up on the wave now, hacking up wind, trying to create maximum ground for doing his manoeuvres. You'll see him looking over either shoulder, looking downwind, looking upwind, seeing what's ahead of him, and now setting up for initial turns. Bearing off, pumping the sail, building the speed, cracks it back into the lip, but doesn't hold the nose up. And that's the second wave he's tripped over the nose. Very important, although you want to try and get the turns in, you need to try and just keep it inside the comfort zone so as to get some scores on the board. An incomplete turn at the end of the day doesn't score anything. I think Julius on this smaller one will probably opt out of it. But let's wait and see. One small turn, probably not worth it. He'll probably just turn, head straight back out again from there. Arthur also planing out hard into the water there. Getting ready to pick up his next wave. I'm jibing onto quite a nice one out the back. So again, a slightly bigger set wave for Arthur. This is looking good. He's in a nice position there, able to go slightly upwind and just get upwind of the peak for an initial turn. And you can see how close they are. Even though they've got the whole beach to work on, they're trying to operate off this single peak here, and because of that, working quite close proximity. Arthur didn't like the look of that one, just jibes out. So you can see it really is pretty flat out the back with the offshores here today. A little bit chop running, just the odd bit of white water here and there. In terms of sail size, I would imagine the guys are probably in 4.5s, 4.7s, maybe 5 metres on the bigger fellas. Certainly a little bit of wind, but it is coming and going a little bit with the offshore nature. So once again, Julia's just sitting up in the wave. You can see him looking over his back shoulder, round about the clew of the sail, just getting ready to initiate. He goes off downwind, heavy in the back foot. No, didn't like the look of it again, so opting out, playing a sensible game. He's not going to waste his upwind position by going off on too small a wave, but he tacks nicely. Let's see if he can pick up this bigger one. Lovely manoeuvre, straight into the section. He'll just wedge the feet in the foot straps and he's ready to go on this one. Bearing off, a couple of pumps, carving, hits the lip nicely. Little drop there in the foam ball. Second turn, cracks off the lip and keeps on the wave. That's one of the nicer ones so far. I think the judges will like the fact that he picked it up very, very quickly, tacked straight on and went. So we're just zooming in on Arthur here. Trying to build some speed, stay with the wave. It is a little bit of a double up, you can see the double ridge on it there. So I might stall and wait for what's coming from behind. A little bit bigger set wave maybe, and it does look quite good downwind from Arthur. Let's see what he can make of this one. Holding his position high in the peak, drops in to generate the speed into that first turn, making a better job of it this time, just making sure of the turn, can't afford the wipeouts. Into the foam, and a nice little floater there, not very common to see that in a windsurfer. Made a nice job of that, and a third turn. Starting to lose all that kind of critical section of the wave, and at that point, jibing out, heading back out the back to make his ground upwind again. And that's us straight into Julius now. He's in a nice position just at the peak, drops down but bounces a little bit in a piece of chop at the bottom, manages to hold it together but not a particularly high scoring turn. Nice poppy little aerial, but unfortunately just loses the fins a little bit too much, rotates mid-air, can't control it, falls off out the back. Definitely looking a little bit windier out there at the moment, everyone planing hard and it looks a little bit choppier. So these two competitors making their way out the back again, seeing what they can find. Once again, most important features, but looking for the set wave and riding it as critically as possible close to the braking section. Just about set up into the bottom turn. You can see the braking section just ahead of him. A little bit flat though, manages to spin it round but unfortunately falls off the back just there. Maybe not the best time to be doing that turn and not the best wave. Final seconds and Julius is riding but goes down. And that's us. Not quite sure what happened with Mike. Hopefully we'll be able to feedback more soon. Nick Welsh, Ian Ross. This is a goodie. So we've got the Cornish wonder, Ian Ross. Another wonder, Irish wonder boy, Finn Mellon. And Nick Welsh, freshly up from the amateurs in the last couple of years there. So it should be a good one. That's Nick Welsh on the red bib. Just trying to tack onto that set wave there, but a little bit light, just falls off the back. So, just a little bit late coming across to Finn Mellon, but Finn had just scored a small wave to open up his account there. Looking a little further out, we've got Ian Ross. Just getting slightly confused by Ian's helmet colour there. I was trying to make out if his bib was yellow or if his helmet was yellow. He's definitely wearing a helmet out there. Now, let's see what Ian can do. Looks a little bit windier there. Definitely a bit of spray coming off the top of that chop. And Ian just trying to set himself up for a set wave. So it's starting to form up now. You can see the rocks just on the surface there. That'll help just to push the wave up a little bit as it's coming toward the beach. These guys are pretty high upwind at the moment, so they've got a little bit of wind shelter there, but it does make the wind a little bit fluky. Waves a bit cleaner, but wind not so good. A little bit late on his takeoff, quite steep, quite hollow up there. Just manages to get up the face, but left it just a fraction too late. That's a large frame of Nick Welsh. Big tall fella Nick. Powerful guy. Setting off his first turn on this wave. Gentle little turn, not particularly high scoring. Cracks the lip in the second time, a little bit more critical, a little bit harder. So that's a good opening account for Nick. Nice safe ride to begin with, and then he can build on that from there. So just looking out to sea, you can see what I was talking about. Just a little bit intermittent in terms of the wind, because the guys are pretty high upwind of the bay here, and they're actually just in under the lee of the rocks that protrude out from the upwind end currently. Now this is a nice looking set wave for Finn Milne. This could be a high scoring wave if he can set himself up in just the right position. Starting to bear off, pumping the sail. Slight danger of losing it. He does need to keep it on the face. Looks like he's about to start his assault. Bearing off. Builds the speed. Cracks the lip hard, right round. Perfect control. Lots of down the line time on this tack served in Ireland. Up and down the west coast on the pristine Irish breaks. Now, Ian Ross, all the way from Cornwall, not used to this Hebridean wind. Managed to hold it together in the force 10 the other day, but that sail looks quite big, really feathering away there in the gusts. Let's see what Ian's got. Smaller wave. Starts the ride nicely. Keeps it together. Working down. A little bit of speed. A little bit of a section here for him. Hits the lip nicely. I think he claimed that there. Yeah, he was very impressed with that. I didn't think a big wave charger from Cornwall would be that happy over such a small puny wave on the Outer Hebrides. But there you go. Oh, getting a little bit competitive here over the waves now. So Nick Welsh on that wave from further out at sea, but Finn looked like he was competing for the same wave, but no, he was actually looking for the one behind.
One behind is going to be the bigger wave.
So, here's the question, did Finn make the good choice? I think he might have. A little bit of a better section maybe for Finn here. He's bearing off. Cracks the lip nicely, coming off the top here. Second turn into the critical section. Very powered up, big gust coming through and just loses it. Lets the backhand go to try and control it, but just too much wind there. These kind of conditions are actually very challenging for the guys today. With the wind being so intermittent, it's very hard to guarantee control if you're riding a wave in the middle of a squall. So I think this is Nick Welsh. We can just see the red bib through the window there. Nick's just hunting for his next wave, and we pan back to Ian Ross. Oh, lovely turn, little roundhouse top turn there, into second turn, a little bit bouncy on the tail, and some of the size dropping off the wave as it gets into the shallow water. Only 2 turns on that one, because his third turn he dropped off the back there, so only 2 counting turns on that wave. In the meantime, it's all to play for as the guys wait on the set waves. Nick thinks he's onto something. You can see him bearing off and pumping the sail there to remain with that swell line. Might look probably like the better of the 2 waves, but Finn has some very good wave selection. So let's see where this one goes. Burning off down the line, heading into more critical section. Looking nice. Ah, but drops it out the back. What a disaster for Ian. Finn with his bottom turn. Good morning, welcome back to the action at the maze. Slight technical difficulty, folks, but we're back up and running now. And we've got Scotty McDowell in yellow, Valters Videnieks in red, and Alan Jackson in green. So Valters up and riding on the wave at the moment. A very nice looking fuchsia coloured Goya there. Cracks the lip, drops down the face and goes into another turn. A little bit less critical at this stage, wave just dropping back a little bit, but he's still got unbroken section to hit, so that's quite a long, I would suspect, a reasonable scoring wave. Might not be the highest ever, but reasonable scoring. Taking him well down the beach though, he's going to have to make up some of that ground to bring him back into the competition zone. So we're now getting the downwind view at the maze. That's the classic view that you get standing on top of the rocks, taken from the camera as we pan back. Back to the competition area. We're looking for Scotty and Alan. So two of the Scottish Pro contingent out in the water. Let's see if we can catch sight of the boys. They're going to be in the thick of the action there somewhere. We're about halfway through this heat, 6 minutes or so still left on the timer. So we've got Alan Jackson with a green bib, Severn starboard rider from his race days. Bearing off, creating a bit of speed there. Carving down the line, just a little bit soft still, not a lot of form to the wave. Passing Scott on the wave just there. Scotty doing a nice job of getting right in Alan's way there, maybe throwing him out of stride a little bit. Got to watch out for that McDowell guy, he's a very seasoned competitor. During this heat, since we got back up and running again. Scott, typically known as one of the riders who gets up and riding instantly. Helium Bones McDowell. Not happy with what he had there though, so again, tacking, heading back out again. Riding all the new simmer kit. Heavy duty simmer wave sails and the new fly wave board by the look of it. You can always tell Scott because of the distinctive Scottish saltire helmet that he wears whenever he's out in the water. Some lovely peeling waves right on the low tide if you get the right ones, but they can be a little bit sharp and a little bit close out in nature right on the low tide as it is just now. So you can see Alan just hit a bit of a lull there, not really getting the level of speed that he'd hoped so as to make some progress back upwind. Was Valters on the way out to sea. Just making his way back upwind. And that's Alan riding on a slightly larger set wave, just coming into focus there. That was a really nice fast fluid bottom turn to begin with. Slow down a little bit into this next section, just struggling a little bit with stall at the top there. Still got time to make another critical turn however. Little hack back into the section, manages to stay with it. First turn definitely the best on the wave and the largest section. Still going, fourth hit for Alan. So reasonable scoring wave, not high scoring but reasonable scoring. Now we've got Scott McDowell in the heat and someone charging along behind him. Hopefully there's not going to be an interference from a private sailor here. Scott cracking down through the sections, trying to keep his speed going. Now he's into the white water. Not too much more to be had from this wave. He'll probably just straighten out at this point, back upwind a little bit and head back out again. Scott doesn't seem to have quite the usual zest in his performance and early planing this morning. May have opted for slightly too small a sailor aboard. Now here we go with Valter's next wave. Drops into his first bottom turn. Looks quite critical, might just be a one-hit wonder. Nice little aerial, lifts the heels. Does he fall off the back? I think the judges will allow that and score that. Only just managed to keep himself with the wave. Second turn, pretty scrappy and falls off the back, so not a high scoring wave. Alan Jackson making progress back out to sea again, catches the gust, drops back into the footstraps, planing out to sea now. Now with the format and some of these early pro double elimination heats, we've only got 3 men in the heats, so it's the best 2 riders in the heat progress through. So effectively a 4-man heat with the best 2 progressing, but only 3 riders in the water at the moment. Just about a minute and a half or so left to go in the heat, so we're probably starting to look at last waves for some of the riders. This is Scotty McDowell, starting to bear off on this wave, getting some good speed on this one. A little bit of a double up further upwind. Now drops the sail into the bottom turn. Quite a flat wave at the moment, not as big as it could be for Scott. Really could do with something bigger, but there really isn't much out there at the moment on the low tide. Back onto Walter's next wave. Nice bottom turn. Much more critical section, really drives the fins through the lip. Second turn, making a good job of it here. Definitely a higher scoring wave than Scott's at that point. Alan just floundering a little bit out of the back, but he might be stalling, waiting on a set wave. Depends what he's seen over his back shoulder. Definitely looks like there's something looming out behind him there. Lovely angle from the drone with the guys heading out to sea here, picking up a little bit of speed with Walters heading out. And we've got Alan heading back in again. Almost down to the final 10 seconds. Let's see if Alan can get turning onto something. And I think we might be done at that stage. Yeah, it's all over. So we'll bring you the results as soon as we can.
So we are in a heat break. Let me go and bring you up to date with some of the results on the board down here so I can find anyone to talk to. I found James Cox to talk to. James Cox, hello mate, you're on the live stream. How are you? So, you've been watching the scoreboard, you've been watching what's going on. Can you give me a little update on where we are on the board and what's happening?
I believe we just had Scotty McDowell's heat with Alan Jackson and Walter. Yeah, is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
It's looking like they're getting some power turns down there. Obviously lots of spray coming off the top of the wave. And some of the sets, in fairness, are looking quite good. Yeah. The average wave height is quite small today, but the sets are looking okay. And with the cross-offshore wind, the windsurfers have loads of speed down the line, which should make for some good action.
So you're happy today? I mean, you're obviously back in, where are you? You come back in here, right?
Yeah, I've got a bit of work to do to get back up through the ladder. So, you know, best case scenario is I've got to fight my way up through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And then but you did it last year, right? You did a pretty big comeback last year. So how many did you sail last year?
I've really got to start doing better in the single elimination, haven't I? I think that's what we can
I think you have got to do better. Why do you do so badly in single elimination?
I don't know, maybe I just like punishment. But all joking aside, it's a second chance. I've just got to make sure I take it out.
There we go. Last year, Coxie did do, I think it was six heats back to back. Was almost hanging at the end of that, but we were about a fuel, and we were absolutely full pelt big waves, right? It was pretty big. So anyway, there we are. It's all going on down here. You can see the wind really is beginning to pick up. There's sand blowing everywhere. The beach is ecstatically busy, full of windsurfers, and it's all going off. So I don't know if there's anyone in the commentary room, because I've just seen Willie and Clyde both out here. And so I guess we'll just carry on and take you back into the studio, and there Luke can natural way, or we'll wait for some of them to come back in here. There we go.
Welcome back, everybody, to the commentary booth. We are into Arthur Cars versus Julius Byrne. Julius Byrne with a nice short aerial there. I've now got the much more experienced voice of Clyde Waite about to join me, and I'll pass it over to Clyde.
Thanks. You say that. This is. I just went to look at this round actually, and all four names are a bit unfamiliar to me. We have Matt Cox from the South Coast on a red GA sail, and the others are kind of breakthrough into the pro fleet. I think we have Johannes, a couple of international ones here, because this is a 2 or 3-star IWT event. By all accounts, it's actually really windy out there. As you know, it's a trek down. Well, you don't know, but it's a trek down to the maze, and you have to like carry loads of kit. And I just carried my 5.0 down. Everyone's saying they need 4 meters or 4.2s, so it's very windy and gusty. Some really nice sort of clean waves coming through. I think what you'll find is maybe they are up at this end of the beach, the left end, because the waves are a bit cleaner, they're smaller. Feedback is that further down it's a lot choppier, so it's quite hard to get a decent turn and a decent hit in an aerial. I guess today the judges are looking for a bit of speed on the wave, nice vertical turns, and I should think they'll want a good hit and an aerial section coming. Usually when it's like today, you've got 12-minute heats, what you're going to be doing, you're going to be hanging out the back, looking for a swell that's worth taking in, and you know, you want to see that it's going to pick up at the end. So Matt Cox going to jibe off that. I would have thought, yeah, there's not much going on there. So what's he going to do? Bottom turns, but nothing's coming, so he'll jibe out off that as well. It's quite setty today, so even though these smaller waves, you know, patience, that's a lovely top turn there. Is that Matt Cox? Nice top turn. He's got to get something off here now. He wants some speed. There's still a little, you see, lovely top turn there, but looking at this, it looks like a bigger swell coming in here. Nice bottom turn front of the wave. Hits a section, but it's kind of closed out a little bit there, so he'll have to work the whitewater a bit. It's one of those days where, like I was saying, do you just way out the back and, you know, maybe just go for 2 waves in the 6 minutes, always picking off the bigger swells? Quite stressful because you're not getting any points on the score sheet, or do you just go for it, come in and out, and hope that some of these are jacking up and getting us a few decent points. Right, so in the red here, this Julius Byrne. It's on the back of the swell there. He's kind of wondering if it's going to do anything, as are we. There it is. There it is. It's got a Carvey's board upwind just to get into that little pocket to accelerate down the line now. He doesn't want to fall off the back of that. He knows what he's doing. Right, can he hit this? He's late there, and he buries that rail. Unlucky there for Julius. Sometimes when you sheet out a bit like that, you disengage the rail and it kind of like stalls the board. Right, so who we got? Number one, that's Matt Cox. Matt was looking really good on the really super windy day. Nice top turn right off the lip. Down, he's got another one here. Can he get under that section there to try and get an aerial? Gets a nice floater, but drops off the back. And it's wind all over the island today. I was just in the morning at Got Bay watching the Future Pros, and it was a good about 25 of them, and it was brilliant to see they were all there egging each other on, trying forwards. I think one of Willie's son, he was definitely doing a real good job of the forwards, and everyone was trying to copy him. Great to see all that coming together. And then a bit up beach, got a load of 10-year-olds going, so 10-year-old girls, which is amazing to see. All there, it's not even that warm. Really really good to see. So there's action all over the island at the moment. Could we go to another beach? Potentially. I don't know, but a bit of downline light, nice little aerial there. More of a little, hop chop aerial, but still gets some points on the scoreboard. And 2 turns. Probably best to turn and go back out now, I think. Maybe put on the highest scoring waves in seat because it got a bit of airtime there. Potentially Balafuel, be bigger, cross on shore. But it's always nice to have a bit of down the line, some different skills, different specialists going on. It looks like later on in the week it's going to be a lot more wind as well. So we're going through the pro double elimination here if you just joined. We've got some new sailors to the pro fleet. So they're going to be working their way up through the top 2 of this, I believe, would go on to meet Dave Horrocks and Luke Shaw. Smith, not Shaw. Definitely not Shaw. That's Luke Smith, Man United. Yeah, he can't windsurf. He probably can, he's just probably injured all the time. Right, this is Matt Smith again. Oh, clicked out there. There's a nice swell. 4 more minutes left in this heat. Without any jump, you probably could do a jump actually, but tend to not do the old put jumps in when it's cross offshore. It's a bit more of a lottery. Yeah, 2 waves to count. But this looks like a good bit of groundswell he's picked up here. Who's this? Is it Green? So this would be Hannes. Hannes is pretty handy. His first, look at this, probably the biggest swell of the heat so far. Nice cutback, keeping speed up. Right, he's really got to get right underneath this. Can he get into it? Yes, lovely. And another one. Is he going to go round it? He looks like he's going round it, looking for a section there to hit. That, I would say, is probably the highest scoring wave of the heat for sure, in my unprofessional opinion. But we saw it from a nice aerial view there and picking up a good groundswell, so the judges are up on the cliff, so they get a slightly different view and a better overall picture of the whole beach and what's going on. Is that 2 minutes 50 to the end of the heat? A long old heat this. So this is Julius. Nice aerial, back in the line. So he needs to get another turn to make that really count. Lovely. Oh, unlucky there. Buried the nose of the board. It was really important though, when you get an aerial like that, you land it in the face, you link it to just another turn, just to show you've made a bit more of that, a bit more of the wave. It's getting even windier out there. The vans are rocking. I think some bubblers on his 4 metre. Dave Horrocks was out on a 4.5. He came in and said it's too windy, put a 4.2 up. So it's definitely, even though sometimes they look a bit on off the plane, it is super gusty, and it's. I just think some carnage is going on out there right now.
Batten down the hatches.
So 1 minute 42, and we've tacked onto a swell here. This is, not sure who it is actually. He's in the green. What colour vest is he? Red. No. Oh, is that Hannes again? It's 2 really good waves he's picked out. So he's gone for the wait and being patient and picking out the swells. Lovely. Oh, that is so unlucky for him there, because that was a beauty of a wave. So we've got Matt Cox here. Matt Cox, and again, not really having the speed in that. He looks a bit tired actually. when it's gusty and challenging like this, you can get tired really quickly. Where is he? He's out there. So Hannes is searching around. He knows he's got 40 seconds. He's still got, he's still got time to wait. I think wait for a set to come through. If you're following us yesterday, we were saying, as long as you're on a swell and you make it clear that's the intention you're going to ride that. It doesn't matter if the clock stops. You still get scored all the way through. And this is Arthur. Haven't seen much of Arthur. That's a lovely turn. He's got another one. Right, Hannes has got 10 seconds to actually make it clear that this is his wave. So he really needs to go now. There, he's gone, he's on it. So he's done a turn in time. This is going to score. Lovely cut back there. Smooth as you like. Hits the white water, and I reckon what he'll probably do is try and open his sail up, see if anything forms downwind. Another nice section. So two good set waves there. He's still going for Hannes. Again, I would like to call this, got 2 minutes.
So we're progressing quickly. Nigel, do you want to just spin round and again talk to me? Because I love it when you talk to me, Nigel.
I don't know what's been going on because I've been up the beach looking at a whale school. It's massive. It's about as tall as here. Me and Bucky just been looking at it. Is that what you want to know?
No, I want to know what's going on here. Maybe you could just.
Oh yeah.
You could just work on this. I mean, did you not bring it back with you?
No, it's just too big, so we're going to try it later. Okay, let's see where we're going. So we've got results in these ones now, loaded up these middle brackets here and here. So, ready to go into the heats are Arthur Cars, Julius Byrne, Hannah Scobbage, Matt Cox. So some of these international sailors are doing really, really well. Finn Mellon, from Ireland, Ian Ross from Cornwall, Valters Vidanetti and Scotty McDowell, local boy. He'll be looking to make good from yesterday and go forward as well.
Nigel, we've got a wee incident here. Corn's hit a nose.
Right, there we go then. So you can see that's what's happening. It's looking pretty grey out there. I mean, we talked about it in the commentary room that there was kind of quite a lot of grey coming through, quite a lot of storm coming through, quite a lot of wind coming through. So that is definitely happening. It's looking pretty grey and moody because it's coming over the land. The wind is super gusty. But anyway, there we are. Not much to report on for now. The competition is moving forward quickly, so it won't be long until we get into that final ladder where it starts to decide who might well be the British champion, which could be decided today. Back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Sam. That was a great update from the beach. I'm sat here in the commentary booth, currently waiting for the return of Clyde Waite. We've got doors slamming. The breeze is starting to pick up here, and it's all lifting off at the start of the Pro Double. The breeze is building. The swell is dropping slightly, as you can see with our weather graphic there, and we are waiting to get our eyes on some of the action. In this next heat, we have got 4 people. We've got Finn Mellon, Ian Ross advancing from the previous heat, and Volta Vadenix and Scotty McDowell. Scotty both also advancing from their previous heat. So here we go. The next round of the double elimination has arrived. I'll hand you over to our commentator, Clyde Waite.
Thank you. Cables all over the shop here. This is going to be a really interesting heat to watch. So Finn Mellon is, from Ireland. We've got some really tidy wave riders here. So Finn Mellon from Ireland. We've got Ian Ross from Cornwall, Scotty McDowell from up here in Scotland, and I don't know where Valters is from actually, but he's not from the UK, as you can tell maybe by his name. Well, maybe he's from the UK. Who knows? Anyway, but Chucky over here, Ian Ross. He's awesome at wave riding. This is his direction because he's from Cornwall, Gwythian, sails a lot. Very similar to the sort of conditions we've got here. So he'll be pretty happy with this. He's actually on a 5 metre, which is bigger than everyone else. So then fin melon outside there on the Goya, so that's fin melon in the yellow, and well, I don't know where Scott McDowell is. So we've got good international contingent here. I have to say how much the Scots rule. The more I say that, the more they might like to give me a beer later on. Come on, Scotty. So who's this? This is Finn. No, it's Voltus. Oh, and the Goya. Sorry, that was a sick hit. The problem is if you fall off the back, it looks great in free sailing and for the photographers. I'm sure we'll see some pictures of that. But does that actually? How does that score any waves points? Right. Nice turn. Right, this is Finn Mellon. Lovely, like gauging that whole rail, backhand off, stroking it. As Willie Angus likes to say, some nice rail to rail action there. Another hand off. So he's really going for the one-handed style here. Nice to see, especially if you can get that backhand in the wave as he's coming down. And here we have Ian Ross. Nice top turn there, back into the section. And waiting for another section to open itself up. That was really vertical. But it comes off the back. Tell you what, I would not want to judge this sort of wave riding heats. It's to me, it's a bit more clear cut when you've got jumps involved because you know, in order the jumps. There goes Scott McDowell, waiting to get a bit of speed up on that wave. He's got a bit of speed up and he's probably waiting for a section to open there, and like hits that section nicely. Maybe not as much speed as the other guys, but reading the wave really well and actually keeping on it right to the end, not coming off in the white water. So that's good technique there. Another great day at the maze here. No rain, fingers crossed. We don't want any rain because when you're hanging around on the beach like 8-9 hours, you're cold enough as it is, so we do not want the wait. So brilliant swell here, opening up. Lovely cut back. This is Valter. He's hungry for this heat. Another lovely turn, and it's going to reform here. This is all the way to the beach. Sometimes off the little bits you can get a little bit of a trick. I haven't seen any of those yet, so it'd be interesting to see if we can get any people trying a few tackers or at the end of the wave. Certainly a lot of the sailors have got that in their repertoire. Yeah, 2 waves, no jumps. Yeah, as I was saying before, when there's jumping involved, it's a lot more clear cut because there's an order as a ranking of what scores highest. So just a high floaty jump is the lowest, and then you get your combination jumps at the higher end of it. Lovely little hit there. That is Finn Mellon again. He's got some super good style. So this is Scott McDowell. Good swell picking up there. So you can see the chop, the little bit of double swell on there, but it should clean up as it comes nearer to the shore. Great time to the bottom turn, off the top there, and now he's going to get a nice air. That's a great hit for him. But that first turn was really good because it's a nice big face, and another hit there. But unfortunately, he's come off the back of that. And again, Finn Mellon. That's Voltus. Oh, sorry, it's Voltus. It's got the same kit, so it's my mistake. Yeah. Similar look, yeah. They got similar style, very surfy style. This is what makes it hard for the judges, to be fair. They'll be going, same style, and it's quite hard to see the rash vests when the sails are in the way as well. Maybe you need to bring sail numbers back. Make it a bit clearer, or put some big stickers on your sail. So I should think in terms of wave scoring, you're looking for style, fluidity, verticalness, and then you're looking for hitting the sections at, you know, timing, going as critical as possible, so that means right into the section, and then aerials, and then, you know, then higher than that you're looking at if you can hit a section, get a wave 360, land it back in and get another turn, and then, you know, they're generally the harder ones to do because they're very high risk. You can't force them as much, where some people, you know, have, you know, very slippy on their boards and can force a little tacker in on the end of white water. So if we see any wave 360s, I would say it's pretty much sure to get you through a heat, to be fair. As I was talking about a tacker, well, that's high risk. That's a proper tacker, that one is. That's going up, you know, where it's vertical, hitting it, and actually you're sliding down the face on your nose, so you've got the fins going backwards into the bowling bit. So of course it's, you know, that's a very high risk move, very high scoring. Maybe he's got a flavour for that now, so we'll see a few more of those. Scott McDowell, again, he's a regular here. He's really seems to know where to pick up the decent swells. Here's first on the water again, as I was like saying yesterday. Ian Ross on the right hand side there, just popped up with the yellow helmet on. It's quite good, it makes him quite distinguishable when you have these other things. Nice bottom turn there, coming off the top. You can see, look how he's bouncing around. That was like almost like a tabletop wave, that was. Great shot again. We can see the wave still opening up for him. Oh, he is going to be happy with this wave. Can he get in there? And he's waiting here, hopefully. Nice, doubled up there so he couldn't get a little section at the end. Love to see the duck drive transitions. Back in the 80s, you know, transitions were scored in hidden part of the waves. How you exit wave. Robbie Nash was the most stylish, always exiting the wave with a duck drive. Right, we have got Finn Millen here. Again, he wants an aerial. There you are, you must have heard me. Another lovely sweeping bottom turn, very surfy style, floating off the top there. Oh, I can see he's trying to throw a towel out there, and he was after attacker, sure. And again, and he gets one. Oh, it's such a shame he couldn't keep that in the wave. That would have been, I mean, that was a high scoring wave anyway. It's, you know, it's a pleasure to watch that kind of stuff. Great thing about Finn Millen, I remember. Oh, here we go. This is Baltus again. He's obviously seen Finn do that, and he wants to try and do the same. And again, here we go. Right, Scott McDowell, we've got 1 minute 50 to go. I think he's going to jibe out of this. Yeah, I would. Yeah, as I was saying about Finn Millen, I remember seeing him many, many years ago when he was a kid with a, you know, big wetsuit, didn't fit, wetsuit boots, just sort of learning to go into competitions, just going for it. And now, you know, him, Rory, Lucas, they're all the, you know, the better sailors here. So I could see that Finn's going to be, if he gets through this heat, and he's looking maybe promising, but don't take my word for that. He's definitely going to be a threat to work his way through the double with riding like that. Right, what's Scotty doing? I should think he'll just hang out at the back here. He's going to wait for something. There's no point coming in too early because he won't have time to get out again. I mean, in the last minute, there's nothing there. He's better off just tacking back out, trying to get on a swell maybe. He knows what he's doing. Oh, he's seen something here. There he goes. That is a lush wave. Not he hit that chop at the bottom though. That's what they were saying. I can see that he thought it was the end of the heat, so he might as well head downwind a bit where the waves look bigger. But as I was saying, there's that bit of chop which kind of just slows you down. You can't really get up the wave so much. So it seems that it is better to stay upwind where they're perhaps a little bit smaller, a little bit more pokey. Right, the last 10 seconds. I'll leave that to you at home to decide what you think on that. Probably between the two pink sails, maybe, from what I've seen here. but it's hard to see. This is still counting, by the way. Really want to see a tacker from Finn, just to finish it off. There we go. Ah, so close, feet in the air. Good effort. But the thing about that is that all the other guys will be watching him going, well, hang on a minute, that's going to come up in our heat, and they're going to be a bit worried about that. Right, are we going over to Sam? Yeah. Okay, back to Sam at the scoreboard to see what's happening and see what the judges thought.
Only on the underside. It's a quadruple sandwich with salami, cheese, and peri peri sauce. How do you make that? What do you come up with that? How about that now? Now we're back with audio. So obviously audio wasn't on. So what we have is the greatest sandwich competition, and so far Cam is winning that one with a quadruple salami, cheese, and peri peri sauce. Now, how is it? Good.
Oh, it's brilliant. Loads of calories, just what I needed today. Yeah.
Good. And your competition wasn't the greatest, but you're up against your mates in the next one, so that's good, huh?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm just waiting for them to decide when we're doing it, but it should be good. I'm quite excited.
Great. Good for you. Good. Have a great competition. Enjoy it. So we bring ourselves up to date with the competition. We have Dave Horrocks, Hannes Gobish, Luke Smith, and Julius Byrne up next, and we're still waiting for the results from the Finn Mellon, Ian Vidnick, and Scotty McDowell contest. But we'll bring you that as soon as we have those results. And going back to Willie, I believe, who's now back in the, or Clyde, who's back in the commentary booth.
Okay, I'm on. There we are. We have got Dave Horrocks in yellow. Christ, my eyesight's bad. Hannes in red, Luke in green, and Julius in white in this heat. So news from the beach: the Masters have been released for the day. So some of them are happy about it. Maybe me not so much. That means I've got to get the ferry home tonight, unfortunately. So I won't be able to continue into the double, but we've got the AMs to get through. Everyone needs a good amount of time on the water, and we've got to get all the heats done. And a double, if you can get a double elimination for all the heats, it's pretty an insane job. I've been at Tiree before, where I've been here the whole week and done absolutely nothing. So to get in terms of sailing, did lots of other stuff, but in terms of competition, take the win when you've got it, and you get through as many heats as possible. And what's great about having a week-long competition is that we can have more time on the water. So we've got like 10, 11, 12-minute heats here, which is a lot less stressful and lets you actually be more selective. I've got Luke in the green over here, Luke Smith. He's this great first wave to start his heat off. Nice aerial there, but he goes out the back there. It's quite offshore, so sometimes it's hard to actually get that board back into the water. Yeah. Right, slam the doors there. Someone upset someone. We're actually in a plastic trailer box here, so you can hear the wind, battering us, and everything else in the background. So on the simmer, that is yellow. That is Dave Horrocks. He's I think he's nabbed his brother's Phil's sail. Both simmer riders there. That's the new simmer sail. Looks significantly smaller than Luke's sail by the look of it. Just from here. Maybe that's why Luke was overpowered on that wave and just got blown off the back. Couldn't get it back in. So downwind here we've got, oh no, it's Luke here, so we've got another Severn sail at the back. So Luke, nice turn here, two really nice turns. try to stay that back in. The wave's a bit smaller, but when you get a few points, waves in the bag, it does relax you for the rest of the heat. I have to say, that last heat was a treat to watch, wasn't it? Between the two Goya riders, especially, which we saw a lot of on the camera. Julius, nice little air, linked to another turn, but that wave just backed off there, came in at a different angle. It was a bit odd. And going to tack out. Oh, we missed that from Dave. Just re-entry of an aerial there. That's a lovely move, real floaty one as well. So he'll be happy with that. Grabbing the mast when he tacks. Mr. Gem Hall technique. If you're watching, Gem Hall, probably aren't. Look, someone's listening to you. Right. So, 4-man heat, game of cat and mouse. The worst thing in this sort of conditions is in these 4-man heats. If you can either be in sync with the swell or not. So, the worst thing is you're going out and you're watching the other two people tacking on the swell, and then by the time you get out, and the swell, the set waves have gone through, and then you start picking off the smaller waves, and it's a game of mind over matter. Actually, you need to just wait out there, wait and get back in sync with the sets. So we've got the other Severn rider here. So it's not Luke. It's it is Luke. It is Luke. Luke is picking out the waves beautifully here. Lovely little air there. Luke is one of those, unassuming, silent assassins. Really, he's, I think Duncan was saying he hadn't really heard of him, but I've been to a few competitions here and then. He's always there. He's always there, making his way through the rounds. He's pretty awesome on the freestyle board too. Jibing onto set here. Maybe is the one behind it bigger? I don't know. So this is Julius, right, on the other Severn sail. Nice bottom turn, floaty, not quite aerial there, but float over the section, which is really nice. But it's a good swell. Let's reform, and he keeps on it. So that's 3 good quality turns there, and jibe out of it. So I think after these next 2 rounds we go into the man-on-man ones to work the way up to the final, where Lucas Meldrum's waiting at the top of the pile. He won the single elimination this morning, beating Ben Page. As we've got Dave bearing off into a decent wave here. Look at that, nice hit there, but that wave just closed out. He'll be a bit annoyed about that, but he'll make the most of it for sure. Shame we didn't get to see the whole of that aerial he did before, because I think that could have been a real decent one. Yeah, I spoke to Lucas briefly, and I said, how'd it go? He said he won it, but he was a bit surprised because he said he had a bit of a shock. He didn't sail as well as he thought he could. But then he said Ben Page also said the same, so he was a bit surprised to win that. Very happy. But still, it means that Ben will still be stoked. He can get a chance to go for the win. He'd have to beat Lucas twice in the super final, but the worst he can come is 3rd. So this is Hannes there, nice turn. Buries a rail again, and that was, I'm not really sure what that was. That was probably an aerial, but they seem to be on the same wave there, so not really sure what happened there. Either way, we don't generally have any priority kind of discussions like they might do in surfing. But then if two people are on the same wave, then that's definitely, you know, contestable. You shouldn't really get onto a wave that someone else is on. So Dave Horrocks were out searching for a decent set wave. By set waves we mean the three that come in that are significantly bigger than the others. So you know, when you look at wave size and a wave period, the period is the time between the set waves coming through. And nice hit there. We've got two here. That was a gobbage, was it? Oh. So just, you know, looking at this, and we've got two cameras on and two riders both wave riding. So isn't that make you know, as you can see at home, you know, unless you've got like 4 sets of eyes, how do you keep on both riders to make sure you're doing it? So I think Duncan Coombs might be up helping them, spotting them. Don't know where he should be here. I don't know where he's gone. Probably for a wander down the beach for his coffee. And here's Dave. Right, what's he going to do with this? He's probably going to he's looking at it to see if it's worth taking. There, he'll bear down, get speed, and he'll want to hit an aerial off this, or a nice cutback. That's really smooth. Unfortunately, the tails went too out and he couldn't control that. It's raining sand in here. Oh, that was a shame he missed that swell there. That was Luke trying to tack onto a swell. Look at the colour of that water. I mean, it's almost Caribbean. Right, so you can see 1 minute 30 left of this. And again, I couldn't call this heat. Maybe you at home we'll have some discussions. Ping us something on the Facebook who you think should be winning heats or not. Be always interesting to see. Or on the YouTube feed. Any questions you've got we could maybe try and answer. Right, Julius, who's probably last. Oh, that was lovely actually. Lucky to get back in there. Nice turn, and unfortunately he came off the top there. Too much power in his sail probably. So good start the wave. Will it be his highest scoring? I don't know. I don't know. So Dave Horrocks upwind on the left. Now right. If this is a decent swell, then this could be Dave's moment in this heat. It's like a lovely swell. It's really choppy, you can see. It's right in front of the wave, gets a lovely turn, quite safe I'd say, but he's looking for a better section there. Catches the rail of the board there, but holds it together. Lovely turn, just throwing the tails out. But hit that bit of chop where the rail just buried, but he held it together. Loads of good skill there. He's a solid rider, Dave Horrocks. Right, so we're off, are we? Okay. Right, so next heat's up. We have, I don't know, Bubble and Coxie, Finn Mellon and Volta. This is going to be entertaining, that is for sure. I windsurf at home with Bubble and Coxie a lot. There's a good bit of competition, healthy competition between the two. Good high standard where we live actually. If you get to Southbourne Beach on a good day, really chunky, you'll see them out there doing massive back ease, decent backside hits. so that they've got the skills there. But normally on starboard tack, and the other two I think are more port tack. So we'll see. Going over to Sam now to go to the heat board and see where we're at.
Well, seems to be doing the same thing all the time. He's coming to the heat ball and looking for up. I've got Rory Somerville with me here. Rory,
Yeah.
how are you, mate?
I'm in a state of shock because they've just put a jump on in like side offshore. So I'm trying to figure out what the story is with that, but I think that's pretty nuts. Yeah, sorry.
So look, talk me through. Where are you right now? So you're right up here, okay? Your heat this morning against Phil Horrocks, you lost, but it was pretty close, right?
It was pretty close. I got the higher wave score, so I'll take that. But I didn't win it, so it doesn't matter what I got. I didn't win it. And then whoever wins out of all this.
So that's just happened. That one's just happened, right?
Yeah.
And that was pretty tight. And now we're in with
this one.
That's a pretty big. This is a pretty big.
Yeah, that's a death heat right there. That's like could win it today. Could win it today. Could win it today. Could win it today. And then whoever goes in.
Did you just say could win it today 4 times?
Yeah.
Okay, right.
All
Just wanted to check that.
Yeah, no, I didn't just like absolutely slate my mates. No. And then 2 from there, 2 from there, and then whoever goes through from that goes through here.
So they're coming for you. They're coming for you.
No. I'm coming for them.
Oh, you're coming for them. Okay, great.
Don't worry
Okay,
about it.
there you go. Rory Somerville is coming for them. That's what he said, right? Go on, Rory. He's coming for you.
Now? Nope.
So we're into the final 4-man heat of the men's pro double. We got Andy Chambers, Finn Mellon, James Cox, and Valters Videnix.
Thank you. Just went to check out what was going on the heat board there, and it's getting quite exciting. It's getting windier. So in 2 heats time, oh here we go. This is Coxie. A nice top turn there, and small wave though, so he needs to go out and get some bigger waves. But he'll be there getting some scores on the board there. No doubt he'll been watching the 2 Goyas out there from the previous heats, which were probably maybe the highest standard riding of the day so far, in my very unprofessional opinion. So in 2 heats time, so after this it's going to go man on man, and in 2 heats time I think the talk is of throwing a jump in the mix, so that's going to make things exciting. I think
Somerville wasn't overly happy about that.
Oh, Rory didn't like that. Wow. Well, I wonder why that is. Rory Somerville, as you might have watched him, is excellent with the wave riding, and by his own admission, his jumping's probably not as up to par as the other guys. He's still working on it. Lovely hit there. Was that Volta? You could see he wanted a tacker there. He's trying it again. He's trying the tacker. You can tell when they want to try the tacker because as they get up to the top, you can see them really trying to push the sail round and throw the sail forward a bit to get that rotation. Yeah, this is going to be I think if I know James, he'd be wanting the jump already. And here we have Finn Mellon. Lovely top turn spray coming off that, and he's going to another lovely hit there. He'll just get the white water, probably try attacker. There you see, he's trying to push those fins out there. That tacker's going to come, I think. Here comes James Cox. Nice bottom turn, great top turn. Nice little bit of air there, comes off the back. Yeah, so I should think with the jump it does make it a bit easier to distinguish between scores. If the wave scores are quite close together, you put a jump in and suddenly, if someone does a tabletop forward, well that's really easily significantly higher than say someone doing a normal forward or a back loop. So it does separate scoring a bit more from that point of view, and also puts a bit more pressure on wave riding, because if you say you haven't got the combination jumps in your repertoire, then and you maybe only got forward, so you can get a high forward, but then they won't score as much as someone do a tabletop forward. Maybe that's even lower, so you've got to get more in your wave heat. Right, we've got the red here, Finn Mellon coming in again. Lovely cut back, throwing the tail out. He's really going for that tacker. He really wants that tacker, doesn't he? But that's a risky move because now he's, you know, he's under the water there. You know, you lose your breath, you lose your momentum sometimes when that happens. Okay, so if you're watching this on YouTube, can you do a bit of a like, subscribe and share? If you can share this, that'd be amazing. To share it by Facebook, on YouTube, Instagram, any channels like that, that'd be awesome, because there's some really good quality stuff here and we really want to showcase the best of UK windsurfing and also, you know, Scottish windsurfing too. So please like, subscribe and share if you can. There's Andy Chambers. He's on a 4 metre. Lovely bottom turn, lovely cutback as well. Very surfy style there, and right down the boom. Smacks that, throws his tail out, so he's got a great scoring wave here. Now he's going to want an aerial there, a little aerial popping it out, and then there's going to just a few whitewater hits. He has got the freestyle moves, so will he? He might. Oh, he tapped drive there. He's been watching Finn Mellon, so I'm sure he'll be thinking, right, I'm going to throw a tacker in. Or try and throw a tacker in at some point. Right. James Cox here, hunting for a swell. Just to put Coxie's windsurfing in perspective, I think you know. Here he goes, lovely turn here. Top cut back. Another great turn. Small wave, but he's still getting those points there. What he really needs is a nice set wave, like this pretty little area hill. Yeah, nice little air. Great skill there and reading the waves, so that's going to go well with the judges. James Cox doesn't get to sail this way very often, let alone cross offshore. And then we have got Wouters. Lovely hit there. Lovely hit. Bottom turn onto the white water where it's a bit broken but nice and smooth. Hitting the white water sometimes is always a bit unpredictable because you're not really sure what it's going to do to you because it's quite aerated. Right, so we've got someone's slamming the door again. We've got this Finn Mellon again, hunched up, right over his fins, getting right over the board. Nice surfy style going on there. Almost like they're slalom racing here. They're racing out to find the big swell. So who tacks first? So if it's the same swell, then the person more upwind. So when I was saying we don't get priority there, that was, you could see James Cox was more upwind. He tacked first on it, so rightly so. It was either Finn or Wouters backed off it because they saw it wasn't theirs to take. So what we've got here is tracking upwind is James Cox. He's seen the swell breaking there and he's going to hope it starts forming downwind. So it looks like nice vertical bit of power. You can see the chop on the board there. Going hand right down the boom, sheeting right in to get as much drive over that rail and those fins as possible. It's a section. We've got some really slick, nice controlled wave riding from James Cox here. So he'll be hoping to get a bigger wave, definitely. That's a little poppy aerial there from Bubble on the inside section. Good stuff. And a nice another little poppy aerial there, and that was, I think, Finn Mellon. So they're matching each other here, aren't they? They're watching what each other's doing. Oh, this is Finn, is it? That was Wouters. Finn Mellon here. His time is brilliant. Fantastic aerial. He's gonna no. Oh, that's lucky. I thought the nose was gonna go in there. And attacker, and so that there. I mean, even the attacker's off the little white water bit at the end. You think, well, how do I score that? Well, no one else has done it yet, so that means it's going to be put up there in terms of risk and complexity. If everyone was doing it off every wave, then maybe scores, the scoring of it would go down, but they're not. And that was what he had there. He had an aerial, lovely back into the face, another nice section here and attacker at the end. So again, that is, the judges will probably like that. Certainly get excited as we did, and that'll probably be the highest scoring wave yet. The others will have seen that. So Bubbles out to sea, looking, hunting for something. Definitely easier to see from the drone angle, the swells. Always one behind you, isn't it? Right, he turns on there. I think if they want to beat Finn in this heat, then someone's really got to do a manoeuvre on a wave of some kind. So look, Bubbles powered up there and he's on a 4 metre, so it shows how windy it is. Right, Coxie, this looks like a good wave. Nice hitting the white water. Head dunk. Hits the section again, not his highest scoring wave, so I should think he knows that and he'll just tack out. And right, Bubble on his Goya sails. Nice 3 colours, these are the ones that got carbon in them. He's on the Goya board, not a Quattro. James Cox is using the Quattro, the KT shaped ones. Right, so we've got 2 screens here, and obviously we have 2 screens there. So Volters is a 1. Haven't seen that much of Volta in this heat so far. But it's got a superstar. That's an amazing wave from Bubble there. It's doubling up there, so what's going to happen with it? Nice bottom turn, nice aerial. Oh, I mean, that's a great open face at first. He's going downwind, he knows time's up, so he's going to try and get something off this to continue. Nice wave from Coxie again. Over to you at home to call it. Like, subscribe and share. Never thought I'd be saying that. Right, we're going over to Sam at the heat board. Do we wait for them to come in and see? I don't know. We're going to be running down to the next heat. So you see James Cox is right down the beach. Is he on there? Yeah.
Yeah, James Cox is right down the beach, but I'm with the other James Cox, the real James Cox.
Yeah,
this is
the original.
This is the real James Cox who does all the logistics for us here on the beach and makes sure that he digs out all the cars and the tractors and with everything. So anyway, well, look, it is moving on. I'm going to take you quickly to the take you to the scoreboard here. So in that 28A and 28B, it was Hannes Gobish first and Julius Byrne second. So they advanced to man-on-man in 30A. And we're just waiting the results from Andy Chambers, Finn Mellon, James Cox and Wolters Wiedniks to see who goes up into the other man-on-man. So it's pretty good. Willie, how are you doing? How are you enjoying this event? You're the event organiser. What's your view on the proceedings?
We've now got a little bit more cross-offshore wind, and it really is quite windy out there, so the sky's flying down the line. There's some really good opportunities for aerials and kind of aerial attack on the wave. Quite surprised actually how windy it's got, how quickly. The tide pushing, a lot of the guys now starting off right in front of the rock. So it's starting to turn into a crowd-pleasing event at the moment, with guys potentially wiping out and losing their kit. But the competition zone's just getting better and better as the tide pushes in. More and more. The judges were really happy. I was around there about 20 minutes ago, and they were blown away with the conditions. They thought it was, really good.
Great. So we're pushing through the competition. So we shall get a result of the British champion this afternoon, will we? Is that right, Nigel?
Yeah, and we're about to put a jump in, Sam. As Willie's just mentioned, it turned a little bit, so got a bit more cross off. They're putting a jump in after the next heat, so that's upset quite a few people. Like, just had Rory Somerville coming up here going, "Why did you jump in?" Well, yesterday he took the jump out and he was happy. Not happy today. Chambers has got a score settled. It's all going off.
But will we get a British champion today?
Let's hope so. It could happen. If the weather stays the way it is and everything, goes to plan, we'll have a British champ by the end of the day.
There we go. We can have a British champ by the end of today, Clyde. What do you reckon to that?
Yeah. So you can see Julius Burns gone through and Hannes Gobic gone to 2-man heats. At some point, I'll let you know when they do, they're going to throw a jump in. Well, that's what I last heard. I'll go and double check. Easier to follow the 2 people now, and we'll see. So we're still waiting for the results to come from the Mellon, Cox, Chambers round. Is that result coming through yet? Nice wave here from Hannes. Ariel, can he keep in the white water there? That was actually quite nice because he tried to get a bit tweaked. 2 waves, no jumps, as you can see. This is on the red, it's Julius Byrne. I think we saw his last wave, didn't we? He got that lovely aerial which kind of landed at the top on the rail and he stayed in, so that was probably what got him through this, just above the others. Yep, definitely a bit of swell. I don't think. Is there? Oh, there's 1 jump on this, so that'll be interesting to see what they'll do. 1 jump, 2 waves. When it's cross offshore like this, jumping's a little bit tricky, but you can certainly get a good bit of whip, especially on forwards, because you're already off the wind when you take off, and then backies are quite easy to over rotate, so real skill. Great top turn there. Nice little air there. That's good. Right, we are getting the results soon of the first place Finn Mellon, second place Andy Chambers, third James Cox, and 4 Voltus. So I think we all agreed, and maybe you at home as well, that Finn probably got that heat, and we couldn't decide if it was between Andy Chambers or James Cox. The old foes, the old Southbourne Avon friends but rivals, and it looked like in this time Andy Chambers got through as opposed to James Cox. I'm going to keep a wide berth of James Cox for a while. He'll probably go and sail it out somewhere, I should think. Unlucky there, but that was always going to be a close call. Right, back to this heat now, where they're just tacking out and trying to decide what waves to do. So Nigel, who runs the BWA and is in charge of the heat board, tells us it's 1 jump. But do these 2 out there know that? I haven't seen any inclination that they've been going for a jump, but then if they're not playing, then of course they can't jump. So we shall see. I would say the bottom half of the draw, from what we've seen, is definitely, as they say, a bit more stacked than the top half of the draw. Right, and we go down the line. Nice swell, this one for Hannes. That's one of the better waves of the day I've seen. It's kept itself open. Bit chop, hits the top there. Lovely surfy style coming off the back, off the front there. Another one, throws it out, and we want a little bit of air if you can. That's a great scoring wave. What have we got now? We're hearing that one of the female sailors has taken a whack on the nose and broken the nose, so we hope she's okay. We have some doctors around on the beach. I'm sure they'll be helping her out. So fingers crossed there that she can get that fixed. Oh, Corrie's had to go home and broken her nose. It's a real shame. These are great. She's got great wave riding skills, so she'll be absolutely gutted with that. Very high level windsurfer. Right. Julius here, hoping for a wave. And this is a bit of a small one. I would have thought he'd probably think better of this, really. Unless he's got a few skills up his sleeve. He's probably looking downwind and looking at those lovely sets. Look at that, he tries a goiter. We haven't seen any of those, so maybe that's what he was, you saw that wave a bit punchy. Well, if he pulls a goiter off, that's going to raise the bar again. I know those watching, high up in the ranks, Phil, Lucas, have all got that in their repertoire. I think Phil only saves them for competition these days. But he still pretty much do everything, Phil. Right, so great bottom turn there. It's a nice hit there. Only old swell. Biggest one so far, maybe. Nice bottom turn. Yeah. There's a tide push. So yeah, with the tide pushing in, he's quite the way down the bay there. You can see the waves are much bigger down the bay. So that's the swell's coming into the bay, and it's obviously hitting that side more. I mean, with 4 minutes to go, that's quite a long way down the beach to be, as you can see. Somehow he's got to get himself all the way back up here, and that's psychologically quite hard because your competitor who's right the way upwind would just be there hanging out, taking his time waiting for the decent swells to come through. Right, there's another kite surfer in the way over there. Hopefully not getting in the competition area. Oh, there was a forward loop, so he knows there's a jump. So, is that, the problem is that's a flat water forward, so which counts for a jump. It's a bit desperate, isn't it? Because everyone can do the flat water forward. So how do you judge that? It's going to get 2 points, maybe 3, because it's nice and clean. And if the other rider doesn't get one, so he's got those points more. But really, if you're going to include a jump, it needs to come off a wave. Lovely section here, nice little floater, and he's going to hit it there. He's hitting the sections well here, isn't he? A bit too early on that one, maybe. For maximum projection. It's questionable about the jump in here, isn't it? Should we do a jump or not? Right. Okay, so we have just had it confirmed that Corrie's broken a nose and she's been advised to return home and has left the competition. So that's really unlucky for her, and we really wish her the best recovery. Right. So I haven't seen a jump from... I've seen Hannes' forward, but I haven't seen a jump from Julius yet. Was that flatwood? Did anyone do a jump off a wave? Oh, Hannes did off a wave, right. So that'll be a higher scoring jump. But it's better to add some points on your jumping score sheet than leaving that blank.
I said, don't try and straighten it here. When you go home, get someone sorted out. I was like, if it was me, I would take some pain.
So they're getting towards the last tail 2 minutes of this. They're both looking quite tired. And their wind's dropped off a little bit, but then they're down quite a way down the bay, and it's actually more gusty over there. It's definitely stronger on the left of the bay, although the waves are bigger down the bottom of the bay there.
What I said was, don't get anyone here to try to fix your nose.
So for any of you joining, we're at the Maze beach in Tiree. We were here, I think all 3 days of competition have been here so far. It's favours southerly, southeasterly winds, southeasterly today, so it's a bit cross offshore, but also there's northerly winds from the other side, so you get starboard tacking northerly. Barrel of fuel would be quite good today. It's be cross on and a bit bigger. Head judges, the judging team have decided that the infrastructure and the opportunity down the line, downline here, would be the favourable option for the day. So both windsurfers are stuck downwind a bit, and they'll be trying to make their way upwind, where it's a bit windier and the waves are smaller, but they have a bit more power to them. They can get a bit more vertical. So this is Julius coming in. I mean, this will be his last sort of go at this in this heat, I should think. So not really on much of a wave there, but he's got 20 seconds left, and that's the end of the heat for him, I would say. I mean, these waves aren't going to score any better than the ones he's already got. I should think he's pretty exhausted, and he's going to walk his kit or sail his kit all the way upwind. So it's a two-man heat. The winner of this will go through, so that means there's going to be a heat break, because otherwise the winner, well, we won't be able to get to his heat for one, and he needs a bit of a breather, have some water. So are we going to go over to Sam? We're going to go over to Sam right now, back to the heat board, see Nigel and see what's going on.
First of all, I have Corrie's mum here. I hear Corrie has broken her nose. Can you...
Oh, I hate being on telly, but yeah, she's broken her nose. It's like...
Oh dear.
Yeah.
So she's out, so you're going to look after her.
She's still gorgeous. She's not that bad.
She takes after her dad. So she's actually thinking she might go out, but yeah.
Okay, well we all send her our best, right?
Thank you so much.
Amazing news if she was to stay, because she's doing so well.
No,
I broke this twice, and look how gorgeous I am.
So come on, just talk about the facts that are important, not about how beautiful you are, right, Nigel?
Yeah, I forgot what
I don't know what you've got to do. Who won the Gobbish Burn one?
I'm waiting to hear about that one at the moment, but we do have obviously chat. I'm just still putting this one through. We've got Finn Mellon in here, so this is going to be and Chambers here. There we go. This is going to be a crazy one. This is going to be Finn Mellon and Andy Bubble Chambers. Chambers has got a score to settle, okay, but Finn Mellon's sailing amazingly.
But look how many's come back. Mellon's come back. 1, 2, 3, 4. So he's on the charge, right? Who else is on the charge? Anyone else? Julius Byrne seems.
Julius Byrne, yeah. The Irish representation's been absolutely fantastic. I mean, they're knocking the Scottish boys out here. Ireland, it's like Ireland 2, Scotland 0, I think, at the moment.
Ireland 2, Scotland 0. And I can see Ben there waiting patiently, watching, looking exceptionally cool as Dr. Ben always is. Dr. Ben, watching. What's the comeback kid? Finn Mellon's on the charge.
Yeah, he's looking good. Yeah, there's still a lot of heats for them to go. And they've got to get through Rory and Phil, who are both, really good in these conditions before they get to me. So, see what's what. The waves look really good now, so it should be fun.
Feeling strong.
Yeah, it looks really fun actually. It'll be right.
Great.
I'm a bit confused. I don't understand what's going on. I mean, I thought this was supposed to be Julius and Robbie.
It's two.
Finn seems to be saying, but we're doing two-man.
We're doing two-man now. We're doing
these two, Gobbish and Bird.
Have been out, and then it's those two. Yeah, now it's Mellon and Chambers. We have a heat break, and then we go into here.
Right. Okay, cool.
So yeah, so it's good. So anyway, well done you. Looking very cool, exceptionally cool as ever. Back to the super cool Clyde in the delightful OB truck.
We're back on. Am I back on? I lied, it's not a heat break, so don't put the cup of tea on. National Grid will be relieved. Coming back, watching. Well, if you did get a cup of tea, you're lucky. You sit back, put your feet up, and this is going to be a quality heat. So there is a jump to count, and you might have just missed it. We saw the tail end of Finn getting a forward loop in early. Mast, yeah, waves are good. Finn's mast hit the water, but he jumps in, and there's Bubble with a more spinny, cleaner forward there. So they've both got forwards in, so I'd say that's pretty cancels each other out now. And nice hit there. Bubble will know in his head that Finn beat him the last time, but Bubble is a staunch competitor, and he'll be analysing that and know exactly what he's got to do. Lovely wave selection there, really smooth, stops the nose from burying. He's got a pump down, but the wave closes out, so Probably going to get one more turn and then tack out or jibe out of that one, I would have thought. He'll be match racing Finn in this. He'll be keeping his eye on him, making sure that whatever Finn does, he will do and will try and do better. That's a great thing with two-man heats. You can really keep your eye on someone else just to make sure your scoring is on par with them, and then you've just got to get one more. Lovely swell here. Look at that. Finn is amazing at picking up these really good swells. That just opened up for him and he perfectly tacked onto that. That is a lovely wave. Slick bottom turn, hits the section, throws the tail out. Ooh, almost sped the rail there. Another one there. He's going to come right in front of this and try and get a tack. As we saw a bubble coming down very steep from a back loop and couldn't quite hold the landing. That's the problem with this cross offshore wind, is that when you spot your landing, you're still not quite sure what the clue's going to do with the sail. You normally land quite off the wind, but it's quite very unpredictable. And at the top of the loop in a cross offshore wind, you can like get thrown up or you can come down a bit strange. So it's a lot trickier. Bubble has got a very consistent back loop though, so I'm sure that he'll be pulling one out in this. And if he does, then the back loop scores considerably more than the front loop. Right, nice surfy carve. Maybe, you know, not enough power to keep him upright on that one. There we go. He's looking for another nice set wave. You can see them on the horizon. And he's probably going to tack on this one, right? There we go. Oh, he's missed that one. He's working his way upwind, I should think, waiting for timing it right so more sets come out. Oh, what's happened to Andy's sail here? Has he got a caddy waiting for him, or is he okay? Something he wasn't happy with there. Not sure what that was. Meanwhile, we've got Finn out back being followed by the drone. Something really skillful piloting going on here by the drone team. Getting some great angles. So we've got Finn there's picked up a good swell. And nice cut back. There was a double up wave here, but look at that, that's lovely and steep. It's going to be a good aerial off that. Yes, Finn, it's right back in, got the flow going and he keeps the speed up. That was an epic wave from Finn Mellon there. And he's using the white water to track himself upwind. Really good technique for getting upwind, especially when it's cross offshore. Get the white water to get you back upwind a bit. Andy out the back. I don't know if he'll have seen that last wave Finn's got. He'll be searching for a decent sized wave now, not taking a smaller one in. I love this drone angle, like zooming in on him. There he is. On my screen he's right in our crosshairs. That's a bit ominous. Right. So, choppy. You can see there's a lot of chop going on there. Quite hard to tell if that's a swell to bother with or not, really. Generally, if it's cross offshore and you are on a swell, you pick up a lot of more wind speed and you notice the apparent wind in your sail, so it does help you decide if that's a decent wave or not. Right. No, he decided that wasn't worth going for. He looked over his shoulder, he's seen this one coming through, so good choice from Andy there. Andy Chambers on the Goya kit. If you like what he's doing, want to see more and more of this, and please like this page, share it with all your mates. Lovely bottom turn. Really smooth. Look how smooth that is. Nice aerial there. Oh, that is so unlucky. He was a bit unlucky there because it actually went light. Even though the wave cleaned it, it went lighter, so he didn't have the power to keep him going back in the wave. I've just heard on the radio that after this heat they're going to pull the jump I think that's a good decision because you know you don't want to do a jump off flat water when you're in the pro fleet just to get your jump in. And if everyone's going to do a forward, then like I say, everyone in the pro fleet can do a forward loop. So how are you going to make it a really differentiated move there? So it's probably a good thing. But then if I was Bubble in this heat and the jumps are still on, I would be searching for a backie. Oh, lovely stalled forward there. Unlucky for him. Unlucky. That's a great wave there. So that is the issue with doing these stalled forwards on when it's cross offshore and gusty. You go up with loads of wind, and then as you saw him do the rotation, like he literally lost the wind and he fell out the sky. That would have been an awesome forward and a great angle as well. Right, lovely smooth wave for Andy Chambers here. Lovely off the top, really smooth off the edge of the back of the board. Another great wave. Now, what we really want Andy to do is show us a bit of trickery, don't we? That's what we want to see. I don't think he's going to get it on this wave. He's got 3 minutes to go. He's got plenty of time. I would not be surprised if we see him land a backie. I don't know what Finn Mellon's backies are like, and as you can see, Finn's styling it through these heats. The reason why Finn was lower down in the ranks was after that really windy starboard tack, mainly jumping day we had, and you know, there's a few here, Lucas, James Cox, Andy, who really can go a step above the others when it actually comes to jumping, and Phil of course, and Dave. But there was starboard tack, and actually Dave and Phil were on the boat with me, so I don't know what I'm talking about. Look at that, sick, clean, lovely back in. That was an amazing angle, wasn't it? I mean, I know Bubble who'll be capturing that, and you'll see that on Facebook. Guarantee it. That was an awesome backie, right up to the drone. Really nice landing, getting that nose right in, and as clean as you're going to get today. So Finn Mellon under pressure now, because that back loop will have really probably put Bubble even on the lead here. Did Finn Mellon see it? That's the thing. If he did, no, he's got an arm down there. Does that mean he's a bit dejected? I don't know. He's still got 1 minute 50. If you see someone land something like that in front of you in a heat, it does mess with your mind a little bit. So I should think the adrenaline of landing that as well. Andy's going to be right up there, and look, he's on a really good swell here. This will be interesting to see. No, he's backed off that. That's surprising. That is quite surprising. Is the one behind any better? It's a doubler. Maybe he thinks so. His view is better out there than ours. I think what we all at home want to see is Andy bust out some moves, don't we? We want to see like a tacker or a wave. Oh, this is an awesome wave. Smooth, holds up. The wind's holding it up. Floats off the top. Keep it held up. Right, is he going to get any speed and then try a tacker at the end? Or is he not? I don't think he is. He's got no speed there. He jibes out of it. Right. If you've just joined us and you've just seen the last couple of minutes, you'll have seen Andy Chambers land a really decent floaty back loop perfectly and get on a clean, held up, decent sized set wave. So based on those two, that puts Andy ahead, but then I don't know how it'd go with the rest of the heat. We haven't seen Finn Mellon here from Ireland pulling out any of his moves, like he did a tacker the last heat, some sick aerials. It's going to be a close one. I mean, Bubble's definitely winning on the jumps, there's no doubt about that. Are we counting down the last 10 seconds? Right, lovely turn here. Now, Finn will have to try a tacker here. He's going to go down this section here. This is going to go for a tacker. Guarantee it. Tries to push the tail out, but not enough projection there for that. Right. What do you think at home? I'm sure the South Coast boys at Avon Beach Surfers, our little Facebook group. We're cheering Bubble on. I'm sure the Irish contingent will be cheering Finn Mellon on. So let's see what's going on there. And if any of you are at work, now minimise the window so your bosses can't see and get on with your spreadsheets, if you can. And before you do that, remember to like, share, and especially on Facebook and Instagram, because we get loads of hits that way, and it's really good to see, you know, all this footage of a UK competition. Right, I should think once Bubble and Finn are in, it'll be tension down at the board. It's going to be interesting this one because Sam's going to put his camera right in Bubble's face. Yesterday he was angry. Is he going to be happy today? We shall see. Over to you, Sam.
Well, that's a very good question. He's tried to avoid me at all possible costs today, Clyde. Wherever I go, in fact, wherever I am, everyone just seems to disappear now after that, talking to Bubble yesterday. So I come out here and the heat board is completely empty. So that's really what you call throwing someone right under the bus, right? So there we are. Yeah, completely thrown under the bus. But what we can do, no, is a heat break. There's no heat break. Are we not on a heat break?
No, I don't think so.
I thought we're on a 38, 30. We're on a women's event. We're on a women's heat. That's what we're on now. Yeah. So back in there, we're on a women's heat. The women's. That is effectively the heat break is now the women's. So it's lucky I went out there and looked at the heat board, right? So we could. But what I think we can. The rest of the beach. Here they come. Here come some of the competitors in. You can just see down there. Here comes Hanish Gobish in. Oh no, Finn Mellon coming in, and Rory being Rory. Right. So there we are. Look, back to you guys in the studio. I'm just waffling really, and probably not making the most sense.
So we're straight into four-man women's heat break for whoever won the last one. Corrie, who we reported earlier with her broken nose, she has got a broken nose. She was advised to leave the island, but actually re-advised that actually she wanted to stay, and so she's missing this heat out, and we'll do the next women's heat. So amazing from her. I mean, to have a broken nose and still keep competing because she really wants the title, that is resilience right there for you. So well done, Corey. It is. I just looked out there. It's really windy still, really gusty, really windy. So let's see what the girls have got for us. Okay, so that's news just in. No jumps for girls, no jumps for men. Bubble will be like thanking the ocean gods or something like that. They had a jump in his heat because he really wanted to have a jump yesterday when it wasn't jumping. So he'll be very pleased about that. And now it's down to pure wave riding. Right, so I think one of the girls tried to do forward at the back there, so I'm not sure if they know that it's no jumps. Okay. So we have got just updating the stream with the vests and who's in this heat. Okay, so we've got Lee Campbell in the red, Kate in the green, Georgia in the white, and Leah in the yellow. The yellow sort of. A nice panoramic view of the bay here. We're hid behind this rock you can see right here, to be fair. Whoa, do you want to know the scores? Did you hear those scores? I'm not going to tell you. First place was Andy Chambers, Bubble from the South Coast, and second place was Finn Mellon. So as we were, you know, as I was saying, I was predicting that backy and that wave definitely would have got Bubble that heat. Sam, you can chase him now. He'll be all right. He won't give you the death stare today. Finn Mellon might, absolutely. Right, so lovely top turn there. We panned off that one there. Maybe that wasn't one of the competitors, but we did see one lovely top turn there. And very small sails there. When the sails get too small, though, when it's so gusty, they make them really twitchy, which sometimes I find personally a bit harder for wave riding because there's less boom to really to play with. So Andy Chambers through that heat, and so that puts him up into fighting for 5th place, I think. He'll be very happy about that. In terms of, while the ladies are here looking for some swells, some set waves to tack on, so that means that all 5 title contenders are still in the competition. We have leading it in Tiree is Lucas. Second is Ben. Ben's an outsider to get the title, if I'm honest. I think the maths might sum up that he could get it. Then in 3rd place there, who did we have? Was it Phil, I think, potentially? And now we've got Bubble in the mix too. So that's a lovely fast wave there from Leah. Loads of board speed there. Loads of board speed. Just gone out of view. And coming in here on, I think it's the S2 sail. That is not a female. Get out of the heat. Go away. So now we've got out the back looking for a swell is that George? No, it's yeah. Who's on the red? It could be Georgia. It must be Georgia. Yeah. She's probably really well powered up, but just stalling, waiting for a swell to come. It's a bit annoying when you make your way in and the swells don't really work out, and you kind of think, what do I do? I mean, what's quite good in a competition when there's no one out there, you can see a decent swell in front of you and sail over the back of it. Not usually advisable at home because it's called dropping in, and there could be someone in the water you can't see. But sometimes it's the best way to keep some speed if you've got an open beach there. Nice little wave from her. She's got her wave on the score sheet there. She'll be coming upwind, trying to get back out again. Oh, that was Ailey Sutherland, right? My apologies, viewers. Okay, the boss got that wrong there. I need my glasses on. Right, this is Kate. This is Kate with the white bib. Okay. So as I was saying before, title contenders. So we have Lucas with a 1st place so far here and a 3rd in Rossniger. We have Phil Horrocks, I think, is 3rd here as it stands, but he got a 1st place Rossniger. So as it stands, I think they're on even points. Bubble got 2nd in Rossniger, and he's working his way up the ladder here. So Bubble has got his work cut out. He's got to get all the way up ladder. Most importantly, beat Phil. Then I need to work out some mental arithmetic here. and I'll get back to you on that one. Great bottom turn here, lovely off the top, clean wave opening out for her, and nice for Leah. Look at that, she threw her tails out, controls the slide down the wave, really like threw it there. So she's hand right there down the boom as she gets to the top, just punches out and gets a nice bit of spray. So we've got Kate here waiting for a wave to pick her up, and falls off the back of that one, unfortunately for her. So what we need to have a look at is where's Leah in this heat, and where's Laith as well. Sorry, apologies, get the names wrong. Right. We have some new information about what's going to happen after this heat. We just wait for some confirmation. Decision is, are we going into the amateurs double elimination or not? I feel really we should, if we're doing the double elimination here in these conditions, we should keep it the whole way through, because otherwise, you go into different conditions, favours different people, kind of, you want to keep it on a even playing sheet really. So we'll see what's going on with that. Got a beautiful wave here from Leah. Awesome wave. Probably one of the best waves of the day. Look at that. Super clean riding right top to bottom. Lovely turn. You can see she's overpowered there at the top. You can see it's really hard for her to pull back in, even that small sail. And she's got the white water here. That was a, in terms of scoring, that was fantastic wave selection, really smooth wave riding. So, I mean, that to me puts Leah at the top at the moment in this heat. They've got 1 minute left on the clock, so little chance of any of the ladies on the inside getting anything. But that was, like I say, anyone would be pleased with that wave, and to be able to ride it like that. There's sort of waves, those cross-off smooth waves, if you're into windsurfing, you dream of. Well done, Leah. Right. Okay, wherever you're watching this home, don't put your kettle on just yet, because we might be having an interview with we might be at the scoreboard. I don't know. Okay, right, we're going to go into an ad break now as it times out. Get your cup of tea on, and we'll see you in a bit.
Our hero brand is native Hebridean salmon. So we sponsor the Wave Classic in Tiree. What's so nice is people really enjoying the salmon that we produce, and it can be traced back, so it's truly native Hebridean. People outdoors, sporty, having fun and enjoying the elements. In this natural environment, I mean, it's just beautiful.
Simmer style, confidence in your kit to push your limits.
First aid clothing for the outdoors, warm in the water, warm for afterwards.
Right. Just checked what's going on the heat board, and we are Govish and Chambers. This is for 5th place. We didn't see any interview with Andy, so I should think he'll be stoked. So we have Andy Chambers in the red vest and Hannah Skobic in the yellow vest. 2-man heats are much easier to see what's going on. No jumps, no windsurf. Oh, where are they? We're trying to find them. Bubble, oh there he is, he's on his blue sail, so he's changed up to 4.5, so the winds must be moderating a little bit, or maybe he felt he didn't have enough power for some bottom turns there. Right, so still trying to find where Hannes is, and there he is on the geotanes. That is a great swell he's tacked onto. The question is, can he get, before it breaks, can he bottom turn and hit that section? It looks like he can. It's already gone. He buries his rail, rescues it, not what he wanted at all. That was a risk. He was definitely too late for that, because as you can see, it had already broken, and by the time he wanted to get to the critical section, it had gone and he couldn't really get what he was hoping for. So Bubble, lovely clean wave here. Look at the colours of those waters. That's what's nice about sailing here in Scotland. The water's got this like crystal blue colour. Great first turn, nothing going on here. He's going to jibe out of that. Australian cake. Ooh, lovely. Just had some cake being passed down here. It's a bit of a treat. Oh, Rory Somerville's mum. Well, Rory Somerville, mum, your cake is amazing. Hello, she's right here. Thank you, your cake's amazing. Your son's not too bad at windsurfing. So your son's not too bad at windsurfing, he's alright. Right, it's Bubble on another swell here. This is a bit more of a confusing swell. You can see he's kind of got like a flat top. Is he going to jibe out? Yeah, I would have thought so. It's not worth taking in and getting yourself downwind on that. So we're on the double scene there. You can hear the radio in the back. It was quite a bit of an insight to hear about the communication that's going on between the judging team and the beach team, who's going through, what to do next, and so on. If you've never been to a windsurfing competition, a wave one, I highly recommend it, even if it's just to come and hang out on the beach. It's decent fun, it's a good crack. Sometimes, you know, if you want to help out, that's also really good, and then maybe you might be inspired to have a go. So Bubble here, Andy Chambers from the south coast on a 4.5, lovely wave. He's just gone into here. See a bit of a chop on his bottom turn there. He's not coming in front of the wave as much. Nice turn here. That's really smooth, wasn't it? The spray coming off that. Judge is going to love that. Another really nice turn. And the right hand side, we've got an equally good turn by Hannes there. You can see from the Hannes' screen, the drone does, you know, dress it up a little bit. the drone makes it look a lot smoother than it is. Whereas if you look on the right hand scene, you can see it's still quite choppy on the inside, which is why sometimes those rails are catching a little bit. But that last wave there, I think Andy will be happy with that. He knows he's probably got the set wave of the heat so far. And he's upwind as well. Hannes is downwind there. He'll be wanting to get right the way back upwind to get the pick of the waves. Right. Andy Chambers drived onto a wave, or a swell, not a wave. He's seen something that maybe we haven't. Maybe he's just trying to get back upwind. Yeah, he's stalling there, so I think he thought maybe he could race to get over the back of a swell, but actually the swell was travelling a bit too fast. Now we can see upwind this swell forming. So the idea here is really to track it upwind as much as you can and hope that you're in the right place for when it starts to break and appeal downwind. So you wait, and then it'll get to a point where you can drop down the face and it's real smooth in front of it, which he's done there. Lovely top turn, real smooth. Get it in before there's a section. Lovely off the, oh, that's a bit unfortunate for him there, so that won't really count for much, that wave. Five minutes on the clock. Sorry, I was eating some of that nice cake there. Definitely tastes of cinnamon. Nice planing calf drive from Bubble, keeping the speed up on the swell. You need to do that, because if you drop off the back of the swell, then then you lose your swell, don't you? So it's great top turn there, floaty, little aerial, another aerial I should think. Smashed that one. That was an awesome aerial, because you not only did he down in front of the wave, but you saw loads of spray come off. Nice turn on the right there from Hannes. Again, hitting the white water section all the way in, tracking the wave, milking as much as he can. Waves reforming. It's another section there. Good wave from Hannes. He's still scoring, but I think when you look at the two hits that Andy got on that larger wave, they're definitely going to be high up in the ranking on the judges' score sheet. So probably Andy Bubble, Chambers in front. Hannes, I think he knows he needs to get back up there. He's got 4 minutes left, so there's plenty of time. So come on, Hannes, get yourself upwind. And it's a new name to this pro fleet here in terms of the UK. So let's see what you got. You'll be happy with vying for fifth, I'm sure. But everyone wants to win. Okay. Andy's enjoying being in the upwind competitor here, getting the lion's share of the waves. Hannes on the right hand side, tacking, seeing a decent swell. It's a good tack that. Right. On the left, Andy's tracking a swell in. Oh, we can see they're actually quite close together there. Looks very different from the drone, doesn't it? And the beach camera, very different in terms of size, colour of water. This is great. We've got two sections here. Look at that. S shapes on the wave, comes down the wave, it barrels over, doesn't bury the nose, gets back in the pocket again, and another section here. He will be loving this. Look at that. That is another high scoring wave from him. He's going to jibe out of that nose. Another hit. Right, Hannes has got a look. That's a great aerial there. That's kind of not one of those projected one that gets in the wave, but just using the wave to its sort of natural projection to put you up in your top turn and just come back onto the face. That was a lovely wave. So, and that would have been right in front of Andy as Andy's going out there. I wonder what he'll be thinking about that. Does he feel he's done enough? So the competitors will be tiring now. And when you come back through the double elimination like this and you've got long heats, you don't get much of a break. And you know, you've got well, Phil actually. Phil's not been on the water today because this morning it was just Ben and Andy Page. So Rory and Phil have not been on the water. They'll be fresh. So there's advantages and disadvantages to that. The advantage is that your muscles aren't aching, you're not cramping up, you know, you're ready to go. But then the disadvantage is you haven't really tested the conditions out and got in the zone and in tune with the conditions. But Andy will be tiring. He does loads of exercise, by the way. Always amazes me. He says, "Oh, you know, get to the beach. I was at the gym this morning doing a hit session at 6 a.m. You know, I'm 6 a.m. I'm still fast asleep." Right. He does, yeah. Turbo cycling, all of that business. Right, Hannes there, lovely wave right up the top, smashing it. That was an awesome shot, awesome hit. I hope they got a picture of that on the still camera, because that would be really nice. Tracking it back in, there's a wave reform on the inside here. Lovely hit there as well. It's really hard to say actually in this heat. I mean, what I thought, maybe what we thought in here, was Andy's highest scoring wave was from a drone angle, and which always looks a bit different from the beach angle. So, you know, I wouldn't like to say at all. In fact, I'm not going to say. I hope you're all watching at home, wherever you are in the world. I think the link's on the PWA site. We're very privileged here, I think, in Tiree to have this kind of setup. We watch it. Oh, look at that lovely surfing from Bubble there. Hand down the boom, another one. Not much wind on that wave, to be fair. Last 15 seconds. That'll be it for Bubble. He looks tired. You can tell when someone looks tired, he'll want a breather. Yeah, so, you know, the Tiree Wave Classic here, the 40th anniversary up in Scotland. Please do like and share on all your social media accounts. You know, I don't see many water sports competitions that have the level of filming that we've got. We've got drone footage, we've got beach footage, split drone, and an excellent production team here. You might be watching the PWA. You might be watching the America's Cup, you know, and you know these guys here are the ones who do that kind of stuff, and we've got it here at a British windsurfing event, showcasing what Scotland's about. Right, we're going to Sam. Hello, Sam, on the board.
Hello, Clyde. That was great commentary. It's really good to hear what an expert thinks of all these things. But we've just completed heat 31. That's Gobbish and Chambers, and then what we go into straight away now is we're going to go into another women's heat. You can see on the board here we've just completed 31. Now we're going to go into women's 5, then we go to 32. Drop back to 32. It will be the winner of Gobbish and Chambers. The feeling I got from, I don't know what the result is. I'm not even going to try and second guess. But Nigel, we're getting through the story pretty quickly today. Any thoughts from you? What's going on really? Tide's coming in, waves are building, right?
Yeah, it's certainly still completable out there. Big story of the day is that, I know you're talking about the pros for a second, but the girls are just going out. Corinne McFarlane's broke her nose, but she's actually going to go back out now. She's got a title to defend. And then obviously we've got the very exciting event that's happening here with the pros all lining up for the final elimination ladder. Wait to hear the result from Gobbish and Chambers. Chambers will be desperate to go and advance and go against Somerville again. Somerville's getting very waspy because we've taken the jump out, we put the jump in, but now we're taking the jump out. So everyone's getting very, very sort of waspy on the beach.
And we've got Willie there. Willie, are we going to get the result in this next sort of, I don't know, how long have we got? Another, well, we're just about to go live, so we don't know, do we, really, what the result is? Well, we're back into the women's heat. The women's just started. It looks like Clyde is out of the commentary box at the moment. I
might go for a windsurf.
Okay, so it looks like that this man here, Willie, is going to have to step in. Willie's going to
school teaching children.
Willie's stepping back into the commentary.
I'm just going for a quick windsurf.
There we go. Well done, Clyde. Thank you for your. Okay, of course we want you back. Thank you, mate. There we go. Back over.
And I bring you William McLean. in the commentary chair.
Hello, hello, folks. So, Willie McLean back in the commentary booth. Okay, let's see where we're at. And welcome back to Tiree Wave Classic. We have Corey McFarlane, Ailey Sutherland, Leith Campbell, Kate Hatcher, Corey in yellow, Ailey in red, Leith Campbell green, Kate Hatcher in white. And Georgia Stolliday also going out for this next ladies heat. We're off to a flying start. Leith Campbell charging down the line. She's clocked some miles today, that girl. Those legs are going to be tired tonight with the minute bottom turn, top turn combos that have gone in today. She's ripping down past the rocks there. You can see that ride carrying on all the way into the beach, just coming a little bit unstuck at the end. She's adamantly keen she's going to work her way back against Corey, who's currently leading in the ongoing heat wins. That's Georgia coming out off the beach now. Had a little bit of a damaged board at the back end of the last heat, but managed to change over in between. That's Ailey Sutherland just picking up a slightly bigger wave now, more of a set wave out the back. Little bottom turn into that, but just losing speed. Is she going to hold it? No, she falls off the back. There we have Corey in yellow just making her way out, punching through the surf. Unfortunately, a little bit of an injury free sailing earlier on. Ended up with an injury to the nose. Bit suspicious whether it was broken or not, but she seems okay now. Just a bit of damage round about the bridge of the nose, but keen enough to get back in the water and get competing again. So not much happening in terms of the jumping. Definitely just as the tide has come in, we're now in behind the rocks, and trying to get off the beach is pretty tough with lighter winds in that kind of area, so it makes the jump a little bit more technical now with the pushing tide moving towards high tide. So no jumps incorporated into the scoring at this point in time. So that's the two top seeds there in the ladies. Leith in the foreground, Corey in the background. Leith just jibing. She's obviously seen a wave. I think she's going to make moves to catch this one immediately. It's looking good, setting up nicely. Working her way back towards the rocks and now extending off the wind. Nice, little bit of speed, bigger set wave. Oh, just pulls back from the lip there. That was a good opportunity if she could just have put in a little bit more radius just to come up and crack that lip on a bigger, more consequential wave. They're just going to continue down the line from there. Corey, couple of waves back. Just on the shoulder of that one. It's gone a little bit flat out on the side there. She's just running out of steam, and the wave also blanking the wind in her sail a little bit, so she ran out of power, falling in backwards. So thanks very much to Clyde Waite for giving us commentary for most of the afternoon there. That was very kind of Clyde to step in, give everyone else a little bit of a breather. Ex-professional fleet contender, and now looks like perennial contender for the Masters Fleet National Championships with Clyde. So very good commentator, knows what he's talking about, and hopefully enjoyed his entertaining chat over the course of the afternoon. Now just zooming in, just trying to find our competitors just here. A few free sailors just starting to drift off downwind a little bit, but we've found our competitors. That's Georgia and Corey just making their way out the back, and we've got Ailey Sutherland coming in on a wave just here with a red bib. Ailey's based up north, a little bit of snow sports, a little bit of wind sports up the top of Scotland there, but still enjoying her high wind wave sailing, manoeuvre oriented sailing. So she's done quite a few wave classics and actually came up through the junior ranks of this event, which some people do forget that Ailey was one of the first kind of junior girls or whatever involved with the predecessor to the Future Pros initiative. So she's carving down the line here, and a few little turns in on the wave, starting to get a bit more white water in the inside, and if she wants to ramp up that wave score, she's just going to have to look to make it a little bit more aggressive on the blue unbroken section of the wave. Well, that's Kate Hatcher just struggling a little bit to the inside. We've not seen action from her so far. She's just struggling a little bit with that light gusty wind on the inside. It's quite offshore as well, so making it even more gusty. Onto the drone shot now. Leith Campbell just on the outside, stalling for a bigger set wave. Starting to pick up here now. You might see her pump on this one. No, she's let that one go. picking up on a bigger set swell now. It's interesting, the drone makes the wave look huge as it picks up, but quite often you change over to the alternative view and the wave does seem a little bit smaller, so bear that in mind when you're watching. It looks like huge swells coming through there. I think a little bit further downwind we have Corey again, just wave hunting just there. Quite a small one at the moment, but let's see how it jacks up. Leith just on the one immediately in front. Here we go, bears off the wind. We're going to see Corey in the background of the wave behind as well, but she's decided to jibe out. Corey, on the other hand, that looks pretty good. She's going to start ramping those turns in. Makes you wonder whether that knock in the face earlier on had maybe just also knocked her confidence as well. She might not be quite as aggressive as she was earlier on in the day. Nonetheless, out there trying to get points on the board, consolidate her position. Now, Leith just tacking on the outside. She's obviously seen something here. So maybe a slightly bigger set wave. She's pumping, she's bearing off. Yeah, planing back onto the wave face. This definitely looks a little bit more consequential. That's a nice angle with the drone here now. Look at that. Setting up down the line, wave riding on the rail. Nice. Up she goes, cracks the lip. That's nice. So a couple of turns in there on the unbroken wave. That'll be reasonable points. Not huge and not super critical, but still a pretty solid score on that one for Leith. Corey just struggling on the inside, just falling in backwards there. Obviously very light to the inside now. When you look upwind from the drone, you can see the rocks and all the promontories just starting to create a little bit of a gusty environment for the competitors. So loving the drone angle here, you can see right upwind, right to that headland. And that's what sometimes gives the competitors a little bit of a problem, just creating some gusty wind. So we've got 4 of the girls all heading out together now. Furthest upwind, Kate Hatcher in white, Leith Campbell in green, Ailey Sutherland right down the bottom, and Corey in the yellow on the simmer style sail, just hitting the lip just there. Leith working her way out as well. Girls showing good stamina today. You know, it's pretty hard when you're doing back-to-back heats like this, keep the motivation up, but all working hard to get planing, get out the back, catch the next wave. A little bit of the doldrums just where Georgia is there. Let's see if the other girls can plane through. Georgia's actually gone down. Leith stopped dead, but Corey's managed to plane out through that quieter section of wind. Leith checking over her shoulder, just looking behind to see what's coming. Has she spotted something of interest? Very light, you'd see her stepping right forward on the board there. Obviously a significant lull just at that point. Corey, however, seems to be finding a little bit more wind. She's a little bit further downwind and again away from the headland, so that may pay dividends in terms of consistent power in the sail. Setting up upwind, it's definitely starting to section a bit further down from her. She needs to bear off now, build that speed and crack into the lip from there. Nope, not happy with that one, so she jibes out, starts heading back out again. Now, here we go with Kate. Oh, that was a shame. Obviously ran out of wind, just looking over her shoulder a little bit too much and just tripped over the rail to the inside. So Corey heading out, planing hard off the beach now, and we've got Georgia coming back in again. With no jumps to count, we're not really following the girls quite so much on the way out, more interested in what they're doing on the wave on the way back in. Leith also looking like she's got a nice one just upwind of there as well. Yeah, Leith's definitely got a bigger wave there. You can see it setting up round about head high. Strong girl hanging on there in the big gust, bouncing all over the place in fact. Very, very windy squall just coming through. Leith working her way round about Georgia, but goes down hard on that section, maybe just slightly distracted with the other rider that she was turning around in the water. She's down, another bigger wave coming through, so she's swimming at the moment. That might cost her a little bit of time. And Kate Hatcher got down beside her as well. Now the two girls struggling in close proximity there. Always a bit disconcerting. We hope they're okay. Always when you get down in the break and you're close to each other's kit like that, with waves rolling through, can be pretty disconcerting. You're worried about getting hit in the head by the other person's equipment or your own equipment. I'm sure the beach crew will be keeping an eye on the girls to make sure that they're okay. So just trying to pick up on the other riders here, and we've got Corey playing hard out the back. Into the final minute of this heat. Not too far off the countdown, about 50 odd seconds left. Now, if Corey does well here, she might secure another wave just before the end of the heat. For the girls that are swimming on the inside, that's probably their heat over at this point. You can also see Hayley Sutherland a little bit further downwind there as well, so she's working her way out to sea. She might still have time for one more wave in this heat. Now this looks good, she looks like she's in pole position with this one. Setting up, and I think she probably should ride on it, whether or not she feels like it, because it is the last wave. Nice initial little turn there, so she is wave riding regardless whether the hooter goes. She will still be counted on the whole of this wave. Putting in a few turns, not a particularly high scoring wave, quite soft, and she's out in the flats there, and that is her heat over. I don't think there's anyone else riding, so we're done on that one. And because each one of the heats counts as a single round for the girls, it's not a case of anyone winning or losing particularly. All the scores will be counted up at the end, and then winners announced from there. Okay, so we'll be back shortly with the next heat.
Our hero brand is native Hebridean salmon. So we sponsor the Wave Classic in Tiree. What's so nice is people really enjoying the salmon that we produce, and it can be traced back, so it's truly native Hebridean. People outdoors, sporty, having fun and enjoying the elements. In this natural environment, I mean, it's just beautiful.
Simmer style, confidence in your kit to push your limits.
And welcome home to the Isle of Tiree. We are back up and running again and looking to go into our next heat as we move on through the Pro Men's ladder. Who we got, gents? Let's have a look.
Somerville versus
So
Andy Chambers.
we have the ultimate grudge match. It's the Dark Overlord versus his Sith apprentice. It's Andy Chambers versus Rory Somerville. Somerville clipped Mr. Chambers yesterday, and I'm sure Andy will be out for revenge today. So let's see how this heat unfolds. So we've got Andy wave hunting straight off the bat with a very distinctive new Goya sails. He's the only one with this particular colour scheme on the beach, and I think we'd all agree it really stands out. So from a judging perspective, very easy to keep an eye on Bubble and watch what he's doing. So first turn, nice radical off the top, using the board well. Second turn in, only on the white water though. This isn't unbroken wave, so it shouldn't score massively highly. And you really do want to be picking the best waves you can possibly get your board onto. So, but anyway, Andy opens up an account there, gets a little bit of scoring going, and we're off. You can see there is a little bit of wind. He's getting planing on the inside there. Now, let's see where the Sith apprentice is. Here he comes. Pretty shaky bottom turn and goes down. The nerves are getting to Somerville. Let's see if he can reprise what he did yesterday. That was something pretty special to have looked up to your mentor and sponsor for the last few years, and he managed just to narrowly pip him in one of the heats yesterday. So let's see if he can reprise that again today. Not to be sniffed at though, Andy's a very, very seasoned competitor, been around a long number of years competing on the Pro World Freestyle Tour, and then laterally changed to waves around about 10 years ago or so, and been a perennial contender for both the British Tour title and various event titles over the last decade or so. So very seasoned competitor, Andy. Now, both setting up on a wave. Somerville with that really modern, new school style, fully extending the rig forward, backhand a long way down the boom. Andy also riding, maybe a slightly bigger wave, more of a wave of consequence. Putting some really nice turns in on that one. Rory into the white water, so again, it isn't going to be scoring so much, goes down, possibly losing a few seconds there again. Andy still working the unbroken section there, so that was probably the final one he's going to get on unbroken blue water. So Rory down, struggling a little bit on the inside. For such a good sailor, he really needs to sort out that beach start technique. Front foot first is very odd. You heard it here. If you're a front foot beach starter, go fix it. Also applies to Mike Archer. I believe that's why he was late for his heat earlier today. Bit slow getting off on the front foot. So Rory Somerville heading out off the beach. Little gust there, getting planing nicely. Hoping to get back upwind. Pick off the set waves. Andy also up and going. Really going nicely, these Goyas. I do wonder just how much with the boards they've compromised the manoeuvrability on the wave itself in favour of a little bit more get up and go, so as to make them a little bit more agile around the break. But Rory off to a good account. Fairly soft, gentle first turn on the wave. Fairly soft second hit. Really is crumbling quite a lot now as the tide comes in, as opposed to breaking hard. You're really got to be quite careful with your wave choice. If you go in the smaller ones, they just crumble all the way to the inside. There's nothing of consequence, and therefore you're not going to score highly on a wave of little consequence. You need the bigger ones with a little bit more of a pitching lip so as to amplify your wave score. From a judging perspective, the judges can sometimes languish a little bit in these later rounds as well, as the competitors get a little bit more tired. They're not quite as energised, and the scores can tend to drop into the sub 5 point category. So wave rides are scored up to 10, and it's really important for the judges to be able to have some scope on the scoring so as to ensure that they can differentiate between competitors' performance. So to that end, I'm sure Andy, as the seasoned guy in the water, he'll be looking for the biggest waves possible for that amplified score to get up into the higher marks, higher range of excellence being 8 to 10. But we've not seen too many of those so far today. People aren't having to push too hard just yet until they get towards the later stages of the double elimination. Nice to see these two riders in tandem. Always great when you go man on man, because you can watch them at the same time if they are wave riding at the same time. Andy, nice smooth clean face, cranks round, hits the lip. That's him done with that ride. Rory from the drone there, nice crack off the top for his first turn. Still riding, unbroken but very fat section, not too much consequence. It's starting to form up a little bit and walling up here now. A little bit of a stall in the feed there, but hopefully you guys saw that, and a little bit more of a wave of consequence. In the final turn, that was his fourth turn on that wave, spinning the fins round, a little bit of controlled spin out coming through the lip of the wave. Always good when you see the competitors push the board quite hard, having to retain control. Again, it just scores that little bit higher with the judging, if they're pushing the limits of what they're doing, especially if it's in the critical section of consequence on the wave. So the wind's definitely up a little bit, because both were planing almost instantly there as soon as they did their manoeuvre, heading back out to sea. So there's a little bit more power in the sails, but there seems to be a real dead spot just where Andy's sailed into there. You can see he just stopped almost dead in the water from full planing. Rory doing the same, and Rory is a very lightweight rider, so for him to be coming off the plane, it must be real doldrums just at that spot. Now the winner of this heat will sail against Phil Horrocks, and that name should inspire dread into these riders, because Phil is one of the most decorated Tiree Wave Classic champions of all time, and he's on a bit of a mission this year, because if he wins in Tiree this year, he will be the most decorated champion of all time. 6 wins, I believe, if he wins this year. and that will just put him slightly ahead of his arch nemesis for many, many years, Ben Prophet, who's the current record holder, or they might be tied on it actually at this stage. Yeah, I think they're probably tied. If he wins this year, then he goes ahead of Ben. So two lads ripping out to sea. There could be a bit of mental battle going on here, watching each other, trying to see what each other's doing when they're close by each other like this. Let's see who the more aggressive is. Yeah, Andy is. Right, okay. That was quite an aggressive move. So, Rory tries to tack upwind, and Andy immediately turns straight into him so as to psych him out a little bit. Don't ever say there's not psychology to windsurfing. Psychology in play this afternoon. And actually makes off with quite a good wave in the process. That's looking like a slightly bigger set wave. Although I think Rory might have a good one behind as well, but Andy's definitely got a sizable lump there, but I think Rory does too. There might be two of the set. Now, we'll just have to wait until it starts hitting the sandbar to see what happens, but Andy's actually just backed right off there, and he's given up on that one and heading back out to sea before he loses any ground downwind. Rory coming in, it's a fairly small wave, but he might be able to get something out of it. Let's see if he opts to ride or not. If not, he's going to use it to best advantage to get himself back upwind again. No, he figures it's worth it, so he's starting his ride. Let's hope it's not ill-fated. Looks a bit gutless and a bit windless just on the inside there. He might get one or two turns out of it. I'm not sure it's going to be a particularly high-scoring wave, but a nice little aerial there. Definitely got clear of the lip. You can see the fins just popping out on the customary yellow K4s for Rory Somerville there. K4 sponsored rider. So this is Andy again, a little bit further out to sea with those distinctive new Goya colours. Absolutely unmissable in the water. Just stalling. Obviously he's seen something that he likes here, maybe coming out from further out in the deeper water. Holding his ground, waiting on the bigger set coming through. Okay, so he's opting to bear off, starts pumping, getting into pole position on the wave, but he still prefers the one behind that again. So he's stalled off the back, waiting on the bigger ride coming from behind, again looking for that bigger wave of consequence that's going to act as a score amplifier. So no matter how well you ride a wave, if the wave is bigger and you're riding it just as well as you rode a smaller wave, the bigger wave is going to give you more points each time. So Andy playing the thinking man's game here, making sure he's got the best wave for getting a higher score in. Nice first turn, not too risky, bouncing a little bit in the rail through the second, but nice critical turn underneath the lip on that second turn. Again, hits the lip nicely in the third one. Nothing too consequential, but fairly solid turning. And a little aerial, yeah, nice pop, lands clean out in the flats in front of the wave there at the end. So that's probably going to be, for me, the best wave of the heat so far. Now, Rory just working his way back in. He really has got his work cut out for him because I think his boss is a man on a mission today with something to prove after yesterday's disappointment of getting knocked out early. There was a couple of big names went out a little bit earlier than what people would have expected yesterday, and I think all these guys are going to be in a charge coming back today because they've got a real point to prove, stamping their authority in the competition today. But take nothing away from the younger crew, all very radical, ripping, maybe at times just lacking a little bit of consistency, exactly what we're seeing there as Somerville goes down on the first turn on a more consequential wave. Got to be just a little bit more diligent and make sure that you make the turns as well and hold on. Now Andy's seen something he likes there, so he's tacked on the inside. Inside, I'll have to accelerate very quickly to get round this next section. But cracks off the top nicely, moving down the line. Kind of in the unbroken section, it's just about breaking, but there's some nice turns to be had here. Yeah, making that look pretty good. He's quite far downwind at this stage, but it actually gets windier the further down that way you go. So he's not going to struggle to get back out because the wind's actually a little bit cleaner the further away from the rocks you get. Drury, on the other hand, on the perfect peak, just a little bit further up, and he started his ride. We're into the final seconds of the heat, so this will count. Hits the lip nicely off the top. Not a particularly consequential wave because he's immediately into white water after the first turn, but this will count until he bows out just there. So that's the end of that one. Results to come shortly. The winner will be sailing against Phil Horrocks.
Top for 10 minutes straight.
Well, there we I am back on. Thank you for that, Willie. Great commentary and great to see that the freestyle boys and the local boy are kind of competing at equal levels. It's pretty fierce out there. Anyway, look, back in. I'm going to join with Connor Fagan, who is second in the AMS this morning.
Second, yeah.
He's pretty happy with that. He did the big charge back last year through the.
Yeah.
So tell me how. I mean, like bubbles on the charge. Yeah. Tell me what it's like to be on a charge. It's pretty.
I mean, it's kind of a good and a bad thing. You've kind of got nothing to lose, everything to gain. But then I suppose you've got fatigue against you. So obviously everyone's coming in with fresh legs. You've sailed heats previously, so yeah, you've got that against you. But then kind of the underdog spirit behind you. So it's one of them. It's good and bad.
So you dialed into the conditions, right? That's what happened. So I don't know who's actually going to win this, but we're up against Phil next. You know Phil pretty well. You've travelled up with him.
Yeah.
What's Phil's mood like right now? What's he thinking? What's he doing?
I think he's pretty positive. He knows what to do when it boils down to it. So I think he'll be ready to hopefully take back some positions. Maybe first, maybe not. We'll see. I mean, it all depends on how the boys sail. But the windier it gets, the better he tends to sail. So yeah, should be good.
Great. There we go. Very soon we've got one more women's heat, and then we have the Horrocks and either Somerville or Chambers. Yeah, there we go. I think that's what it is. Anyway, there we go. Probably got not long until the next start, but we've got 2 seconds. So here we go. Women's starters. So this is actually a heat break. It's good to hear that they've got a bit of a rest. So we could probably. Director Luke could probably do something there. There he is, look.
We'll see you after the break, everyone.
Our hero brand is native Hebridean salmon. So we sponsor the Wave Classic in Tiree. What's so nice is people really enjoying the salmon that we produce, and it can be traced back, so it's truly native Hebridean. People outdoors, sporty, having fun and enjoying the elements. In this natural environment, I mean, it's just beautiful.
Simmer style, confidence in your kit to push your limits.
Our hero brand is native Hebridean salmon. So we sponsor the Wave Classic in Tiree. What's so nice is people really enjoying the salmon that we produce, and it can be traced back, so it's truly native Hebridean. People outdoors, sporty, having fun and enjoying the elements. In this natural environment, I mean, it's just beautiful.
Simmer style, confidence in your kit to push your limits.
Our hero brand is native Hebridean salmon. So we sponsor the Wave Classic in Tiree. What's so nice is people really enjoying the salmon that we produce, and it can be traced back, so it's truly native Hebridean. People outdoors, sporty, having fun and enjoying the elements. In this natural environment, I mean, it's just beautiful.
Simmer style, confidence in your kit to push your limits.
O'Shea clothing for the outdoors, warm in the water, warm for afterwards.
Our hero brand is native Hebridean salmon. So we sponsor the Wave Classic in Tiree. What's so nice is people really enjoying the salmon that we produce, and it can be traced back, so it's truly native Hebridean. People outdoors, sporty, having fun and enjoying the elements. In this natural environment, I mean, it's just beautiful.
Simmer style, confidence in your kit to push your limits.
O'Shea clothing for the outdoors, warm in the water, warm for afterwards.
Our hero brand is native Hebridean salmon. So we sponsor the Wave Classic in Tiree. What's so nice is people really enjoying the salmon that we produce, and it can be traced back, so it's truly native Hebridean. People outdoors, sporty, having fun and enjoying the elements. In this natural environment, I mean, it's just beautiful.
Simmer style, confidence in your kit to push your limits.
O'Shea clothing for the outdoors, warm in the water, warm for afterwards.
hero brand is native Hebridean salmon. So we sponsor the Wave Classic in Tiree. What's so nice is people really enjoying the salmon that we produce, and it can be traced back, so it's truly native Hebridean. People outdoors, sporty, having fun and enjoying the elements. In this natural environment, I mean, it's just beautiful.
Simmer style, confidence in your kit to push your limits.
O'Shea clothing for the outdoors, warm in the water, warm for afterwards.
Well, we'll take it from where we left off last time. Seeing you after the break. There he is. So, yeah, well, we're just on a heat break, as you know, which just gives the sailors a bit of a rest. We are back to the heat board. Here's Mike. Hello, Mike.
Hello.
How are you? We're live. We're live. He's
Good.
He's a TV man. He hates that. He's behind the scenes. He's like terrified of this.
Absolutely.
So tell me about how your event's going. How is it?
I love it up here. Completely love it. Just being with a lot of other windsurfers is nice because often we're on our own at home. So actually, that's a bit negative. Is this live?
It's live, yeah.
Oh God.
Don't worry about it.
No.
It's an amazing place, right?
I love. I mean, just the wave's really good here today. It's just perfect for riding, and yeah, just extraordinarily good. So I've had a good little pre-surf on a little board, which has made my day. So
great. There we go then. Let's get back into competition action, shall we? So we're now a minute and a half away from one of the biggest matchups, the Horrocks and Chambers epic contest. As Nigel said earlier, he doesn't think that Andy's actually ever beaten Phil. We're not sure about that. Is that true, Nigel? Is that what you said? Can you actually corroborate that? Do you reckon Andy's never beaten Phil in competition?
If you like, I can confirm that Andy has never beaten Phil in a competition. I think he's advanced further than Phil, perhaps, maybe through the double, but I don't think he's beaten him man on man. And here's Rufus.
There we go. So Rufus has just turned up. That's a good omen, that is. Hi, Rufus. How are you, Rufus? Hello, Rufus. Hello. There we go. That is Nigel's dog, Rufus. Anyway, look, it's about time we got back. We're a minute away from going live. The wind is really is up. And look, it's crowded. I mean, the beach is absolutely crowded with windsurfers and stuff. It's amazing. It's so good down here. As Clyde said earlier, if you want to come down, come down. You're very welcome. It's great atmosphere, and all windsurfers are amazing people. So come on down. See you very shortly for the Horrocks Chambers show.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks you for joining us today. We've got a very critical matchup today in the men's pro double. We're just in the transition period. Heat times are 12 minutes. It is 2 waves to count. So you can see there is Andy Bubble Chambers just out there getting loose. He's already loose. He's charged through a few heats already today. And he'll be looking to... Will it be the first time, potentially, Willie, that... he could beat Phil Horrocks. Has he beaten him before?
Yeah, Just arriving back at the trailer here, just to give you the lowdown. Andy Chambers, Phil Horrocks. Has Bubble beaten Horrocks before? That's a very good question. There's no way in Ross Niger. No one beats Phil and Rossi. Yeah, I think he's possibly had heats from him before, but never actually beaten him in competition. So, we've got Phil working his way out to sea here. I was just watching him doing a little bit of sailing in the warm-up there. Very radical on the wave. So it'll be an interesting heat this. Bubble's going to have to pull out all the stops in the red bib so as to be able to make progression through the ladder at this stage. I don't think there's anyone in the entire fleet that doesn't worry when they're up against Phil. Very seasoned competitor, one of the most natural wave sailors in the British fleet currently, and a very, very hard man to beat when he's in form. I think it probably also helps when the head judge is the team captain for your sponsor in the UK, but you didn't hear that here. I'm sure it's all squeaky clean in the judge's vehicle, don't worry. So Phil just teeing up for a wave here. A little bit of upwind ground getting made there with the upwind carve, just to initiate. It's a smaller wave, but he'll start his account with this. A little bit of rail-to-rail action, building the speed now, going down the line, tracks that first turn out, sends a rooster tail spray, and this is more the kind of ability level and standard that we'd be expecting to see about this stage of the double elimination ladder. Fully rail-to-rail action, the board never settles flat. If it's not on one edge, it's rotating back onto the other again. And this is Andy's first wave. Lovely angle from the drone so as to see right down the wave face. Gives you a feeling of what it's like to actually ride the wave here at the maze just in front of the rocks on Tiree. Lovely smooth face, pretty wind shadowed actually where it is just there, but enough apparent wind on the wave so as to be able to keep the speed up right the way down to the beach. And Andy with a lovely flowing wave ride, 3 or 4 bottom turns, maybe 5 bottom turns towards the bottom there. So we're starting to get into the critical stages of the competition. This is us now trying to decide, I believe, 3rd place in the pro fleet. And the guys are just working their way through the motions first minute and a half in. So we're eager to see who goes through this, because the winner of this is going to be going up against Ben Page, who was on fire on a roll there yesterday. And Ben claimed a big scalp, taking out Phil in yesterday's single elimination. So Phil onto the second wave. A little bit of a softer, flatter wave here. Phil's just minding his speed, building momentum, but working rail to rail, and that's really going to help to just focus the judges on his riding when he's constantly manoeuvring a little tweaked aerial. Don't see too many of those been knocked out today. And again, Phil setting the standard by which others will be judged from this heat onwards. Andy on a bigger wave, I think there. Looks a little bit nicer. That was quite a steep critical turn on that one. So that'll be judged well, I would imagine. He's getting a little bit fat further down the line here now. He's got to wait on it, building up a little bit, walling up a little bit, so as to be able to continue with his speed and a more vertical attack, but he's doing well. That's been a really good wave selection, and he's getting a lot of mileage out of this one. I think Phil's turning just possibly a little bit more critical, but Bubble's wave choice and his ability to flow with speed, so the last 2 waves there, quite hard to differentiate. Phil very stylish, but maybe not quite as good a wave selection. Andy much better wave selection, but not quite as critical in the turns for me. Not much in it though, very close, very hard to judge that. These two will be super competitive because both know they have to pull out the stops to beat each other. So you can see the view heading at sea, both men planing well, getting their upwind ground going again. Phil jibing onto a set wave out the back, and that looks like a fairly good ramp. We'll have to see what happens when it starts approaching the sandbar, see whether it jacks up just right for him or not, but that looks like a bigger wave at the moment. Andy going a little bit further out the back, so we'll have time to focus on Phil on this wave ride and then come back to Andy for his next one. And he's stalling. He's seen something further back. Stalls the board. Prefers the look of the one behind, maybe. Stalling. Stalling. He's going to go with the one behind. Just getting a little bit smaller, just as the guys head off downwind, and Phil just not happy there, so eventually tacking out without a wave ride, but in no way compromising his ground downwind. He's saved all that distance for when he gets the right wave. So same for Andy, just working his way back upwind again, using the wave as an upwind escalator, starting to pick up speed, looking down the wave now. Back onto Andy, and again he's using that swell line just to make his way upwind as best he can there. And what you're going to see is, as he gets upwind, he may choose to start to bear off. No, he's headed back out to sea. So Phil's in a good one though. Nearly head high wave, so a little bit more of a ground swell. And again you see that radical style, rail to rail, board never settles on the flats, turning, 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 one way or the other. Constant carving all the way to the beach. Quite physical way of wave riding as well, because you're constantly working the whole way in and out. Throws it into clue first for that final turn. Andy now picking up on a better set wave out the back, so this will be his second consequential wave. Throwing in some nice turns, and again trying to do exactly as Phil was doing, emulating that style rail to rail. Not quite as aggressive with his upwind turn, but preferring to work down the line as he goes and maintain his speed. Not quite as good as his first one for me, I think. So Phil planing well on the way out. Phil normally taking a slightly bigger sail than most of the other guys. He's a bit taller, a bit rangier, and accordingly can handle a little bit more power. Probably on quite a big sail, big board combo, so as to iron out the gusts here. And a nice bottom turn to top turn, still in the blue unbroken wave. A little bit of a floater over that broken section, but falls off the back. Uncustomary for a seasoned guy like Phil. So just one turn to count on that wave. Not his best wave in the heat so far. So Phil just working his way back out to sea, well past the halfway mark in this heat now, down to just under 5 minutes left. Andy just stalling, wait and see if there's anything coming from behind that he can pick up on. Not liking the look of what is passing under him, so he's still stalling. Wait and see what he can find out the set waves. Phil doing the same, looking back over the shoulder, seeing what's coming from behind. Both these guys very, very seasoned at what they do, and again looking for the highest scoring set wave that they can possibly find. The bigger the better. Biggest and most shapely. Something that allows them to carve all the way to the beach. So as you can see from the split screen, just showing at the moment, Phil just moderately upwind of Andy. Also slightly further in some ways gives him a tactical or at least psychological advantage, because Andy has to now watch as Phil goes off down the line, doing the manoeuvres that he does in front of him before he then has to try and copy and emulate. So very much a classic case of first person riding has a slight psychological advantage probably. So Andy's now seen those first couple of turns and knows what he's got to do to try and beat that wave from Phil, but very radical, nice flowing vertical style from Phil all the way into the beach. That's about his sixth bottom turn on that wave. Andy commencing with his first bottom turn now, and oh, little aerial off the top, but lands heavy, Goes down hard, just too much weight on the back foot coming down there. That one won't count. Quickly up, however, heading back out to sea, see what else he can get into. Now, in most normal circumstances, this would probably be a final with these two. So quite strange to be seeing them languishing a little back behind the other guys at this stage, but it's not to say that one or the other of these two riders can progress through the next couple of heats and actually still win the event. But one thing's for sure, it won't be both of them, because whoever goes out at this point is out. Andy making his way back out to sea, a little bit more consistent wind where he is just at the moment, planing well off the fins. So seeing a slightly bigger set there, using the first one to jibe onto, and again we see a little bit of psychological battle going on, jibing right down onto the top of Phil, no quarter given, stamping some authority and taking that first wave, and you'll see again establishing a kind of a pole position where Phil will now have to watch Andy as he commences his wave ride, while Phil is a little bit behind. But for my money, looking at the way this is setting up, Phil's wave behind could be a little bit bigger and possibly a little bit better. So it just depends who ends up with a better wave. But Andy really tracking up wind hard, obviously feels that this might be the one where he is there at the moment. Does seem to drop off as it comes to the inside. Now, is there enough there for Andy to be interested? No. He's jibing off, jibing out the back. Let's go to Phil. And a bigger wave of consequence for Phil, much better. A little bit sticky on the turn, just off the top there by his standards. A little bit more radical on the second turn, building some momentum now. Cracks the lip hard on the third turn. And again, rail-to-rail style from him. Building the speed. Bearing off, just gets over that little humpy section. Cracks into the lip but goes down, sail first. Hopefully he'll recover quickly from that. Bubble with a little off the top there on the inside, but losing significant speed just there. Don't think we'll ever forget last year when Phil went down hard on his landing, which actually ended up removing him from the competition through injury. Hopefully he's well past that, and the knees, feet, ankles, everything are well and tight. A lot of mileage in those legs at this stage. So the winner of this will sail against Ben Page next, and we're down to the final 20 seconds. I don't think either of them are likely to get a wave within that time, so that is probably that. But we'll just give them a little bit of time and see if we can pick up on where both the riders are. I think Andy certainly has done the maths. Oh, and Phil's down. His rig is wrecked. Mast is gone. I thought he went down pretty hard. The mast is gone, but it won't matter for this heat, but he will need to replace for the next, and we'll be back to you shortly.
So there we are. We are just going to work out a little bit what's going on down here. We got the result. Tell me what that result is.
Sam, pretty interesting. Horrocks has gone through, but he's just snapped his mast with about less than a minute ago, I think, was it, when I was looking at it. So his crew down here, see if they can quickly get him re-rigged ready for the next heat.
So that is Horrocks versus Page, right?
So it's going to be Horrocks versus Ben Page. Yeah, so it's going to be quite tricky for Phil, really. And then he's got Meldrum after that. So
Who we got now going out? We got the women's going out.
we said the women's out. I think we're on a.
It says women's 6 there. Are they actually doing that or not?
Sorry, I think they are. Yeah.
Okay. There we go. So that's why you've had it first. So Phil Horrocks, as you saw, broke his mast. He's on the far side of the beach at the moment. He's got to get back over here, get a mast and get back. So he's got 12 minutes. So as you can see, 12 minutes just to make that work. Women are out. So this is the last one for the women. And then that's it. So I'm throwing back to William McLean in the booth. Oh no, he's there.
So Clyde's taking over the booth. He's going to give us some radical commentary from the booth. I think I'm just about exhausted after that. The nerves are starting to get to me, Sam. It's getting tense. You know, we're into the final rounds with the guys. The girls are pushing hard, so the tension levels are high on the beach now. And you start to see some frayed nerves from some of the competitors going. Tempers are fraying. It's good. That's good.
So what's it time for now? Native Hebridean salmon. That's what time.
Yeah, time for a native Hebridean salmon break.
Okay, so we're back after the break, I believe. What are we, Luke?
We're back after the break.
Our hero brand is Native Hebridean salmon. So we sponsor the Wave Classic in Tiree. What's so nice is people really enjoying the salmon that we produce, and it can be traced back, so it's truly Native Hebridean. People outdoors, sporty, having fun and enjoying the elements. In this natural environment, I mean, it's just beautiful.
Simmer style, confidence in your kit to push your limits.
O'Shea clothing for the outdoors, warm in the water, warm for afterwards.
Welcome back, viewers. We are into another women's heat. I will say there are 5 women sailing in this heat, but we do not have the graphic capacity for 5 names. So Georgia Stolliday is currently missing off our list, and apologies, Georgia. You've been caught short here. Well, you haven't been caught short. We've been caught short. And there, I believe that's Corey McFarlane just going down. And behind her on a wave is Leith Campbell, who's been sailing out of her skin today. She was in the commentary booth earlier, did a really good job. And that's nice top turn there. Can she link it up? Any moves further down the line? Yeah, off the top again there. Leith making the most of this wave. She sailed some really good heats today. I mean, Corey, of course, was injured, but as soon as she returned, she actually finished above Leith. But apart from that, I think Leith's been in first. Who have we got coming in behind? I think that's Ailey Sutherland over on the right of the screens, out of view. I think I just saw Ailey Sutherland getting on a wave there. Oh, she was looking for something. It's not quite built up for her. Earlier we were joined by the the man known as Clyde Waite, the infamous Clyde Waite, who delivered some fantastic expertise and commentary. He's sat right there, so I am going to poach him and I am going to get him to take over. So thank you very much. Here is Clyde Waite, everybody.
Right, hi again. So who do we have here? We've got the ladies out. We've got Corrie's back out. Good on her. What a great wave she's tucked into here. And nice top turn. Waiting for it to clean up. Get the bottom turn in. It's sort of backed off, but this wave's opening up for her perfectly. She's going to score great on this. She knows what she's doing for sure. And then she's going to go down the line here and it will hit up. In the sake of broadcasting, journalism and TV integrity and expertise, I went out there for you and I can tell you how it is. It's actually really gusty and hard work. Super choppy. It's fun, yeah, it's fun, but I had to sail upwind out the sailing area, but the waves are breaking further down, but it's quite interesting because you got the power on the wave, but it's super choppy, and then as soon as it cleans up, the wind completely backs off. So you got this contrast of wanting to go into a really powerful bottom turn. Yeah, but it's strong and it's really circulating, so you could be on your sail with loads of power but not really going, and then you pick the swell off, and then you can bear down the line, and definitely some good hits there. As you can see now, it's really light on the inside. Yeah, absolutely. Like you're right there. The headland. So as the tide comes in, we've got this headland behind us, and it's really sheltering the wind here. So you want to be in a small sail for your wave ride, I suppose, but getting out, it's quite tricky. Definitely suiting the more down the line orientated boards there. We can really get a rail in and carve off the rail. With that wave, you can see why Corrie wanted to stay. That wave she got there opened up lovely, didn't it? So I don't know if you've heard about the last heat. I think you might have, but let's just talk about that while we're here. So Phil Horrocks was first, Andy was second. So that means that Andy's out of the picture, unfortunately, unless, and I've heard it happen here before, they do what's called a triple elimination. There's certainly time in the week to do such things. Some people argue that it just means that the ones who are the best get they get their chance only get knocked down, but gives everyone else a chance. Yeah, so Phil went down heavy in that heat and he snapped a mast, so he'll be wanting to get back upwind. I think we can see him. No, that's Corrie over there. Trying to get back out. Oh yeah, if we go replay, that'd be great actually, because while we're just waiting for the girls to get out, there's no wind there, and you've got this white water section, so they could be a few minutes trying to get out. There he is. So look at that, lovely bottom turns there. Catches the rail a little bit, and then you're waiting for it to open up a bit. Oh, we can see it, and he's looking for a section to hit there, and we're off it. Oh, didn't look the biggest wave, but he must have just, I guess what sometimes happens is your mast just gets stuck in the sand and it just folds it. There it is. That you see, that's exactly what I just said. As a wave goes over the top of the mast, buries in the sand, and it's just a case of physics, really, isn't it? Leverage and snappage and stuff like that. Before that, I was walking up the beach, I saw Bubble get an amazing set wave, really, really, really chunky. So Bubble's going to be hoping for, there's such thing as a triple elimination happening, I should think. So that puts Phil currently in third place. He's got Ben Page in front of him, and then Lucas. So as it stands, if Ben Page was to beat Phil Horrocks, then I think Lucas and Phil would be even on points for the series. So I don't know what they'll do with that. We'll see. But maybe the titles race is in the hands of Ben Page. Who knows? Only time will tell on that. I think the plan is to finish the double elimination here today. They're going to go through some amateur rounds. At the moment, not a lot of action going on in the water, as you can see. In fact, where the girls were, I can't see how you're going to easily get out of that. You've got that issue there of taking the wave and scoring as many points to the beach, but then if If you're on like a 3.2 or 3.5, which I think some of them are, then there's absolutely no wind to get out until you get past the headland, and then you're really well powered up. Okay, yep. Let's go back to watching Phil's mast break. Lovely hit. Goes over there. Was he trying to throw a tacker in? Maybe. But I don't think it's broken there. Like I say, it's just when it comes. Look, that wave's in a really awkward position. He gets rolled. That's exactly what's happened there. You can see that. That is such a Southbourne type way of breaking a mast. Southbourne's down the south coast, Bournemouth. It's bone crunch of a place there. Unlucky Phil, but luckily for Phil, I suppose it came at the end of his heat. That if that was in his heat, then that wouldn't be so good. Lovely wave here from Leah. She really wants to beat Corey. There's a great battle between these two, and they're just pushing each other, which is lovely to see. Great standard of women's windsurfing. In Rossniger, they were there just doing decent forwards and smashing it really. Inspiring many women, I hope, to join the tour. Certainly at the when I was at Got Bay earlier today watching the future pros, there are loads of girls there ranging from like 10 to 15, 16, and they're big smiles on their faces, all going for it. Some trying forwards and stuff, so it's just brilliant. Right, who's this on the beach? Waiting. That'll be the amateurs waiting to go out, checking out, judging the conditions there. As we're in the last 30 seconds of the heat, so I don't think we're going to see much more. They're in the shelter now, so I would think that heat's going to be between Corey and Leah there. So great stuff as looks like the amateurs are getting ready to go. So, as you can see, there's no bias here to any heats. The judges are fair. They're not like, oh right, these conditions are only good for the pros, we won't put the amateurs out. Mix the heats in, everyone gets a good chance. It's a really good community thing here. And if you're into your windsurfing and like a little bit of competition, I don't think it really matters what standard you are. You come here, you give it a go. In the amateurs, they judge things like high jumps, one-handed jumps, that kind of stuff, and it's just really good fun. Best way to improve your windsurfing if you're into wave sailing, for sure. I think I think a competition of any form actually really helps you improve, and also you get to meet loads of other people, push yourselves, hang out in the bar afterwards, talk about your day. And I think if you've never been to Tiree before, you really have to go for the Tiree experience. It starts on a Thursday or Friday, and you drive till you can drive no more. Then you hit Scotland, and then you got to drive till you can drive no more again down a load of windy roads. if it's in the daylight, you've got some amazing scenery. You go past Loch Lomond, trying to find your way to Oban, and you think you're there, but you're not. You have to sleep in your van for about 2 hours, check into the ferry. Then you're on the ferry for 3.5 hours, or maybe more if it's like me. We got hit in the hell wind, and then you finally get to Tiree, and you have to register. And then if you're lucky or unlucky, they go straight into the competition. Oh yeah, you find your accommodation. Hopefully someone will let you in. Haven't locked the door. No room at the inn. Fortunately for me, I've actually got to get on the ferry soon. I'm on the 7 o'clock ferry, going back home tonight. Got to leave the competition, which is a shame, but it's still a fun adventure to get up here for the 4 days I was here. Back to the sunny south coast, back to what will be summer compared to being up here. Everyone up here taking time off work to do this. You've got to treat it as a bit of a holiday, really. There's Alfie, Nigel, Alfie Windsurfing TV. Speaking of Alfie, he's his move is a tabletop, but he works with actually Ben Profit. Ben Profit from Windsurfing TV, several-time Tiree Wave Classic champion. Just thinking, I was out the water thinking back through the years of who they were. Our good friend, sadly with us no more, Farrell. I think Niels was here before doing it. Chris Horsley, John Sky, Phil Horrocks, Lucas. Plenty from the 80s, which I probably can't remember the names off anymore. I don't know if Corky was, maybe. He doesn't know he was up here quite a lot. He's here today. Yeah, Corky Kirkham lives, as you know, well, many of you might know, lives in Fuerteventura. He's one of the early wave sailors in the UK. He would have been up here in the 80s and 90s with the old guys. Great to see him today. Friendliest guy ever. And he's out in the Masters as well. Flown, if I said that we had a long journey here, he's come all the way from Fuerteventura. Right, what are we going into now? Are we having a heat break, or we got the Amsmen out? Okay. Right. So the Amsmen are out. 9 minutes of this. And what are we going into after this? Is it the Pro Men? We might be a Pro Men after this. We're just double checking for you. So Pro Heat 35. So Heat 35, that's going to be Phil Horrocks and Ben Page. Big heat. I think this is the girls making their way back. Not a lot of action on the water at the moment. So get your cup of tea on. Or is it time for a beer yet? No. 6 more minutes. Is that 4 o'clock? 5 o'clock maybe. If you've been talking all day, you could have one. If you're at work, probably not a good idea to have one. That wouldn't go down well with the boss. Unless you work in a brewery, maybe. That might work. Not really sure what's going on here. I think we're struggling to get out, like I said in the thing. So anyway, like this page, please share it on all your social media feeds. Apparently there are others aside from Facebook and Instagram which I have no idea about, but if you can manage to TikTok or what's that other one called kids are into, I don't even know if you can use those these days. Snap, that's it. Snapchat, do a snap. Maybe not, whatever that is. And YouTube as well, share it. I don't know what we're doing now. Subscribe to the channel, it's free. And then you can see much more of it going on. Right.
Just throw to me then.
I was just going to Sam to go and interrogate something.
Thanks. I'm not sure interrogation is quite what I consider it to be. Maybe insightful political investigation, but not. Jeez. Anyway, I'm back with you, Nige. I know I'm back with you because we're looking for an update. Because we're looking for an update. Go on, Nige.
Okay, we've just done round 6 of the ladies. I mean, look at this, Sam. This is pretty incredible. Don't forget, though, after 4 rounds, there's going to be a discard. Cara McFarlane's been super consistent all day. Then this is the round 4. She got 5th. She got 5th because she broke her nose and didn't even go into the round. Came back with a 1st. That's amazing. And just got a 2nd. So pretty much Corrie's ruled the day with the women. Great result for Corrie. Coming over here, we've just seen Horrocks and Chambers. Horrocks took it. Looks like if Horrocks takes the next one, he'd basically be secured with the British Championship for 2024. And obviously the Tiree Wave Classic sword, it's still up for grabs. As Horrocks is going to go out against Ben Page. And then the winner of those two is going to fight Luke Meldrum. Luke Meldrum looking really, really sharp at the moment, though.
Sharp. That's a good word, haven't I? Like, is that because you've got a sharp E in your hand?
Yeah, I think that might be what's just happened.
Yeah, I know, I know.
I'm
We're so
easily
simple, aren't we? We're
suggested.
There we go. There we go. There we go. That was a really rubbish thing, rubbish link, wasn't it?
I think it was professional.
Was it professional link? Anyway, you kind of, Clyde, you got the interrogation there of Nigel with the sharp E, right? So there we go.
How was that, Sam? Good, that's what I like to see. Catch them off their guard when they're least expecting it. Have you found Bubble yet? Is he?
Duncan, that was the most insightful and best heat he's seen for a long time, right? With Phil Horrocks.
Yeah. Well, absolutely. I mean, you got the two guys going for the title there. We are going to see them. What I mean, one person's going to be happy, one person's going to be disappointed. That's the game of competition, isn't it? Really, and it's Phil's such a talent and such a consistent windsurfer that he's really got to be off his game for you to be beaten. So it's going to be disappointing. I think Bubble's going to be thinking over his head at home, going, what could have gone right? What be just the way the wave and heat goes? It's hard to know. And especially when it comes down to wave riding, you've got that element with the judges, and if you've got a judge, you can skew the score a little bit. Can't you? So it's that again, we saw that heat with Bubble again, really close with riding, probably Finn Mellon and himself, and then he did an awesome backy, and that got him ahead there. And tour maybe next year with some South Coast events, maybe Cornwall, maybe Ireland here, Rosnarga. Then it will open it up a little bit more, and it will mean there's other people coming to the play as well. So where consistency is key, and if anything, that's what Bubble and certainly Phil both are. But going into organising events, it's so hard. I did a few down Avon Beach, we got it all together. But then, if you just don't get the wind or the conditions, what do you do? The good thing about Tiree and Rosnarga and Cornwall is that at least you've got a bit more groundswell to play with, which helps you more likely to have an event. But we'll see for next year. There are talks, there are ideas that we could get a bigger tour next year, and that would be really, really good to see. And also the councils, that's the biggest bugbear. The amount of paperwork you have to do. Paperwork and letting everyone know, and car parking and security. Anyway, I think we should just turn up. Anyone in the council, I hope you're not listening to what I just said, and you or if you are listening to what I just said, maybe you can make it happen. If we know any councillors out there, shops, can you do sponsors? Anyone? Not me. I've got another job. Right, I'm going to do one more heat, and then I'm going to de-rig and run to the car and get to the ferry for you after this heat. So it's going to be Ben Page versus Phil Horrocks in 40 seconds, is it? Oh, they're going to transition. So you get a 2-minute transition, which actually I would say you probably want to get out. You don't want to wait on the beach to launch, because this is a launch bit. You can see right now this is a launch bit. It's pretty tricky. Got this backwash there, no wind on the inside, and it's dead offshore as well in this bit. So there you can see a bubble going out. It looks like he's still going. He's 4 metre. I mean, I went there around at 5, and I could be on a 4.7, but actually, I wouldn't have gone to a 4. But he's plain and pixie. Should we go, Sam? Okay, we're just going to Sam for a little bit of interlude before it starts.
Yeah, the really important business comes from me not from the production crew and Clyde, right? I mean, I give them the hilarity and the sensibility of what windsurfing is all about. It's a family affair, and we've got to get into the family affairs, right? So let's see. Anyway, it's that's what I thought I would show you. A camera. We've got a gimbaled camera. That's the main camera that's operating the live stream. That comes from our great friends at Crossshore Media, which is being operated by Ben in the trailer. So it's down. We're remotely operating it, which is very good. And then we have Sebi, who's interviewing over there, interviewing the girls. Look at that! How amazing that is. What I have seen, which I just thought would be interesting, would be just to see we've got Lucas Meldrum here. We've got Lucas. They're all gunning for you, Lucas. They're all coming for you fast now, right?
I know, yeah. It's yeah, looks good. Excited for it. Let's bring it.
Bring it on, eh?
Bring it on, yeah.
Yeah. Bring your A gamer in here right now, because it's going right.
Yeah, guys are sailing well, but I think the conditions have got better. So obviously it was tricky earlier. Didn't look quite as like everyone was ripping, but now everyone's sailing good. Hopefully I can sail good as well.
Keep going, mate. Go and do it. And then we've got the girls here. We've got Corey's broken nose. Poor Corey. Well done for you for going out and doing that. That's amazing.
Thank you.
You've got to keep saying that.
Still smashing it.
And they've just cut me off. So goodbye. Thank you very much, and see you in a bit.
Still killing it.
So we have Ben Page and Phil Horrocks. Ben Page has got the ready pink Goya sail on the right of your screen. Phil Horrocks on the white simmer style on the left of your screen. Looks like Phil's called priority on that wave. He was upwind and already on the swell, but the one behind, well, that Ben Page is on. That looks pretty sick. Lovely smooth bottom turn. Look at that, it's picked up a beauty of a wave. Backside to get back towards the section. And he's going to go down the line, hit that. Nice bottom turn from Pagey there. Awesome little hit there. And Pagey's got another one, goes behind the rocks, going to hit the section. Boom, off the top there, right in front of Phil. Phil backed out that wave, but Ben Page is still going. And another hit there. So they were just saying in here how well Phil's been setting himself up and reading the waves, which is, help it play to his advantage. Ben Page there, as I said, maybe yesterday, maybe if you were here yesterday you heard, if you're not, then of course you didn't because you weren't here. But he's a doctor, and poor old Corey broke a nose. They were looking for Ben on the beach to have a look at it, see what he thought. So good old community spirit here. Phil on another peachy swell. It's really gusty and choppy here, by the way. You can see the chop on the swell. It's not, you can't go early, because if you do, you just like ditch your rail. You've got to really wait for it. Nice bottom turn here. Hits us. Oh, what a beautiful S shape on that wave there. Just about stays in it. And he's lined up for an aerial here. Tweaks it. Not quite tweaks it, but a lot of floaty that one. Hits it again. Brings the tail round. Maybe tried to tack her there. This is going to be the wave. So Phil gets through this, then he goes up in a final against Lucas Meldrum, and because it's a double elimination, he would have to beat him twice. If Ben goes through this, again, he'd have to beat him twice to get the single. As it stands, though, if Phil would win this, then I think he would be overall. It'd be the overall, so he's got to come second to be overall title holder. But like I said, in another heat, they have done it before, what we call a triple elimination, where everyone goes again. We'll see. I mean, there's loads of wind at the end of the week. That's what we want to see. Or maybe they'll just do an expression session and just let these guys loose. So, or a triple. Do we think a triple? A triple is it's contentious. A triple. Good for us at home. Right. Okay, so what we got on this? 9 minutes. So Ben Page on the pink Goya, and Phil out back on the white Simmer, white and fluoro yellow Simmer there, the 2025 Simmer sails. And Ben there currently on the 24 Goya sails. You saw the 25 ones being used by Andy Chambers, who's the UK agent for Goya and Quattro and KT stuff. Right, so Phil's there, long harness lines, low boom, that's what you want for nice wave riding, so you can get your centre of gravity really low, get really like, you know, like a surfer all on right above your board. Tucking upwind, waiting for the wave to sort of wall up and get a bit of power. You can see it downwind, he decides when to go, carves that nice and vertically, lovely backside, stay in the power of the wave. Front side, not so much power there, but he surfs that round and he sets up now. You can see a section there, he's going to hit that and try some kind of aerial. Nice, but lost a bit of control there. Can he keep the rig floating? Nope, he's off the back of it unfortunately. Not as probably high scoring as his first wave there. So Ben Page now, he's got the maze to himself while Phil's getting out through the white water. Ben's been waiting all day for this. It's a long old wait. I mean, it's what's it, just gone 4 o'clock when they started. Called to the beach this morning at 9 o'clock. That's a long wait. What do? Do you stay in your wetsuit all day? Do you practice? Go in, come in. I brought 4 wetsuits with me. I think you need a lot of wetsuits up here. Actually, I only use one. Well, you know, I know. Lovely hit there. Well, exactly. You can never have too many wetsuits. I hate getting into wet wetsuits. No one likes, apart from James Cox, no one likes getting into a wet wetsuit. No, I've got some short arm ones as well, so if it's too cold I'd put my long arm ones on, but it's warm enough for short arm. That was a lovely, lovely wave by Ben Page, by the way. Phil Horrocks going out, he'll be annoyed with that, he'll want to improve it, but he's got time. Only 2 waves to count, no jumps. I went out there and, you know, yes, it's windy enough to jump, but it's not consistent to get a good jump in time, and it's way too much of a lottery, so it's best to keep it on the wave riding. Use the wind to allow you to get the wind surface to get back upwind. Right, yeah, let's have a, if we can get that wave from Ben Page up, that'd be, well, not lots going on. Look at that, beautiful wave, smacks that really hard. Doesn't stay open for him though, so he's going to take a white water hit here to score it, and it keeps going. But that is a, you know, awesome clean wave, decent size, and hit it in exactly the right place. Right, where are we now? So Phil's, you know, he's not playing because there's not enough wind. What he's doing here, he's just hanging out back, waiting for a decent swell to come. You know, you're looking behind you, you're trying to judge it, which bit of the ocean sticks out more than the other, which do you go for? Right, Ben Page going up, getting back upwind. Well, if you're at home, let us know on our socials who you think's winning this heat. Find us on Facebook, on YouTube. You can comment on the YouTube channel, BWA page, Tiree Wave Classic page. Let us know what you think. Let us know if you think we were wrong with some of the people going through. Everyone's got their favourites. Right, so Ben stalled his sail, but you know, he's holding it back to sail here. So you want to sort of stop yourself coming in and pause and wait for the swell to catch you up. And then so you can see him picking one up here. What he'll do, he'll try and sort of, it's gone underneath him. He's seen the one behind. So now what he's going to do is bog upwind, semi-planing with your railing just to get you right upwind as you can. And then when you're ready, you get your sheeting hard and your bear off. He's not happy with any of those. Probably there he tacks out. Yep, let's look at Phil's wave. Oh no, he's coming in on a swell. That's a lovely wave there, lovely S-turn. Not that much power, so what I was saying, it goes light on the inside, but then he gets... And this is the area where you didn't quite. You see when the feet go out there, it's really hard to. You know, you want to like bear away a bit, but you know, you can't. You know, someone like Phil can't do it. Mere mortals like us would have no chance. Right. Okay, jibes out of that wave. We thought that was a decent wave, but it wasn't. So he's upwind. It's best to take it out. Ben on a beauty here. Oh my! Look at this. Phil will be seeing that too, and he'll be going. I'm not happy about that. This wave holds up too, so he gets 2 decent turns off the top, slides the tail round, keeps it in control. It's still opening. This is the best wave of the heat, I think. Open sail there. Look, the wind already went, so you got to keep your sail open. You can't really like lay it down and keep the power in. Keeps going. Is he going to get the reform and take it in, or take the risk? Too risky. Yeah, keep out where the wind is. So Phil is on a wave now. He's got power. Sheets in, goes to the top. Tries to force it round. Those sort of surfy top turns are really nice. They're a good way of keep using the board to keep the power rather than sail. Hits the top again. A bit more flat riding. Probably not as much power, and the wave's not walling up, so you can't get the rail in as much. Nice surfy style there. Really working this wave. Hand right down the boom, to get the power in, taking it all the way into the beach. What we haven't seen for a while is any manoeuvres on the waves. I think since Finn Mellon's heat, not really seen much in the way of any kind of tackers. Certainly haven't seen any wave 360s. I'd like to see some of those. It's a risky move, but you know, I think if you've got a section that's going to throw you, you try them. And certainly if you're very evenly matched, as they seem to be in here, it'd be definitely worth something going for. It's not, I wouldn't say it's powered enough down the line, you know, with the wind to go for some goiters, because you really want to be able to bear down the wave there and to be a hit, open your sound hit at the right angle. But I definitely think a wave 360 is possible from guys of this standard. It's whether they've got the confidence or the risk to go for it. 1 minute 30 to go, and who do you think's got this one then? Who do we think? Lucas on the beach will be hoping Ben's got it. Absolutely. I think it's really close. I mean, Phil's been surfing and working the waves brilliantly. Oh, awesome wave by Phil. Aerial into the pocket. He's got to keep it. Oh, he'll be spitting. Ben's jibed up the way. So, from what I've seen here, Ben seems to have, you know, but then again it's a drone angle, so it looks slightly different. I've picked up some maybe the bigger swells, but he hasn't worked it as much as Phil has. Phil's definitely got more turns, more surfy top turns, some aerial hits. See that there? Ben would have. That's Ben's heat done, perhaps there, where Phil has picked up probably the last wave of his heat. Oh no, he's bogged it. He's tired. That happens a bit when you're tired, and in the last 30 seconds you really want it to work. Unlike Phil at all. 22 seconds, so, you know... Oh dear, Phil. But both of them came off the wave there. After 12 minutes, you are insanely tired. It's ridiculous. You could sail for an hour, normal sailing, and bang! Tail first landing. He tried, you know, not to throw the tail out like last time. Just bounced up and couldn't control the sail. Are we on a wave? Have we got the last wave of Ben? Oh! Just aerial right in the buzzer. And another turn. We don't know what he got before that. Can he get another turn? I don't know if Ben's got a tacker in him. But if he has, now's the time to try it off the white water. Ooh. I tell you what, like I was saying before, you know, until you've done it, a 12-minute heat is exhausting, and you know you can sail for an hour free sailing, wave riding, jumping, and quite often you're not as tired as you are in 12 minutes. So you've got your breathing rates up, you've got the stress of having some swimming, and you know, you get on the head a bit, you want to get out. It's a hell of a thing. Right, well, I don't know who got that. And we're in our 2-minute transition. I should think this will be the heat break, and the winner will go straight on to a final with Lucas Meldrum. And then it could be Lucas winning, and that'll be it for the pros. If not, then it will be another final, which it'll be heat break now, yeah. Which is going to be, yeah, so it'll be an AMS heat now. There's a view of Tiree, as you can see. We're in the maze, and we're going to go over to Sam now, where he's going to talk to the people to see who's won and judge their reaction.
Thank you, Clyde. That was a very insightful commentary again. We love that. Thank you, Clyde. So what have we got here for you now? There's absolutely no one here. The wind's really howling, but what's really important actually is the state of the tide. You can probably see from it now that the tide's pretty close, right? It's getting pretty big and we're heading spring tides. So Willie has built us this sand wall to protect our trailer, which is just there on the beach. So we don't have a lot of protection really. And when the swells come in here on the west coast of Tiree, and right over there, that basically is America. Goes on from there, so it's quite a long way from anywhere. So the swells come in a long way. So we're waiting for the next Masters. We're waiting for the results of this one, and Nigel's going to fill me in on something interesting.
Yeah, that was the Horrocks and Ben Page. I thought Horrocks had it, but Clyde thinks he went the other way. So I think it's closer than I thought actually. So
Clyde, come here. We're just having a debate. Do you think that was a Ben Page or a Horrocks? Because
I don't know.
The split decision here.
To me, from in there, Ben got the bigger set waves. It was critical, but less turns. Phil worked the wave much more, got lots of aerials. So I don't know. I really don't know. Maybe in Phil's favour, but it depends on wave selection, doesn't it? It really does depend on wave selection. We'll see. Yeah. I've got to go now. So
who's going to do the finals for us, Clyde?
I don't know. I'll miss my ferry if I do the finals.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, mate. Well, I won't throw back to you in the commentary.
Yeah, there he is, Willie.
I'll throw to you on the ferry.
Yeah.
Cheers. Thank you very much. There we go. So, Willie, you're back in the commentary room because Clyde's just disappeared.
Who do you think?
Well, he's gone. He's got to get his ferry. So here he is. There we go. This is how it all works. Look, the camaraderie, one out, one in. Willie, you're back on the commentary. We can get your lad in because he's a pretty good talker, knows what he's looking at as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, he talks almost as much as me.
That's very true. Okay, well, here we go then. So you get in the commentary. Do you want to sit next to your dad in the commentary? This is a native Hebridean. There aren't many of these around. So you are a native Hebridean, right? Eddie McLean, how's your week going?
Yeah, it's going quite good.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that what you're going to say?
Yeah, it's good.
I hear you're pushing the charge with the forward loops.
Yeah.
Yeah, great.
Nearly there.
You're nearly there?
Yeah.
Great. The next future, this is part of the Future Pro plan, the Future Pro of the future, the Philip Costa of the future. Anyway, right, let's get...
Up and running. Thanks very much to Clyde Waite for all the commentary over the course of the afternoon. That's him now just heading back on the ferry. So thanks very much, Clyde, for that contribution. And we're currently up and running with one of the amateur heats, including Max Metcalf on yellow, Tom Fenney on red, Andy Hart on green, Cameron Barr on white. And at the moment, we have got Andy Hart ripping on that wave on the AV board, black and white Nash sail, but just falling off the back and going down. And the latest news is just in. Ben Page took the win in that last heat against Phil Horrocks. So Ben Page advances to sail the final. Well, that was a bit of a turn up for the books, but top marks to Ben Page. That's again, second day in a row, taking out Phil Horrocks. Well done, Ben Page. In the meantime, we've got the amateurs heat just running here at the moment. And in white we've got Cameron Barr, just doing a little bit of wave hunting. So the wind substantially increased over the course of the afternoon, particularly the last hour or so. And just to the inside here we've got Max Metcalf in yellow, looking for a wave on the inside. Travelled all the way from the south coast for this event, first time in Tiree, so let's wish him best of luck with the wave selection. So off he goes, bearing off down the wave, a little bit bouncy, oh, goes down hard. My understanding is Max is quite a freestyle sensation, maybe not done quite so much waves before, but hopefully he's enjoyed himself and not injured himself just on that wipeout just there. Now we've got Cameron Barr carving on the RRD board, and I think that's sail loft possibly on the sail. Some nice carving skills there onto the third turn, but just drops off the back and a little bit powerless just there. So we've got Max heading back out to sea there at the moment. Lovely colours in the guys this year. Now if we scan to the inside just there, we saw the sail of Andy Hart going down the line on the blue AV board, and he's been getting some nice flowing wave rides so far. Money's on that man, I think, judging on the performance so far in this heat. And that's him heading back out to sea. Another nice wave ride. We just missed the beginning of it, but it looked pretty fluid just there. And on the red, Tom Fenney, just struggling with the water start, but he's up and running again now. So now we're going to go back and have a quick look while this is ongoing at one of Ben Page's best waves from that previous pro semi. So this is Ben, nice set wave approach, Phil just going out past him, nice carving first turn, sets up to go back down the line again. Quite a small board he's using, so quite radical vertical turns on the wave face, crashing through the lip each time. That's what the judges like to see. Just slowed up a little bit as he hits the inside, but it's building speed again. Just going a little bit fat towards the end there. But Ben working that wave to the maximum. And that's some of the skills that's got him through that heat. Now here we go with Max Metcalf. Up and running on this wave, and that was a much better wave ride from him that time. A lot more controlled, maybe just had a little bit of gust on the first one. Tripped the rail and went down hard, but he just kind of staggered his turning a little bit more there, slowed things down a little bit and got a nice wave ride out of that one. So as we're scanning back out to sea, we've got a variety of sailors coming inbound again here. So Tom Fenney and Cameron Barr back to back there. Tom Fenney in the front on the Severn sail, blue and red bib. Nice first carving turn. Not too steep a section, but keeping the control. Keeping the speed going. And just run out into the flats a little bit there, kind of run out of the wave a little bit. Very, very flat where he's riding there. You've got to stay by the critical section of the wave for maximum points. Now up we have Cameron Barr. Did a nice wave ride the last time. Nice bigger wave here for Cameron. Oh, goes down hard, just hits the foam, goes straight over the rail, straight into the sail. Hopefully he's not punctured the sail in the process. It looked like he kind of body slammed it there as it went down. Don't forget, Phil Horrocks earlier on had a really nasty wipeout, snapped a mast in the process on the inside. Easy to break the kit in the kind of high tide conditions that we've got here. So Andy Hart is setting up on another one. This man's fairly putting in a wave count. Still got well over 3 minutes to go in this heat as well. He could have another one after this yet. Not quite so happy with that wave, so jibing out, but unfortunately dropping the jibe there and wasting a little bit of time there as he goes down. So a little bit of playback Another critical moment here. Phil's setting up for his downwind wave ride. Goes for the turn. Cracks the lip, but unfortunately the tail just gets away from him. Drops. He comes down a little bit hard. Gets hung up on the lip and goes down. And you can see the frustration. I think he was punching the water just at the end there. Really cross with himself over that fall. When you drop them in these heats, it can be consequential. Now, back to the arms. We've got Max riding again. Oh, a much nicer turn there from Max. A little bit steeper, a little bit more critical than this last one, so he is warming up to the conditions here at the Maze Beach. Oh, that was a nice little wave ride, putting some more points in there. For those that are wondering, this beach is constantly tagged in our photographs online with our Instagram and Facebook as Tiree Torresdale, which is the Gaelic name for this beach. So commonly referred to as the maze for the last 30 years by visiting windsurfers because of the maze of sand dunes that you had to navigate to get down to the beach. But the Gaelic name, the given name of the beach is Tiree Torresdale. So just looking out to sea there, see where the rest of the amateurs are at, see who's picking out the waves. We have Tom Finney riding down the line, red bib. Again, he's just out in the flats a little bit, but there is a section looming up ahead of him. But is he going to take it? He's pretty far downwind there. We're right out in the zoom, and he's way down the beach at this point. So you've got to be a little bit careful he doesn't disappear right away from the judges. So that was Tom Finney's wave. Couple of nice little turns, but quite flat section he was riding on. Again, the more critical, the more upright the face of the wave, the higher the points are going to be. Looking now at Andy Hart again. Really love the colours of that AV board, quite unusual. Not seen many like that before, or even close to that kind of colour. Unusual tone to it. And he's charging down the line here. He obviously likes the look of what's a little bit further downwind. However, it's not setting up too steep. You've got to be careful that you don't just outrun the wave completely and then you end up running out of power behind you to drive your board down the wave. Very important to use that surf style to stay with the wave and use the power of the wave to keep you going. So a little bit scrappy. He's gone from one wave onto the wave in front there. But still it'll be a scoring wave. I don't know quite what the judges will do with that, whether they'll treat it as two waves they actually rode there and score them on each individually, because it wasn't actually one wave. Down to the final seconds. Anyone wave riding? Yeah, we've got Max Metcalf up and riding. So if the hooter goes, he has commenced his wave ride on that one, and this wave will score as well accordingly. So he is still riding. He's already put in a first turn regardless of when the hooter went. Oh, one-handed top turn from him there. Just to get some extra points in, takes one hand off as he cranks off the top. A couple of nice little smacks there at the end, and I think he quite liked that one himself. He kind of claimed it there at the end. So that's that heat over. We'll be back soon with the results.
Right, well, there we are then. It's all hotting up out here. We're into the next big heat, which is Lucas Meldrum versus Ben Page. Ben Page just beat Phil Horrocks. I've just got to ask Nigel a question, because what there is now is a little bit of controversy going on about the British title. So while you were down there, Nigel, I was most enjoying that, really. But just tell me.
What's controversy?
No. Tell me about the British title. Clarify that for all the people out there.
Yeah, the British title. What do you want to know about the British title?
Well, if Ben beats Lucas, right, then there's a tie with Phil and with Lucas. So then we have to have a sail-off.
If Lucas beats Ben,
okay,
then there'll be then both of them. Then Lucas and Phil will both have got a third. So they'll both have got 3.7 points each. They'll be tied on points, basically. They've both got a first and a third.
So therefore, we have to have a sail-off for the British title.
There you go.
Today.
Might be today.
Are you getting tired?
We're hoping it's today. I don't understand what was the controversy.
There's no controversy. I'm just kind of clearing it up for people. There's not controversy. Oh, okay. No controversy. Maybe I put the wrong word in there.
You said controversy.
Yeah, I just said it's the wrong word.
Controversy.
Just said it's the wrong word, right?
Yeah.
beautiful thing.
God,
Yeah,
I'm
it's
going to have to
exciting.
ask Beth, is he always this difficult? Is he always this difficult? He always is. This is Nigel's beautiful, beautiful other half, long-suffering other half. He's always like that, is he? Yeah, definitely good. There we go. Definitely, right? Definitely, maybe. That's your favourite band, isn't it?
No, it's not our kids.
There we go. We've gone. We've managed to go from controversy British title to Oasis in the one fell swoop. So let's get back to serious business, which is windsurfing.
Thanks very much, Sam. So we're back at it now, and this is the men's pro final. We got Lucas Meldrum, Ben Page. Lucas currently in pole position, picking up a nice groundswell. Look at this, it's all showing up for the final. Wow, look at that. Nice looking wave. Upwind set up, bearing off right on the lip. Heading off down the line, first bottom turn. A little bit sticky off the top, but he continues his ride. Looking nice. We got Ben Page riding another cracker right behind Lucas there. Probably a bigger one if anything for Page. This could be Page's day if this continues. Wow, that's a nice big clean wall on that one, and he's hitting it hard all the way to the beach. Big air at the end, goes down hard off the back. That will not be scored at the end for Ben Page. So both men opened up their account. Some nice scoring there. Ben's wave maybe a little bigger, a slightly more critical turn, definitely less hung up than Lucas's first turn was. Hard to say, but I think possibly Ben might slightly edge ahead in the scores just on that one. We don't have quite the same view, so it's always hard to tell if you're not in quite the same view. Judges have the benefit of being positioned in the same place for all. So really nice turn just at the beginning there for Ben. Second nice critical turn there again. Third critical turn, yeah, I definitely think that's going to score a lot higher than Lucas's wave did. But Lucas onto his second wave now. So looking to line up, bottom turn, comes off the top, not particularly critical, he's not pushing very hard there, and now he's into the white water, so that's not going to be a particularly high scoring wave for him. He's going to have to really hunt to find one that's better than Ben's opening wave, and that puts Ben in a very strong position with almost the whole heat still ahead of him. Just needs to get a second decent wave there now. Now this is Lucas's first wave again, just for a comparison. And as you'll see, when he commences his bottom turn and he comes off the top, he just gets hung up just a little bit coming off the top there. The wave took a kind of funny shape and stalled him a little bit right on the head of it. It goes for a little kind of pseudo-aerial, but doesn't quite clear the fins, then sails into the flat. So there's not a lot for the judges to get behind on that one. And you compare that to Ben's, which we showed in the replay, and Ben had 3 solid hits on a good big section. You know, that should really be up in the excellent scoring range, and let's hope the judges aren't in the doldrums in terms of their scoring at this stage of the day. We're looking for proper points on that one. Maybe we can get verification from the judges as to what Ben's first wave actually scored. So the guys just flailing it around a little bit out the back at the moment, looking to pick up the set waves. Just taking their time. Again, this is all competition savvy sailing. Not what you do when you're free sailing, but nonetheless what you do in a competition. Stall on, wait on the right wave, and then make it count. Patience is a virtue in this respect. Ben may be a little bit anxious earlier in the day, but he's off to a cracking start, and that will certainly help to relax him with an opening wave of the magnitude that he got just there. Lucas is now struggling to match up to that, so it's not a good position for Lucas right off the bat, but still plenty of time on the clock. So just to confirm there, we've got a confirmation from the judges that Ben's first wave there was a 7.5. I do just hope that they're putting enough scale on that, because that was a cracking wave ride for the conditions, almost as good as we've seen throughout the whole day. Now, we've got Lucas. That's a much better top turn. Really critical section, up and under from beneath. Single big hit. That'll be up into the 5 or 6 point range just with that one crack. Second crack might take him 6, 6.5. Not particularly critical. He won't get a lot more out of this wave, not unless he does something spectacular for his end section. Some of the guys in the old days used to always save a goiter or goose screw or something like that for the end section, and if they landed it, it helped to build the points on. Ben Page, again, another nice looking wave, maybe not quite as big as his first one. Oh, lovely critical hit just there again. So I'd say with the 2 hits on that particular wave, you're probably into 6 points maybe, judging on what the judges have scored 7.5 for the previous. So not as good as his first one, but certainly, you know, cranking the points on there. Maybe there or thereabouts with Lucas's best wave at the moment. Lucas really needs to get up towards that excellent scoring range, 7.5 or above. So just to see that replay, yeah, manages to break the fins out there. And what's lovely about that aerial, what makes it a little bit more dangerous, a little bit more challenging, is he's rotating while he's airing. And that's a lot more technical than just doing a straight air. Now, 2 guys cruising out to sea from the drone. You can see the watercolour up here, absolutely pristine. No pollution in sight, see straight to the sandy bottom. Lovely, men's pro double elimination final here in Tiree. These guys have only got 5.5 minutes left to find out who the best actually is. Now, you've got to remember that if Ben Page potentially wins this heat, then they will sail one more heat for a super final to decide who the winner is. Now let's hope for that, because if they go to super final, we don't need to announce the result. And no one will know until the end of the week who the actual winner is at that stage. If on the other hand they don't sail another heat, we know at that stage that Lucas has won the double elimination. Now, setting up with the waves, both lads have got good groundswell waves here. Ben Page commences his run. We're going to split screen so we can follow both riders, but Ben's got another excellent wave choice there. Big, clean, open face, open section. Lucas forces the aerial off the lip there. A little bit forced because it was quite a shallow wave, not particularly vertical, but he managed to clear the fins nonetheless. Lovely cracking top turn, but unfortunately goes down. He's looking cold. Maybe he's just not had enough time in the water to properly warm up to the conditions before he actually sailed the heat. One of the big disadvantages of coming into the double elimination is, if you're right at the top of the ladder, is conditioning yourself to the conditions before you have to sail competitively. And we've seen it time and time again where the winner from day one ends up really struggling in the first heat, but maybe coming back in a super final if he has to sail it, because he's actually warmed up at that point. However, I'd have to say, if I was judging at the moment, I would have to say that I'd probably favour Ben Page on the score sheets. He's had 2 bigger, better, steeper waves. If you look at Lucas's, just here, he forces the aerial. It's quite a flat section, not a super critical hit from that point of view. On the second one, it looks like a really nice hit, but then he just loses control, the nose of the board snags, he goes down hard, and he's spitting foam at that point. Okay, so both guys out the back, they've got just under 4 minutes left, the potential maybe for 2 waves still within that time frame, I'd say. So let's see what they can pick up and what they can do with it. Ben must be starting to relax. He'll be able to cut loose a little bit at this stage with 2 really good wave rides already in the bag. That actually puts him in a really good position that if he gets another good wave, he can really go for it and really score points, go radical and risk it a little bit more at this stage. When you get that good early start, it makes it much easier to cut loose and really go for it towards the end of the heat. So just stalling, he's seen something better coming from behind now. He's going to start bearing off, pumping, picking up a little bit of speed to pick up that wave coming from behind. And again, Lucas just tucking in the wave behind, so trying to pick off the set waves here for both guys. But Ben tacking out, he's not happy with it, so he's tacking out, heading back out to sea, as is Lucas. Neither of them happy with the waves. Slightly surprising, I wonder what's putting them off there. Maybe just not happy, a little bit too small for them. They want the biggest waves so that they can accumulate the highest scores. Both these lads have done a lot of competition at this stage. They've been at it from a very young age, so although they're still young guys, lots of competition experience, both know what's required to win heats and potentially win events. Lovely to see Ben Page into his first Tiree final though. Stunning achievement for Ben after many years of dedication to the competition circuit. Lucas setting up for his wave now, eyeing it round the front of the sail, bears off, engages that rail, throws the sail forward, again just hanging up a little bit in the top turn, but he's building speed, goes into the aerial, again slightly forced aerial, it's not coming up from under the lip and projecting through, but rather actually kind of chop hopping off the lip. Ben on the other hand, right up and under that lip there. So a powerful bottom turn, top turn combination, putting him into that pole position again. A little bit weaker on that one, not quite so good there. Hopefully the wave will jack again and give him the opportunity to hit the lip a little bit harder on the next 1 or 2 turns. Just slowing down a little bit in the feed there. And just going back to the replay just to see what Ben did right at the beginning. Nice crank off the top on that one. Trying to work his way around the foam and probably loses just a little bit of speed from trying to get around the foam, but manages it. Puts in a not quite as critical a top turn, and then from there continues carving off downwind. Not as good as his first 2 waves, arguably. Okay, we're down and into the final minute now. Lucas with good potential, still to pick up 1 wave. Throwing in a quick heli tack out the back so as to set him up for a potential wave catch. Now, if I was a betting man at the moment, I'd say we're on for a super final. Not too far away from getting that result, so we'll know within the next few minutes who we have in pole position at the end of the double elimination. It's not impossible to think that we could see a triple before the end of the week, but I think given the multitude of fleets that we've still got to do a double for, probably unlikely, because this is a very creditable result to this point for the pro men's. But never say never, the weather forecast can and sometimes do change. So we're right into the final seconds, but he's commenced wave riding, so this one will count. I don't think Ben will see another wave. It's not a particularly large or critical wave for Lucas. He's going to struggle to get significant points out of this. It's a nice little wave ride, but not particularly critical. There was a nicer aerial there, actually, than for me, either of the 2 he's already done. It seemed like a little bit more natural aerial, but I don't think it's going to be particularly high scoring. And on that note, we'll see what we see from the judges' scorecards very soon.
Well, there's actually no one here. I mean, that was an incredible heat, as we saw. Who knows who got that one? I mean, looking at it, I think I probably would agree with Willie that it looked like Ben was slightly more in form. Also, Ben is a local boy to me back in South Devon. So very happy. But Lucas, very worthy champion last year. Anyway, who knows? Who knows? I just guess we just got to wait and see. We've got Nigel back here. Nigel's kind of coming in from a deserted beach. You all right, Nigel?
Yeah. I was immense. Absolutely. Ben Page was ripping. I think Ben.
You think Ben? I thought Ben too.
We'd have a super final if he's done it. I'll go out again and compete, because then it's 1-1.
Yeah.
So,
we'll wait and see. Yeah.
So I think Ben's had him. Wait for the judge's call, but I think Ben's had him.
Yeah. Is it going to be a quick call, do you think? Am I going to wait here for it, or?
Are you just staring?
No, I just reading them. Did you not hear it?
Judges Nigel, was that?
Well, we're going to get the result here. We're going to get the result right now.
Meldrum second, going on to a super final.
Yeah, thank you, received.
There we go, super final.
Excellent. Well, it means they've got to go out again because Ben's 1-1 now, Lucas is 1-1, so we have a super final to make it fair. They go out and compete again, and whoever wins this is going to hold the Tiree Wave sword.
And what about the British Championship?
For the British Championships, if Lucas wins this, then we'll have a sail off for the British Championships, but if Ben wins this, it's Phil's.
Okay, and does that now favour Lucas now, because he's now back in, he's got a bit more of a sail-off more time to sail?
Possibly, you've got to weigh it up against the fact he's also getting tired as well. I mean, if he's fit enough, then this should work in his favour. But these guys start getting really tired. It's hard conditions out there, big waves, holding on to quite a lot of power. So, yeah, we'll see.
Great. Well, there you go. That's what you've had it. You've had it straight away. We're going to a super final. That was Ben Page's. Amazing, right? Everyone's starting to run back down the hill as they start to come and help Ben to set up kit or run caddy for him. We've got Bubble coming. We've got Matt Cox coming. You can see they're all running down the hill, coming here to see they can help Ben, I guess. They're all sharing a house with him. So anyway, there you go. It's a little bit of So Bubble, that was amazing, right? That was an amazing heat, Ben, right?
Yes.
So you got to go help him, have you?
No, we're going to go tell him.
Oh, okay, right, okay, cool. He's going to go and tell him. Anyway, there we go. I'm going to throw it back to Willie in the commentary room.
Okay guys, welcome back. So the big news on the beach, we've got the results through and the men's pro goes to a super final. Ben Page took that last heat victory. So we're looking at a super final. However, in the meantime we've got the arms. We've got Oliver Sargent in yellow, Alex Liddon in red, Adam Chester in green, Alex McLean in white. Now this promises to be quite a good one. So watching Ollie Sargent earlier on in the water, he was ripping. First time competitor here in Tiree, first trip to Tiree, and he was flying around that break earlier on. So I think that's Alex Liddon we're seeing in red on pink just there. Fuchsia, I should say. I'm sure that's the term that Goya use for that colour of sail, is fuchsia. So Alex putting in a few turns here. Oh, nice little turns there to the inside. Jibes out. He's had enough of that one. So it's the men's pro super final coming up soon. Not long to wait for the big result of the week. The result of the week so far, I should say, because it's not over till it's over. And now coming in on this wave in white is Alex McLean. That's the older Neil Proud combat sail just there. Not too happy with this wave, so he's jibing back out, heading out again from there. Now, this is my man, Ollie Sargent, newbie to the event. Always nice to see the new arrivals in green bib with the older Goya sail. Stalling, waiting for a bigger wave, coming from behind. This man was ripping and free sailing earlier on. I thought he was a pro until I realised who it was. Fit looking guy, got some nice turns on him. Let's see what he can do with this wave now. So working his board, rail to rail, bears off, starts building the speed, leans into the turn, cranking nicely off the top, maintaining speed, looking good, just trying to control the bounce. It's a little bit choppy there. And yeah, not the longest wave, but a couple of nice turns in on that one as well. So this is a combination of Alex Liddon coming in. Oh yeah. And Alex McLean has jived off the wave. So Alex Liddon on the wave. Accelerating down the wave, commits the angle to the turn. Now the big difference that you'll see with the amateurs versus the pros is the distance that they sail out in front of the wave. The difference is that the pros go that little bit further, and what that does is it allows them, when they're a little bit further out in front of the wave, to carve more of a full 180 to project vertically back up the wave. And there's two things that achieves. One, it gives you more power coming off the top, and two, the big advantage is you're less likely to get caught or tripped up on your rail when you're doing full vertical bottom turn, top turn combos. So if the wave's critical, it's less likely to actually clobber you. Important to have a varied style, and a more kind of diagonal down the line small turning style generates more speed, but the more vertical carving style a little bit safer in steep hollow breaking waves. So interesting to see the comparison in styles when you see someone like Phil Horrocks, Lucas Meldrum, Ben Page. When these guys are doing their turns, it's full 180 turns from right out the front straight back up the face of the wave again. With the amateurs, it tends to be more shallow, more drawn out, and they're more likely to get hung up on the wave that way. So Alex McLean on the inside, I think, turning now. Yeah, oh, that's a much bigger wave, and he's got a nice shoulder there as well. Again, just running away slightly, don't go too far too quickly, but it is forming up for him a little bit further downwind, so this might still work out for a few more turns. Now, all he needed to do was just sheet in, put the weight to the front, keep accelerating there. A little bit of time lost there with the water start on the inside, but he's got it up fairly quickly, so he'll get back out and soon be catching waves again. There's my man Sargent on the wave. A lot of board speed there, puts the hand right back down the boom, cranks into the turn, not particularly critical up the face, but still putting in some radius there. Maintaining his speed, going down the wave, just gets a little bit caught and goes for a swim at the end. Alex Liddon. First turn. Second turn. Quite shallow turns though, quite flat section. Not super high scoring wave. First turn was okay, maybe a little bit flat after that. So just returning to Ben's last super radical wave there. So not a particularly vertical top turn on that one, but the wave was quite flat. But then you look at that, a little bit more vertical, and as the wave jacks up and the wave face steepens up, his turns become increasingly vertical, which gives him good radius, good spray, allows him to retain control and not get caught by the lip as it's crashing over. Culminating in a little wipeout right in front of the rocks just to give him some adrenaline for getting back out again. Yeah, right on the rocks. Nice one, Ben. Back to the amateurs. That was Alex McLean just going down. No, Adam Chester, beg your pardon. Adam Chester just going down at the back end of quite a long wave because he was just picking that up just as we cut to Ben Page's wave. And now we have Alex McLean on his wave. Bearing off, getting that board speed, cranks into the turn, nicely off the top, retaining control, retaining his speed through the turns, and working his way down the wave. Now the key thing is, keep that rail-to-rail motion going, guys. You want to be going top to bottom, all the way down along the wave, wherever possible. If necessary, using upwind turning as well, so as to maintain your position. Now, here's Ollie Sargent's wave. No, I beg your pardon, not Ollie Sargent. That's gone back a little bit further. No, that's the heat back. Ollie Sargent's in the yellow bib. Okay, so we're back up and riding with Alex Liddon. A bigger set wave for Alex just there. Nice critical bop turn, top turn combo. And he's going into another one again here. A little bit flat out that later section of the wave, but he's trying to connect it through to the next section. You can see how busy and active he is with the backhand reaching right down the boom there. Cracking off the top there. So we're seeing some good action in this AMS heat just here, with all the guys managing to score some high scoring waves going down the line each time. I think the slight confusion, we might have Ollie Sargent in green. Ollie Sargent in the green bib. And there we go, our man is just jibing out of that wave. Not particularly good setup there, so opting just to leave well alone, jibing out but falling in the jibe unfortunately. Down to the final minute this heat. So that's Oliver Sargent just there in the green bib, making his way back out to sea, about 50 seconds left. So we're into the final seconds in this arms heat just here. A little bit of wave riding going on. And some nice down the line action. And I think we're done. Oh no, Ollie Sargent maybe still riding in the background. So we'll bring you the results very soon.
Two minutes. Well, here we are then. I haven't got my headset in and you're to talk to me. There we go. We are down on the beach again, usual spot, waiting for the super final to start, which is amazing. We now have a super final between Ben Page and Lucas Meldrum. Could decide the British title if Ben wins it. If Lucas wins it, we have to go to a sail-off. But what we are sure is going to happen is that the two of those riders will know their fate right here. They're going to be told by Nigel right here on the beach. So we can bring you that live, which is going to be exciting, I think. So anyway, enjoy this next heat. It's on. The conditions are looking good. It's pretty high tide. So, and the wind's good. But keep tuned in. Could be good.
Our hero brand is native Hebridean salmon. So we sponsor the Wave Classic in Tiree. What's so nice is people really enjoying the salmon that we produce, and it can be traced back, so it's truly native Hebridean. People outdoors, sporty, having fun and enjoying the elements. In this natural environment, I mean, it's just beautiful.
Okay, we're up and running. This is our super final. Ben Page, critical already, down the line, carving turns. He's got the speed, he's got the confidence, he's in the zone and ripping down the line here. Some nice critical turns, wave flattening off a little bit the further down he goes. But the first couple of turns were nice and that opens his account on the wave riding. Let's get back out and see what Lucas is doing. Oh, big one, he's charging down the line. We just missed the beginning of that wave, but that looked big. Big action for Lucas. If there were a couple of critical turns in on that wave, he might be the guy off to a flyer in the start of this heat. Super exciting with these guys, both capable of top performances in really super critical conditions, and both on a charge. Young guys with a lot of energy in the way that they sail. So this is going to be a good heat. So Ben's struggling a little bit there. He's managing to keep it on the plane, but he's hacking hard upwind, trying to find a decent set wave so as to get himself set up for bigger point scoring. And Lucas also working his way out to sea here. So this is Ben working his way back in on a wave just here. Let's see how this sets up for him. He's just starting to hit the sandbar, starting to jack up a little bit more. You see him looking off downwind. He'll begin bearing off just momentarily once it steepens up a little bit for him. And here he goes. Maybe head high or so. Nice critical turn to begin with, but drops it and goes down off the back. Nothing lost. Lucas is out of position currently. Not in the right place for the peak of the wave, so a little bit of time wasted on that run on the way in. And both lads heading back out to sea to see what they can find further out the back. Now, what's interesting here is that Ben seems to have settled from his nerves earlier on in the competition, where he was kind of going for every other wave, and now he's taking his time and being really, really selective in what he actually takes back toward the beach before he starts his rides. And that approach appears to be paying off, because he really is choosing the best ones so far, and with some very high scoring wave rides, some critical sections on bigger, steeper waves, getting him through the heats here this afternoon at the Bays Beach in Tiree. This is the Men's Pro Super Final, Tiree Wave Classic 2024, year 40. The year of 40 knots on day one. Thank God that's not still ongoing. 40 knots was just a little bit too much for the full competition that we expect to see. Today we're looking at about 20 knots with down the line wave riding conditions. So nice, steady, consistent conditions where the guys can really showcase their skills. So Lucas just on the inside there, a little bit scrappy in the white water. Ben Page heading back out to sea. Looks so peaceful from this angle in the drone, lots of time in between the waves, but the adrenaline's bound to be pumping for these guys. Lots on the line, not just the Tiree Wave Classic, but also thinking about the British titles for the year. Let's not forget Tiree is the final event on the British calendar in 2024. Only 2 events this year, which was a little disappointing, but that is the basis of the tour for this year, so these guys are also vying for points for the overall tour titles as well. Ben struggling, falling off the back of that set wave there. The question is there something better behind that he stalled for, or did he just lose the wind and fall off the back there? So starting to build, hitting the sandbar, bearing off. A little more gentle off the top there. He's maybe gone just a fraction early, slightly smaller wave, and it didn't form quite the way expected on the sandbar. Getting to the inside now, starting to form up a little bit more wall, but he's not very happy with it. He's jibing out and heading back out the back again, so he doesn't lose too much downwind ground on a wave that might not offer enough consequence to give him a high scoring wave ride. Now, Lucas, what a wave. That's a nice peak. Setting up to go down the line, at least head high on this wave. Nice cranking turn into the section, not particularly steep or consequential, but still scoring well in his carving on this one. Back up the wave face, and it's really dwindling now. You can see how much smaller it is, even by the time the second bottom turn. The judges really will be rewarding the biggest and best waves today. Wave selection will count for quite a lot. These both riders fairly evenly matched in terms of their riding ability and style, so wave selection will play quite a big part in determining the winner of every heat. Nice vertical top turn developed from the bottom turn just there. Came off the bottom really nicely, giving them projection to come straight back up the wave and crank off the top. Coming all the way to the beach. Now, Lucas just working his way back out to sea. A little bit lighter there. Getting it planing now. For the Men's Pro Super Final. Lucas using quite a small sail there in order to gain as much control as possible on the wave. Doesn't look very powered up at all, in fact, but just enough that when he gets on the wave face and the cross-off conditions, it gives him a lot more control so that he can better control his manoeuvres throughout his wave ride. And a much bigger, more critical set wave here. So that's a proper groundswell wave. He's not going to hesitate. He's going to go early before it really jacks on the sandbar. Nicely off the top. Loses it on the rail a little bit, but manages to retain control. Continues his ride now. Stalls out. It's starting to reform on the inside sandbar. Picking up a little bit. Nice little aerial. Lands it back on the face. Not quite in the flats. To continue with his wave ride. Now this is going to be the highest scoring wave so far in this heat. We'll maybe radio through to the judges just shortly and find out what they've actually awarded for that wave ride. Ben Page, not particularly happy with that one, so he's tacking out the back again. So just going through Lucas's replay, nicely off the top, super late hit, critical section, risked it all, got to be some big points for a single big hit there. Recomposes himself, repositions himself, goes again, straight into the aerial on the next one, landing back on the wave face. So we're into the final 3.5 minutes or so of the super final, and judges scoring that a 6. They obviously think there's a little bit of room for improvement there with Lucas. I maybe got a bit overexcited there, I think. I would have given that a little bit more myself, but that's what they're finding with it. Not the biggest wave, but I thought a couple of really, quite good turns, one of which concluded in an aerial, would be enough to get him a little bit closer to that area of excellence, over 7.5 or so. Slightly bigger wave might have clinched it as well. Wave choice, I think, counts for quite a lot at the moment. Now, we're looking at Ben Page. Back off down the wave, nice clean wave face, straight into the section. Not quite an aerial, but very hard off the top. Cranking out the white water, going a little bit fat on the high tide here. Not as critical as it was earlier on, hour and a half ago, 2 hours ago on the tide. So just a little bit of a loss in that wave ride there. But focusing back on Lucas, he's right out the back again and looking to pick up his next scoring wave. Final 2.5 minutes. Maybe time for 2 more waves. These guys are pretty nimble around the break. They might get 2 more each. Certainly 1 more. So Lucas picking up a little bit of speed, not very happy though, didn't like the look of it, tacks out, heads back out the back again. Now, we're looking from above, both the guys blasting back out to sea, looking for set waves. You see Ben's got a little bit more speed, he's hacking up wind hard towards Lucas. 2 of them getting much closer here now. There might be a little bit of psychological warfare creeping in at the end of this heat. Let's see what happens on the outside, who buckles first. So Ben has taken an early tack on the inside, maybe like something he sees coming. Lucas going a bit further out the back, wave hunting. Let's see whose gamble pays off. Final minute of the heat, so it's looking like this is likely to be the last wave for both riders. So it's all on this decision. I think it's pretty tight in terms of the scoring overall. I'd have Lucas a little bit ahead at the moment. So it might come down to this last wave for both riders. Lucas not happy at all with selection, trying a little bit of a downwind carve, getting onto a different swell. Maybe that's going to pay off for him. Ben, quite a small inside wave, he's trying to work it. It's on the inside sandbar now, jacking up for a light turn. Fast and fluid, but not particularly consequential, and goes down the second turn. That's not going to cut it. He needs something far superior to that to really make an impact at the end of the heat. Now, 15 seconds, Lucas is up and riding, cranks hard off the top, but goes down. and Lucas went down hard. He went down so hard, he took the drone with him. And that's the end of the super final. Results are forthcoming.
Well, that was the end of the super final. Who knows? That was so close. What we do have. The tide is getting so high right now that we're getting almost washed out. You can see where the tide's come to. Right up here, it's just been sloshing around, all around the back here. So it's all pretty critical. Let's just find out. Deep in discussion. It's a secret discussion. I'm not going away, Nice. You can't send me away. All right, send me away. They're deep in discussion about whether we should actually have announced the super final results here or go into decide the British Championship, or whether we do sail-off. Because traditionally, what happens is that the super final the result is not announced, and it's announced at the prize-giving ceremony. When it's announced at the prize-giving ceremony, it's a surprise, and they win the sword. So what they win, if they win the Tiree Wave Classic, is this bad boy, right? That is what they win. It's out there. So let me find out from you two what their results are doing, what you want to do. What do you want to do? What are you saying? What's going on? What's the decision?
Just wait for the result of that one.
Okay.
So if Lucas has won that one, then he will have won the Tiree Wave Classic. Ben will have won the Tiree Wave Classic. But in addition to that, if Lucas would have won that one, then Lucas will have won one and a third, and Phil's won a third and a one as well. So we have a sail-off for the British title, in addition to the Tiree Wave Classic.
So what's that mean about right now, for where we are right now, and how we announce that? Because traditionally we announce the super final at the prize giving, right? When you win the sword, then surprise.
Yeah, we have. Unfortunately, we just don't have that discussion. We're going to have to give away who's won the Tiree Wave Classic, because we have to decide whether they're going to have a sail off for the tour.
Yeah. So you're going to do that here now, anyway.
Why not?
Great. So as I was just saying, that's what's on the line, right? The legacy sword, the
Beautiful legacy sword, and I've heard it's lucky to touch because it's cursed.
That's okay. I'm never going to win this one.
Yeah, but we film it every year, so we pick it up and throw it in the sea quite rusty. Not true. So we're still waiting for the results, right? So how long? So are they going to bring the two competitors are going to come here? We're going to get them here.
Yeah, absolutely. We're waiting for Ben and Lucas to come up here, and we'll probably have Phil here as well with his rash vest on, and we'll make the announcement because obviously Phil's got the third anyway, so we'll make the announcement.
And what's your verdict on what it is? Who do you think it is? Have you got a hunch? You were watching that, Willie. What's your view?
I think Lucas probably took that. It wasn't a huge margin, but I think Lucas was probably ahead of that heat. Yeah, Ben was unfortunately didn't get the waves that got through earlier heats.
Yeah, I think Ben looked a bit tired as well.
Yeah,
I think he started to look really stiff in the legs. He was really sort of flexing, and halfway through that heat, he was getting really stiff. You can see the cold gets to you, and something. I think he's had a tough day.
Yeah. Well, so there you go. That's the results. That's where we're at so far with the competition. We've got a little bit to wait. The tide is really pushing in, flooding in. It's actually high tide in about. We've still got another. I think we've still got another hour, another half an hour, 45 minutes to the top of high tide. You can see it's properly pretty close at the moment. Big swell. Hey, here comes Tris Levy. He's not going to talk to me, are you? We're live though, Tris. Surely you want to be live on TV? No, that's Tris. That's Tris. He's a local legend, but he doesn't like talking to the cameras very much, and I don't blame him. So I can keep waffling. I think what we might do is switch off, go to an advert.
Good late evening, viewers. We are currently watching the later stages of the amateur men's double elimination. We've got Andy Hart up against Max Metcalfe. Both sailing very well today in the building swell. The tide is very high, which has changed how the waves are forming and breaking on the beach, and obviously that's had a knock-on effect on the last few heats. Right now we're currently waiting for the big news, which is the result of the men's pro super final, which, as Nigel said earlier, is actually traditionally held off until the prize giving evening. But we are going to await the result with a certain Sam Usher down on the beach.
I've got to get in here. Do you mind if I get in here like this? Yeah, we will be live.
Where do you want it? Against
Well, right here's fine. Yeah, so we are live, of course. So let's big announcement, Nigel.
You want to do this?
Yes.
T?
2-2-1.
Yeah, 2-2-1. We know 4 and 3. Another 4 and 3. So. 3. Thank you.
Okay guys, thanks very much to all the riders for the fantastic action over the course of the day. We are getting late on in the stages now, so just to take us through the final results for Tiree Wave Classic Double Elimination Pro Men's 2024. 4th place, Andy Bubble Chambers. 3rd place for this event, Phil Horrocks. We have good fortune to see these guys go at it twice through the super final process. 1st place, Lucas Meldrup. Andy Page.
Okay, so that leaves in the championship title. That's the Tiree Wave Classic. But in the British Championship title, they're going to be tied because you've got Phil with the 3rd place today, Lucas with the number 1. In Rossnaga, we had Phil with the 1st, Lucas with the number 1 for the tie. So we're going to have a sail-off for the title of the British Championship 2024. Friday.
There we have it. That's it. So Lucas won the Tiree sword, but we have to do a sail-off for the British Championship. So, right, let's get back into commentary. There'll be some kind of heat break now, and they do another one. So, here we go. Back to Luke, directing and commentating.
Thank you very much for that, Sam. Now, that is probably the most exciting news I've heard all day. That we will see a sail-off between Lucas and Phil for the British title. Meanwhile, we've missed some of the fabulous action in this amateur heat. So I apologise to viewers who have tuned in to watch Andy Hart and Max Metcalf, because that was really the most, what most of you were waiting for. And now we're coming to the end stage of this heat, and I'm really just waiting to find out what's going to happen next and when this sail-off is going to take place. Is there going to be a heat break and then the sail-off? Is there going to be another AMS heat and then the sail-off? Are we just going to go straight to the sail-off in 1 minute 30? I don't have any idea. So here we go. We've got some info coming in from Nigel right now.
So we're just coming to the end of one heat now. Then we're going to have a heat break or whatever's going on, and then we can go into theirs for the sail-off. The question they're actually asking me is, do you want to extend the heat length, or can they?
There you are, hot off the press. So everyone's trying to figure it out as it happens down here. While there's still competition going out on the water. I mean, that is the magic of the Tiree Wave Classic, really. We're live, and I mean, it's been a great day. It's been action-packed. I loved the first heat between Lucas and Ben. Ben was really ripping it up, and Lucas also, I mean, he showed his true quality in the super final, and it's been a spectacle. Despite the conditions, we weren't too sure about them at the start of the day, and they kind of built and picked up. There's definitely some nice waves out there, and they push through. You just have to be patient for them. The AMs are doing really well here, but as you can see, the tide's very high, so they're riding almost behind our camera, and that is the end of that heat. We are currently waiting on an update for what's going to happen next. So now, of course, after last year, Lucas did beat Phil because Phil was unable to continue. He beat him in the single. He also beat him the year before in the double, and then Phil wrestled it back in the triple. Phil then Lucas then beat Phil in the single, and then Phil got injured in the double at the Tiree Wave Classic 2023. So it's still, has Lucas ever beaten Phil in a double? I don't know. That might be up for debate. You viewers in the comments, check it out, find out, and tell me what you know, because I'm unsure still whether that's happening or not. Still whether that happened or not. Anyway, we will wait with burning anticipation for some announcement as to what's happening next. I can hear over the radio that they're currently deciding whether there's going to be a 14-minute heat, a 15-minute heat, whether they're going to put a jump in, whether they're going to put waves in. Are we on a heat break now? Okay, well, I think we're on a heat break, everybody, which would make the most sense. And in which case, if we're on a heat break, I will take a very quick 5-6 minute ad break. And after the break, we will return for the sail-off. So, into a heat break now at the Tiree Wave Classic 2023. And up next will be the Men's Pro British Championship sail-off. Catch you after the break.
Our hero brand is native Hebridean salmon. So we sponsor the Wave Classic in Tiree. What's so nice is people really enjoying the salmon that we produce, and it can be traced back, so it's truly native Hebridean. People outdoors, sporty, having fun and enjoying the elements. In this natural environment, I mean, it's just beautiful.
Simmer style, confidence in your kit to push your limits.
O'Shea clothing for the outdoors, warm in the water, warm for afterwards.
Our hero brand is native Hebridean salmon. So we sponsor the Wave Classic in Tiree. What's so nice is people really enjoying the salmon that we produce, and it can be traced back, so it's truly native Hebridean. People outdoors, sporty, having fun and enjoying the elements. In this natural environment, I mean, it's just beautiful.
Simmer style, confidence in your kit to push your limits.
O'Shea clothing for the outdoors, warm in the water, warm for afterwards.
Our hero brand is native Hebridean salmon. So we sponsor the Wave Classic in Tiree. What's so nice is people really enjoying the salmon that we produce, and it can be traced back, so it's truly native Hebridean. People outdoors, sporty, having fun and enjoying the elements. In this natural environment, I mean, it's just beautiful.
Simmer style, confidence in your kit to push your limits.
O'Shea clothing for the outdoors, warm in the water, warm for afterwards.
Our hero brand is native Hebridean salmon. So we sponsor the Wave Classic in Tiree. What's so nice is people really enjoying the salmon that we produce, and it can be traced back, so it's truly native Hebridean. People outdoors, sporty, having fun and enjoying the elements. In this natural environment, I mean, it's just beautiful.
Simmer style, confidence in your kit to push your limits.
O'Shea clothing for the outdoors, warm in the water, warm for afterwards.
Our hero brand is native Hebridean salmon. So we sponsor the Wave Classic in Tiree. What's so nice is people really enjoying the salmon that we produce, and it can be traced back, so it's truly native Hebridean. People outdoors, sporty, having fun and enjoying the elements. In this natural environment, I mean, it's just beautiful.
Simmer style, confidence in your kit to push your limits.
O'Shea clothing for the outdoors, warm in the water, warm for afterwards.
Our hero brand is native Hebridean salmon. So we sponsor the Wave Classic in Tiree. What's so nice is people really enjoying the salmon that we produce, and it can be traced back, so it's truly native Hebridean. People outdoors, sporty, having fun and enjoying the elements. In this natural environment, I mean, it's just beautiful.
Simmer style, confidence in your kit to push your limits.
O'Shea clothing for the outdoors, warm in the water, warm for afterwards.
Our hero brand is native Hebridean salmon. So we sponsor the Wave Classic in Tiree. What's so nice is people really enjoying the salmon that we produce, and it can be traced back, so it's truly native Hebridean. People outdoors, sporty, having fun and enjoying the elements. In this natural environment, I mean, it's just beautiful.
Okay guys, welcome back to the Maze Beach Tiree. So we have now announced the winner of the super final here on the beach in Tiree, and this year's win went to Lucas Meldrum. Lucas Meldrum was number 1 this afternoon and winner of the Tiree Wave Classic 2024 double elimination, followed by Ben Page in second, Phil Horrocks in third, Andy Bubble Chambers in fourth. So at this point we're rolling on to the next amateur heats, and at this point we have Oliver Randall and Max Metcalf up in this next two-man heat as we're moving across to the two-man staging point in the amateur ladder. So let's see what these guys have got to offer. Also coming up is the British title sail-off. So at the moment we've got Phil Horrocks first in Rossniger and Lucas Meldrum in third in Rossniger, but in Tiree they had the opposite results. Lucas was first and Phil was third, so that leaves them tied for the British title because it's only 2 events. So they will actually have to sail a heat to determine who the winner of the overall British title is for this year, and that'll be up right after this amateur heat. Slowly running out of light here. We've probably got maybe an hour of daylight left max for reasonable judging. So we're going to try and see what we can get done before the close of business today. But as mentioned, this is Big Tuesday, this is Tiree, and on the big day every other year we do run from dawn till dusk. So we will be on the beach until late this evening, trying to get through as many heats as possible. We've still got a little bit of wind forecast for tomorrow. First thing in the morning, calmer day on Thursday, and then back to the big winds, big southeasterly again on Friday, when we hope to run the kids competition and the Masters double elimination on Friday. So the Masters double is quite a big draw, take a lot of time to work through, and then we want to work with the kids at the end of the week after their training camp as well. But right now we're underway with Oliver Randall and Max Metcalf on the water, and they're just about to start their heat. So that's their heat underway. And at the front we have Max Metcalf on the fuchsia coloured Goya sail and yellow Goya board, picking up a nice wave to begin with, charging off down the line, building speed, commits the rig into the bottom turn, top turn, and nice, not pushing too hard, just getting used to the conditions still. As I said earlier on, Max is actually a freestyle sailor, so still getting used to the feel of charging down the line on a wave. But making much nicer turns now, obviously a very quick study, and he's now getting to grips with, oh, much nicer turn there, nice crank off the lip. And every other wave ride he seems to be improving at this point. So that was a cracking opening wave from Max Metcalf. Now, while we've been doing that and following that, Oliver Randall has gone down somewhere in the break. We might be able to come back to you with some of that footage if we've got it, but he may have had something there. Oliver did pretty well in the single elimination, so we are into the latter stages of the double, and we are now at the creme de la creme of this year's amateur fleet in Tiree. Well, I'm not quite sure what Sam Usher meant with that comment, but moving on. So the lads are blasting out to sea here. You can tell the wind's back up again. And we're right on high tide now. It's just gone high tide here at the Maze Beach on the west coast of Tiree. We've got pretty soft waves on the high tide here, and looking to see what the guys are going to pick up on this ride on the way back in here now. So Oliver picking up a smaller wave there. Doesn't look like it's a wave of consequence, but is forming a little bit downwind of him. You never know. Might have a little bit more size and shape as it hits the sandbar. Quite fat at the moment, but is picking up, starting to wall up a little bit. Let's see if we can get one good hit into it here. A little bit better there. Yeah, that was good. A little bit later would have been good, but that was okay. Continuing down the line and continuing to work the wave all the way. And that was a funky dismount. 9 out of 10. Okay, moving back out. Let's see if we can catch up on Max on the fuchsia sail. And he's on it. He's charging down the line. Hit after hit. Max is improving, as I say, on every wave here at the moment as he acclimatises to the local conditions here. Cranking off the top, takes the drop. Is he holding on? Yep. Yeah, looking more and more in his comfort zone all the time as he acclimatises to the local conditions. That was good. I don't think I've ever seen quite such a rapid progress over the course of a day. Okay guys, just coming back on stream there, just took a little 2-minute break to myself, but we're now back up and running, and just in time to see Oliver Randall picking up his next wave. So again, smaller inside wave, starts initiating the turns, a little bit flat section, but he is working it hard, trying to accumulate those points. Really not critical wave at all. It's a bit of a shame because Oliver actually has quite a skill set and would be able to score good waves on a wave of consequence, but at the moment it's pretty flat. And in the background we've got Max Metcalf also up and riding. Again, quite a flat section wave. I think he actually went off the back there. Don't know how the judges will view that. And he's jibed out. So in the interim, we're going to go back and have a look at some of our contenders whose heat's going to be up next, and this is Lucas Meldrum on one of his more consequential waves. Comes up off the top, sticks it right round hard, manages to hold the rig and push the board through. And this was in one of his earlier heats. Himself and Phil Horrocks are going to be sailing in the next heat for the British titles. Squeezes out the aerial there. Fantastic little down the line wave. 6 points from the judges if memory serves correctly. Now by comparison, we're going to have a look at one of Phil's waves and see how he goes with that. In the meantime, we've got Oliver Randall as the team try and find us a little bit of footage from Phil from earlier on. So Oliver's got a much nicer wave this time round. Bigger groundswell, proper set wave, and you can see he's getting right over the boom, really keeping good control over the rail. I'd say some of the best control I've seen in the amateur fleet from that point of view, so no surprise as he's in the top part of the draw. And looking nice, final turn into the wave probably, and that's him jibing out. We'll just do a quick check for Max, see how Max is getting on. Has he got a wave further upwind? Yep, so he is just coming in on his next wave. These two are nicely timed out at the moment. One is completing a ride and turning to go back out, as the other is picking up a wave. Makes it nice for analysing the two different styles of rider. Max, much younger guy, very fluid, very good freestyler, so he's got good mobility, stands well above the board, and this is a groundswell wave, so again, wave of consequence. He's riding it nicely, hugging the shoulder. He's not super close to breaking section, but close enough that there's still a bit of consequence if he doesn't do it quite right. Jibing back out, and again building confidence with every other wave. Fantastic. Now, we're going to go back to Phil on one of his earlier waves. Absolutely throwing the board round the turns, front side, back side, combination turning, and continuing to work the wave. Just getting a little bit strung out there, but a very surfy style of wave riding, as Duncan Coombs commented on earlier. He's probably got the most surf-oriented style out of the fleet from that point of view. So it'll be interesting to see how these two go in the next round, but that is the sail-off for the British title in the next heat coming along just round the corner. As the two amateurs head back out to sea, we're into the final, just about the final 2 minutes of this heat. A little bit more wind there, they're getting a bit more speed out the back and making good progress, trying to pick up another groundswell wave out the back. So Oliver jibing just there. This is likely in an amateur heat with only 1 minute 40 odds remaining. This is likely to be the last wave for both the lads on this one. So whatever they pick, this is going to be the wave of consequence in terms of the scoring for the end of this heat. So Oliver just stalling on now, taking his time. Quite an experienced view in terms of what to do with this. He's waiting on the slightly bigger groundswell set coming through. Let's see how this sets up for him. It looks pretty flat from where we are, but we can't quite see downwind. Is it going to set up a little bit further down? It looks pretty small, fairly insignificant from here. Certainly not overhead high, so this is not going to be a high scoring wave, and he thinks so too. He jibes out. Don't think he's going to have time to pick up another inside the heat, but you never know. Now Max Metcalf on the wave behind, a little bit bigger, more of a set wave. You can see immediately much more power, keeping him going, and he's stringing together a few nice, fast moving turns there. Trying to notch up a little bit more wave score, and that might not be too bad for him. We're into the last 18 seconds or so. The likelihood of these guys getting another wave, let's just pan back out to sea. I think Max is done at this point, he's gone down on the inside. Let's see where Oliver's at. And Oliver's gone down, and that's us. Heat over. We'll bring you the result as soon as we can.
Hello viewers, you've probably heard us all talking in the background there. So next up we are going to have the British title sail off. We are just waiting for a countdown now to reset our timers just for this heat, and this will be the last heat of the day. That's right, the sail off between Lucas Meldrum and Phil Horrocks for the British title will be the last heat of the day.
transition now.
So guys, welcome back to the Tiree Wave Classic 2024 Year 40 live stream. And what we're watching at the moment is just a little bit of warm up, just immediately preheat. And we've got Phil Horrocks just jibing on the outside, Lucas Meldrum just heading out, just out ahead of him from there. So it's a little bit light just there at the moment. The wind has temporarily dropped, we hope. And that's the guys now underway. So this is the men's series final to determine who the British 2024 wave champion is, and it's between Phil Horrocks, who's closest in currently, on the white vest, and Lucas Meldrum, who's in the yellow vest. These guys are both well known, well covered in the magazines. I'm sure most of the viewers can determine who's who in the water regardless. So Lucas with a smaller inside wave here, but it's got just enough size to be of consequence. Slightly different heat duration this time, 15-minute heat for the final of the British Tour. And a couple of nice little critical turns right at the head of the wave. Not the biggest wave we've seen all day, but certainly not one of the small grovelers either. Kind of somewhere mid-section. A little aerial there, just lifts the heels. That's him into 4th or 5th bottom turn territory on a wave, so that's a good opening. Let's try and find Phil now. So Phil's already been riding. Not quite sure how the start of his wave went there, but he'd obviously found the inside and run out of wind a little bit, so he's jibed, heading back out there again. So 15-minute duration for this, a few minutes of extra action for everyone at home. So looking in the backdrop there, you can see just how high that tide is. Minimal beach left at this stage. The water's right up. It was actually high tide around about 5:30 BST. So it is now starting to drop back, we hope, because our trailer is just about swamped outside. The water is on the doorstep. Definitely dropped quite considerably. Phil just struggling a little bit in the lull there. Won't do any harm once he's in the wave, I'm sure, because these guys will have a lot of apparent wind in the cross-off conditions, but just a little bit lighter than it was earlier on for making it out of the back. This will be the final heat for this evening as well. We'll be ending on a high with the Tour Championship heat, and we'll be abandoning until the next windy period to continue on with the competition. This will be the last heat of the day, folks, so enjoy, soak up the action, and enjoy it while it's on the telly. Phil just a little bit disappointed with the wave selection he had gone for there. So again, transitioning out, heading back out the back. Lucas, after that sensational first wave, quite a bit further downwind at this point. And again, looking to pick up a wave, looking over both shoulders, looking behind and in front, just checking out how this one is setting up and forming for him. The guys should be pretty in sync at this stage, having sailed a few heats each with the kind of timings and what the set waves are looking like. So let's see what Lucas makes of this one. So it's small, but there's a little bit of something there that he might be able to work with. Bearing off now, sets the rail, small aerial inside, lifts the heels, just above the lip there, but only a one-turn wave. Coming back to the drone, we've now got Phil on what looks like a very small wave, and he's taken steps to ensure that he doesn't waste any time with that either. He's tacked and heading back out the back again and actually working his way back upwind to what looks like the upwind peak in front of the rocks where we were actually parked and broadcasting from. So tacking into pole position for this wave. He's seen a bigger groundswell approaching, something that he's happier with. Let's see if that's going to work out for him this time. Definitely becoming a little bit more fickle just with the turning of the tide. It seems there's a bit less consistency in terms of the waves on offer. But that looks a lot better this time. It seems to be setting up a little bit better. Is he going to go for this one? He's definitely in a better position to generate power and speed. Here he goes, he's going for it. So first turn, cracks off the top, not particularly consequential wave. but he needs to open up with the scoring on something. But he's not very happy with that, so again, jibing out and heading out the back. Very light on the inside. Lucas not even playing on the outside at this point. So we've got a substantial lull here just at the moment. Once again, for anyone just joining us, this is the British title sail-off. So this is Phil Horrocks and Lucas Meldrum in a 15-minute heat on the Maze Beach Tiree 2024. This is the final event of the year, and this is the final heat of the year to decide the men's pro champion for this year. The decision has been made that we will not go to a triple this week. So this is not the final of Tiree, that's already been done, where Lucas Meldrum has won this year's Tiree Wave Classic. This, in fact, oh, now this is interesting. What's going to happen here? This is controversial. Who has right of way? So Lucas has dropped out on a wave that I would have said he may have had right of way on, and given up to Phil on that one. Interesting. Phil continuing to ride towards the beach. Into the next bottom turn, some nice snappy top turns coming through. Now, Lucas may just not have fancied the war on that one, and therefore opted to go out and find something that he was happier with. Maybe he didn't feel it was big enough or whatever, but for me, I didn't quite see how he took up that wave, but it appeared that he had priority on it. He was on it first and further out to sea. Anyway, appeared non-controversial, so unless anything comes up afterwards, after the point. Now, this one looks a little bit better for Lucas, maybe. Always hard to tell with the drone, they do look bigger from the drone angle. But he's committed to it now. Into the bottom turn, nice and vertical off the top, snaps off, gets a little bit hung up on the lip, but he's still in a very good position on the correct side of the shoulder. Second snap, much nicer. And that was probably as good as Phil's, maybe not quite as many turns in, but a little bit more critical, particularly the second hit was a hit of merit. Quite hard to call, I'd say, at the moment who's noticeably ahead. We might try and radio through to the judges and find out what the current position is on the score sheets, but I would say it's pretty level at the moment, there's really not much in it. So looking back out to sea, we've got Phil just trying to pick up a wave, coming back in there. Looks pretty flat where he is at the moment, I've got to say. Not much evidence of groundswell. And that's confirmed as he jives back out the back again to try and hunt something down. Looking downwind into the inside, you can see a little beach there is there, just looking in the backdrop. We do still have just a hint of sand at the top of the bay. Tide's starting to drop off a little bit now, but it was particularly high today. We're into the super springs category at this time of year, so almost no beach left round about Tiree on the spring highs at the moment, and the next couple of days are even higher again. So it does have some impact on sailing at the beach here, because by the time you're sailing right into the beach, you're in serious wind shadow from headlands and promontories, and it does start to affect the wave sailing. So down under 7 minutes now, well past halfway through in this heat, and we've got Lucas picking up on a groundswell wave. Looks a bit more consequential with a nice shoulder on it. Let's see what he can do with this one. Gone split screen. No, Lucas not happy with that, but Phil is now riding on his wave. Oh, and almost got hung up on the aerial there, but he landed the aerial and continued sailing. Needs to be a little bit careful, he doesn't go too far downwind, but Phil's an expert at this stuff, so he's utilising a little bit of upwind turning to get him back into pole position, and then accelerated off right downwind to get back into the braking section. So that's probably the highest scoring wave of the day. Wave of the heat so far. So you will notice the daylight is definitely dropping off in terms of the camera work at the moment. Starting to look a little bit more dark and ominous. Sailors just crossing over each other there, Phil going for the wave behind. Now this would be good if we can watch both the riders. Really interesting to see what happened there. Lucas just had a little fall, but Phil is in pole position for this wave. Let's try and follow him. And here he goes, bearing off, starting to generate that speed. Throws the rig into the inside rail. Cranking off the top. Lovely roundhouse style turn on the wave. Really surf related style, as Duncan Coombs was commenting on earlier on. Using both rails of the board, not just the downwind turning rail on the top turn, but also carving the board upwind as well in between times to retain perfect positioning on the wave. So Lucas stalling. There are some nice clean lines coming behind him, and I'm guessing he's stalling for one of the set waves that he's hoping is coming in from the deeper water. Almost down at the 4.5 minute mark now. Probably 2 or 3 waves max left for the guys, I would have thought, at this stage. And looking to get as many points on the board as possible. Now, Lucas with a nice looking wave here. In perfect position, just right on the shoulder. Carving nicely downwind, but gets hung up a little bit on the lip there. Struggling to regain his board speed, but he has picked it back up now. Nice vertical turning. Small sail, small board choice, allowing him to do those really vertical turns. A little bit of a lift to the fins there, and that's him pretty much to the inside at that point. But you can see now as we switch cameras, way downwind, goiter attempt, but goes down on the goiter. So no points on the goiter for the dismount at the end. As for Phil, just picking up a wave, starting his wave ride, dropping off the wind, committing onto the inside rail, top turn, cranking it round, back to backside. Gotta love this guy's style, front side to backside riding, using every inch and every section of the wave to gain as much power and speed as possible. Lucas still having a bit of problems with swimming down the bottom there, not a lot of wind when you're stuck in the soup at the bottom of the bay. Just working our way back out with the drone shot here. Look at that water. So inviting for wave sailing when you see those clean lines rolling into the bay just here. Little jump. Phil actually scoring a little jump on the way out. Must have got a gust and just fancied keeping himself warm and entertained, so he threw in a jump for good measure. Not scoring jumps, 2 waves to count. 15-minute heat duration. Final heat of the day, last 2.5 minutes. Really working the wave so as to go upwind now. Phil about to bear off, start using the power of the wave, initiates into the bottom turn, and as I was saying earlier, you can see the difference with the pro riders. Just pull that a little bit further out in front of the wave, which allows them a little bit more radius carving time so as to get a bit more vertically up the face. Phil just jibing on the inside, heading back out. Going to see what he can get on the outside now. Let's try and pan out, see if we can find Lucas at this stage, see what he's picking up on. Lucas right out the back at the moment, so swell hunting. Into the final 2 minutes at 1 minute 40 now. Long hard day for the beach crew down here today. Obviously bring you live action from Tiree Wave Classic. Brilliant effort by all the team, judges, beach crew, media, especially the riders. And thanks also to fellow commentators that have given up time today to come into the booth to talk through a lot of the action on the water for the viewers' benefit. Incredible how these guys are still right together and challenging each other on the water. Two total competitors on the water, sailing close proximity so they can see what each other are doing, while also trying to concentrate on their own waves at the same time. Shows a real competitive presence of mind that they're actually looking at each other while also trying to do their own tricks and manoeuvres on the wave as well. But I'll guarantee you they're watching everything that each other is doing in the water as well, so that they can match manoeuvre for manoeuvre. Almost into the final 30 seconds, so these will be the last waves. Lucas with a bigger wave, snaps it off the top, just loses the fins a little bit, but again back under control, and Phil cranking on the wave behind as well. Nice big wally wave for Phil in the background, probably the bigger wave of the set. And hitting and hitting and hitting the lip. This is going to be the highest scoring wave, I suspect, of this heat. It goes down on that final turn, which I make to be probably his 4th turn on that wave. But the first 3 turns, if I got the count right, were all stunning on a much, much bigger set wave. And that's the blower for the end of the heat. Will that final wave have consequence to the result? We'll just have to wait and see.
The final heat of the day, the championship final. Well commentated, Willie. That was pretty impressive. Have you got a hunch of who it was?
You know, it's actually quite hard to say. Phil's final wave there, we are struggling a little bit with the light and the drone shots and so on. We're starting to struggle just a little bit, so you can see quite how critical the turns were in that last wave. That last wave could have been the showstopper, actually. That could have clinched it for Phil. I think it's going to be a mystery, actually, until the end of the week. We'll need to wait on the judges' count at the end of the week. We'll all find out on Friday night.
That's exactly it. So what we do now is we pack up, we stop, and we don't tell anybody who won until the end of the week at prize giving. There we go. So that's it. Wrapping up here from the maze from today. Maybe we'll be back tomorrow. What do you think, Billy?
I think we'll try and get down here first thing in the morning. There's a little bit of wind still for the remaining amateur seats. Maybe get a few of the ladies' seats still done. And I think there's a view to doing Masters and Youths on Friday with a day's layoff on Thursday. Conditions don't look great on the Thursday at the moment, but what a week already. Just amazing.
I mean, it's stunning. Never had it that we've done a double within day 3 of the start of the competition, right?
Yeah,
So
it's really good. Really pleased with the results. No, it's been fantastic. And I was just saying on the live stream there, just before we got on for the final kind of chat that we're having here at the moment, you know, absolutely commend the entire beach crew down here. Everyone's worked so hard to pull this whole thing together right across the board. We couldn't do it without the effort from the whole team.
And there we go. So that's it. A thanks from Willie to the whole team. A thanks from us for all the hard work, for all the boys in the booth, the cameras, all the guys who are working on it, to the riders. And we're going to say good night.
Our hero brand is native Hebridean salmon. So we sponsor the Wave Classic in Tiree. What's so nice is people really enjoying the salmon that we produce, and it can be traced back, so it's truly native Hebridean. People outdoors, sporty, having fun and enjoying the elements. In this natural environment, I mean, it's just beautiful.
Simmer style, confidence in your kit to push your limits.
O'Shea clothing for the outdoors, warm in the water, warm for afterwards.
Our hero brand is native Hebridean salmon. So we sponsor the Wave Classic in Tiree. What's so nice is people really enjoying the salmon that we produce, and it can be traced back, so it's truly native Hebridean. People outdoors, sporty, having fun and enjoying the elements. In this natural environment, I mean, it's just beautiful.